No more time, let's begin.
Uzumaki Naruto, for crimes against Konohagakure no Sato and the attempted murder of the Uchiha clan head, Uchiha Sasuke. You are sentenced to death. Your execution is to be carried out in 3 days' time. Do you have anything to say? A bloody and bruised 13-year-old boy with matted yellow hair and cerulean eyes looked up lifelessly at the speaker, his face blank and emotionless in face of his situation. I completed my mission to the letter. I kept my promise. I did everything to bring Sasuke back, and succeeded. And this is my reward? You're going to kill me? The blonde turned his head, the sound of chains rattling from the action as his body shifted the heavy shackles binding his hands and feet to the podium on which he stood. All of you. This is all I am to you? A traitor? A monster? The surrounding shinobi didn't answer, but Naruto could see the conviction in their eyes. All of them, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura, Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, Asuma, Kiba, Shino, Kurenai, even Team 10, aka Team Youth, were looking at him with the same contempt, disappointment and relief. They were all in support of this, it was apparent. And you? Naruto turned his head back to the one who had sentenced him. Oji-san would be twisting in his grave if he saw you now, Ba-chan. Is this the will of fire you have inherited? Do you execute loyal shinobi because they completed a mission that went beyond your predictions? The blonde-haired woman shook her head sadly and looked down to Naruto. This matter has been decided, Uzumaki Naruto. Eyewitness accounts confirm that the Uchiha surrendered before you attacked. Tsunade looked away from him and nodded to a masked Anbu guard, gesturing for the shinobi to take Naruto away. Your chakra will be sealed and you will be kept in a maximum security cell until your execution. I pray you find some measure of penitence in the time given to you. Betrayer, they called me. I am disappointed, Naruto. I thought I taught you better than this. Naruto narrowed his eyes and looked through the bars to his cell, restraining the urge to pointedly glare at the silver-haired Junin standing there. Come to gloat, have you, sensei? You always did like to show how pathetic I was. Kakashi shook his head. Gloat? Now, there is nothing to gloat about here. What you have done is too serious to disregard with gloating and humor. Do you understand what you almost did? The silver-haired man leaned against the bars and lowered the green-covered book he had been reading. You tried to kill your teammate. Not only that, but you used ninjutsu designed only to be used on enemies on a fellow Konoha shinobi. I thought you better than that. And never mind the fact that Sasuke not only stabbed me with his chidori, a jutsu you taught him, mind you, but tried to do so multiple times as well as set me on fire. Naruto retorted. Kakashi shrugged. Sasuke knew you were in no danger, he was defending himself. Naruto growled under his breath. Well then, say what you came here to say and be done with it. Kakashi nodded. Very well. The council has allowed Sasuke the right to execute you. As he was the one who you tried to kill, it is only fitting he be allowed to personally mete out justice. Traitor. Naruto rubbed his eyes tiredly and shifted on the floor of his cell. How long had he been waiting? 2 days? 3? When would they put an end to him? Kukuku. Now isn't this fitting, Dobi? Naruto's eyes narrowed and he sprung to his feet. Sasuke. The source of Naruto's anger, a bandaged but still smirking Uchiha Sasuke, let out another laugh as he wrapped his knuckles along the bars that separated them. Finally, Konoha finds a place for you. Don't you find it interesting that you are the one behind these bars and to be put to death while I am out here, free as a bird and praised as a hero? Naruto ground his teeth together and advanced on the Uchiha, stopping only when the chains connecting him to the wall pulled him to the floor. Kukuku, still a slow learner then. Let me explain. Sasuke's eyes shifted and Naruto watched as a fully mature Sharingan lit up the otherwise dark room. I am the last loyal Uchiha. My eyes promise the continued authority for Konoha over the rest of the world. When you dragged me back here, the council came to me with an interesting proposal. I helped them kill you and remain loyal to Konoha, and they will give me all the power I could ask for. Which they already have started to do, mind you. Sasuke pointed out. I have been inducted into a program made just for me that puts me on the fast track to become an Anbu officer, and when I kill you I will be granted the Mangekyo Sharingan and become even more powerful than you. Naruto shook his head. Idiot, you will never be stronger than me. Sasuke flared his chakra and blasted a massive amount of killer intent at Naruto, which, because the blonde was currently sealed, caused him to start to hyperventilate. What was that, Dobi? Naruto coughed and turned around, walking back over to the wall and sliding down it to sit down on the floor once more. You will never be stronger than me, Sasuke. Do you know why? Sasuke said nothing, waiting for Naruto's answer. Naruto allowed a small smile to flicker across his face. You lack hatred. In truth, it was I who was betrayed. Who is it this time? I'm getting tired of these visits. I'm starting to feel like I'm on display in a zoo rather than on death row, Naruto called. The blonde raised his head to his latest visitor and blinked when he saw the unmistakable figure of Hyuga Hinata standing there. You as well, Hinata-chan. What words of hatred have you for me? I've already had Kakashi and Sasuke express themselves. Even Sakura had a few choice phrases. Hinata's body flinched and a hiccup shot out of her, causing Naruto to frown in confusion. Naruto-kun. Forgive me. Naruto's eyes widened at this phrase. He hadn't heard that from any of the people he had once counted as friends. And honestly had never thought to hear it from a Hyuga of all people. Pardon. Forgive me, Naruto-kun. Hinata looked up and Naruto flinched back when he saw that her cheeks were stained with tears. I should have been stronger. I should have fought for you, and now you're going to die. Naruto let out a long breath and forced a smile on his face, trying to comfort the only person who seemed to be saddened even the slightest at his coming demise. Hey, don't look so down, Hinata-chan. It's not that bad really. How? Hinata almost screamed, fresh tears pouring. They're going to have you executed because you had to hurt that asshole Uchiha to bring him back. How could it possibly get worse? Now Naruto was completely shocked. He had never expected to hear Hinata say things like that, let alone in a loud voice. It was almost funny to hear her swear. Well. Naruto scratched the back of his head, trying to think of a way it could have been worse. They could have made the punishment torture until death. He briefly thought drearily. They could have made the execution to be carried out by the villagers. That would have been a really bad way to die since those ones usually involve stoning. At least this way I get to go out as a shinobi and rather quickly, I guess. Hinata shook her head. It's not fair. Uchiha Sasuke should be getting this punishment, not you. Tsunade was furious when the council put forward this. Naruto blinked. Hang on, Ba-chan was angry. She was the one who sentenced me. Hinata blinked owlishly. That's not right. Tsunade-sama wanted you rewarded and promoted for bringing the Uchiha back alive, despite his injuries. Naruto frowned. Well, she sure seemed professional about the decision. Hinata frowned as if trying to piece together what had happened to Tsunade and her loyalty to Naruto when the blonde spoke up and brought her out of her musings. Say, Hinata-chan. Not to look a gift horse in the mouth, I mean it means a lot to me to know that I haven't been completely abandoned, but why are you even here? Fair enough, you are upset that Konoha is going to have me killed and all, but this is a really depressing place to be. You didn't have to come here. Hinata shook her head and gripped the bars as if she was afraid that the entire room would suddenly disappear, Naruto included. I had to, Naruto-kun. I had to see you one last time at least. But why? Because. Hinata looked down sadly, more tears flowing. Because, I'll love you, Naruto-kun. I always have. And I wanted you to know that. To know that even if everyone else has abandoned you, I'm always by your side. I was abandoned by all bar one. We are gathered here to bear witness to the execution of former Konoha shinobi and S-class traitor, Uzumaki Naruto, for the crimes of high treason and the attempted assassination of a clan leader. Tsunade declared, standing before the large gathering of people who had come to witness the event. Naruto was standing in the middle of the main square of Konoha, his arms and legs spread out wide by steel chains connecting his wrists and ankles to two large wooden posts on either side of him. With the addition of several chakra-draining seals applied to him, he was completely immobile and defenseless. Uzumaki Naruto has been tried and found guilty of these crimes, and as such, with a betrayal of such magnitude, his punishment is execution. As a shinobi, he is granted only a single honor, and that is a shinobi's death at the hands of another shinobi. Tsunade continued. Will the appointed step forward? At this, Naruto watched as Sasuke stepped down from his place behind Tsunade's right and walked over and into position in front of Naruto 50 yards away. It almost made Naruto sick to hear the joyous cheers the other shinobi and villagers gave the Uchiha when they realized he would be the one to rid the world of the hated demon. Does the traitor have any last words? Naruto clicked his tongue in thought before shaking his head. Tsunade let out a deep breath before looking to Sasuke and nodding. Sasuke grinned and flashed his hands together before holding his right hand out, his left holding it to support the chakra growing on his hand. Chidori. Naruto didn't even pay attention to the Uchiha as he advanced on him, the blade of lightning flashing brightly. Instead, he looked to the back of the crowd, finding the one pair of tear-filled eyes that belonged only to Hinata, and smiled. Then Sasuke struck. Naruto bit back a scream as he felt Sasuke's entire arm stabbed through the middle of his chest, right below his collarbone. It was fatal and hurt like a bitch, not what he expected at all. "Looks like you're done, Doby." Sasuke sneered quietly as he twisted his wrist, causing more pain to flood the slowly dying body of Naruto. "You go out of this world as you came into it, alone and hated." Naruto's chest shook as he coughed out a pained laugh. "Hey, Sasuke." The Uchiha blinked and looked to Naruto, surprised the blonde still possessed the strength to speak. "What?" Naruto flashed a grin at the Uchiha, one that held all the hatred and animosity he had felt about the whole ordeal, and shook his head. "I expected more." With that, Uzumaki Naruto died, and with him, he stole the one thing Sasuke wanted more than the Mangekyo Sharingan. A victory. Naruto awoke and sat up easily, sighing. "It is not like me to behave so nostalgic. I cannot remember the last time I thought back to my previous life." It had been several years since that day. From the moment of his death at the hands of Sasuke and Konoha, Naruto learned that there was more to life and death than simply a beginning and an end. In fact, if one were to consider it, it would have been reasonable to state that life was simply a prelude, a mere footnote for the true existence that was to come. Whether it had been the method of his death or the complete betrayal by all he had held dear, Naruto was unsure, but upon his death his soul had exploded into a shower of despair and light. It was a very curious experience, to be spread out over such wide range as nothing more than mere consciousness. But it only lasted a brief few seconds. When he reassembled himself, he was changed. His outwards appearance now revealing the emptiness he felt within. His new body stood at 5 feet 10, and despite having a lanky frame, he appeared to have perfect muscle definition. Legs and waist were covered in thick black fur, as well as his arms right up to just past his elbows, and his fingers ended in razor-sharp talons. From his back 2 large leathery bat-like wings stretched, and a long thin whip-like tail came out from his back. In the center of his chest, right where Sasuke had killed him, just below his collarbone, was a large hole that ran right through him, with a black, blood-like liquid dripping down his chest from it. His face was covered by a bone-white mask, appearing like a battle helmet with 2 horns coming out from the sides. The only part of his face that was visible were his eyes, no longer a bright and euphoric blue, but a cold, almost pitiless green with black slits. Upon his transformation and taking in his new, more bestial appearance, Naruto had spoken. "It seems that Uzumaki Naruto is well and truly dead after all. I am not Uzumaki Naruto. My name is Ulquiorra Schiffer." Since that day Ulquiorra had learned quite a bit about who and what he now was. It appeared, from what others like him had told him, that he was a hollow. And more than that, he was what the hollows referred to as a Manos Grande. Apparently Manos Grande were hollows with unimaginable power. Ulquiorra managed to leave behind the world of the living and enter the world of the hollows, a place called Hueco Mundo. It was there that he was currently waking after dreams of the past. Ulquiorra stood up and was about to find a hapless hollow to devour to get him through the day when he felt an unbelievably strong Ritsu standing behind him. "Can I help you with something?" Ulquiorra turned around and blinked in surprise when he saw that the source of the massive Ritsu was actually a Shinigami. "Shinigami? Aren't you a bit far from home?" The Shinigami smiled as if he found the statement amusing. "One could presume as much," was his answer. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Aizen Sosuke. I have a proposition for you. But first, may I know your name?" "Ulquiorra Schiffer," the former ninja answered. "Vasto Lord." "Perfect. I have been looking for someone like you, Ulquiorra-san." Ulquiorra frowned underneath his mask. "Explain." "I am in the need of Manos Grande willing to follow me without question. In return I can promise power." Aizen proposed. "I am going to take the seed of heaven." Ulquiorra shrugged. "I have no use for power. With all the power I already possess, I have no use for it. No Vasto Lord has any use for their power. It is a mundane existence. We sit here and simply continue to exist. Nothing more." Aizen nodded. "I see. Would you prefer purpose as well then?" Ulquiorra didn't say anything, simply looking at Aizen quietly. "I said I was seeking Manos Grande to serve me in my quest to take the seed of heaven. With that comes the purpose to follow me, Ulquiorra-san." Aizen continued. "Follow me and I can give you power and a reason to use it." Ulquiorra said nothing as he considered the proposal. Finally, after what seemed like an age itself, the Vasto Lord stepped forward and bent down to one knee. "I will follow you, Aizen-sama." Several years later, Ulquiorra had followed Aizen loyally just as he had vowed. The Shinigami used a strange device and removed the Vasto Lord's mask, and transforming him into an Arankar. The newly turned Arrancar was surprised when he found that his more human-appearing body looked nothing like his body when he had been alive. He did not have blonde hair, no whisker marks, not even any of the scars he had obtained as a shinobi. In his Arrancar form and with his hollow powers sealed into a sword called a Zanpakuto, Ulquiorra had shoulder-length black hair with a bang of hair that came down in between his eyes. He had the same green eyes with vertical slits as before, with two green streaks running down from his eyes down to his chin like tears. His hollow mask fragment was a portion of his helmet on the left side of his face. He stood at 5 to 6 now and wore a white jacket with long coattails and a high collar, black sash, and a white hakama. A lot had happened over the years of his service to Aizen-sama. Ulquiorra took his place as a member of the Espada, a group of Aizen's 10 strongest Arrancar, with himself as the 4th strongest. Even so, Ulquiorra served Aizen-sama to the best of his abilities, doing everything he was ordered to do without question or hesitation. He kidnapped a human girl by the name of Orihime Inoue, and even fought an annoying human by the name of Kurosaki Ichigo, an insect who seemed to think that he was worth standing on the same level as he. As it turned out, perhaps this Ichigo had been right. He was powerful, as evidence of Ulquiorra's current state. Ulquiorra shook his head and looked at the Shinigami standing before him as he felt his body start to fade away. "Kill me." Ichigo stepped back, his eyes wide and tense as he watched Ulquiorra's body start to dissolve into dust. He wasn't happy, he was disappointed. The human-turned Shinigami hadn't been the one to beat Ulquiorra. He hadn't even been able to land a meaningful blow on the Espada. The whole reason that Ulquiorra was dying now was because Ichigo had transformed into a hollow midway through the battle and devastated the Espada with a series of Sero blasts. Ulquiorra's primary ability, high-speed regeneration, wasn't able to fully regenerate the injuries he had sustained. He was unable to replace the vital organs that had been obliterated. "No, what was that?" was the Espada's response, unable to do or say more than that. "I won't do it," Ichigo said shakily before shouting. I don't want to win like this." Ulquiorra's eyes widened and his eyes shifted back to green as he faded out of his Rishirishin form. He looked away and sighed woefully. "You never did as anticipated, up to the very end." The Espada turned his head and looked over to the other human, looking at him with remorse, something which surprised the nihilistic hollow. "Right as I was finally growing interested in you people." Ulquiorra reached out a hand to Orihime, his expression as emotionless as ever. "Do I scare you, woman?" "I am not afraid." Ulquiorra looked at the orange-haired woman for a moment, still reaching out to her. He had asked the same question as before, when Aizen-sama had said that Orihime Inoue no longer served any purpose. He had asked that question to her then, curious to know if the human felt fear for her impending death. Now he asked for a different reason. He was the one who was dying, and yet she appeared upset as she looked back at him. "I see." He pulled his hand back as he felt more of his body turn to dust and watched as the woman quickly reached out to grab his hand, as if trying to give him some anchor to the world and keep him in it. "Now I see." Ulquiorra thought as his arm dissolved and she still reached out to him, a sense of understanding flooding him. Her heart was right. Ulquiorra closed his eyes and breathed out the last breath he would take in Hueco Mundo as his body completely dissolved to dust and ash and scattered in the wind. "In my hands. White light. Huh, who knew that there actually was a white light in death?" Ulquiorra blinked in surprise at the realization of the thought. Then blinked in surprise again when he actually figured out that he was able to blink in surprise. "Am I not dead?" The Espada looked around to see only more white light before looking down to himself, and his eyes widened and his face twisted into the first actual expression in over 100 years as a hollow. Half of his body was clad in the white clothes of an Espada, his Zanpakuto tucked in the sash. And his other side. On his other side were clothes he had almost forgotten. An orange jumpsuit and kunai holster strapped to his thigh. "What is this madness?" Ulquiorra spoke as he recognized the split forms. His previous life, Uzumaki Naruto, and current life, Ulquiorra Schiffer. "Welcome Uzumaki Naruto and Ulquiorra Schiffer. Although I take no pleasure in saying this, I have been expecting you." Ulquiorra turned his head and his currently mismatched eyes widened when he saw himself suddenly standing in a vast white room before an equally large golden throne. "This is..." The occupant of the throne nodded and looked down to the dual soul. "This is the throne room that your Aizen-sama wishes to enter. I have many names. The Shinigami King, Kami-sama, Buddha, Zeus, Jupiter, God, Jehovah." Ulquiorra looked at the occupant of the throne and narrowed his eyes in slight confusion when he saw this ruler that Aizen-sama believed to not exist. Whoever this being was, appeared to be nothing more than a 10-year-old boy. A mere child even to humans. The boy had no hair on his head to speak of but several intricate and finely detailed tattoos covering the bald dome. The being's eyes were a myriad of color, shifting through all the colors of the spectrum. The being, this Kami-sama, was wearing a simple outfit consisting of a pair of denim jeans and a really corny-looking Hawaiian shirt decorated with red and yellow flowers. "Are you not going to greet me, Espada-san?" Ulquiorra nodded slowly and bowed his head down in grudging respect to the Shinigami King, unable to think of any response worth speaking to the god. "I guess that is as good as I can expect then." Kami-sama sighed, shaking his head. "Now then, I suppose you want to know why you have appeared here since you should be dead?" Ulquiorra nodded. "Correct. Kurosaki Ichigo destroyed my body. I should not exist. I have no reason to." The Shinigami King let out a sad sigh and held his head in his hands as he looked at the dueled appearance of the Espada. "You should have had reason to, though. A deity I cannot control fate. However, the book of Uzumaki Naruto was not supposed to come to a close at the tender age of 13. You were never meant to bear the burden of containing the Kyuubi no Kitsune all those years ago. Regardless of fate and what was meant to be Lord, in the end I was the container for the Kyuubi. And my life was but to an end at the age of 13, Ulquiorra stated. "Be that as it may, this was not supposed to happen," the Shinigami King continued. "It is for this reason that I have brought you here. But first I have a question for you. It is about the current state of your appearance." Ulquiorra looked down at his body again, taking in the dual appearances. Ulquiorra the Espada, and Naruto the Shinobi. "Who are you? Are you Uzumaki Naruto, Shinobi of Konohagakure no Sato and Juincharuki of the Kyuubi no Yoko? Or Ulquiorra Schiffer, 4th Espada?" the Shinigami King asked. "Answer my question. I will not judge you for your decision." Ulquiorra held out his hands and looked at the two, his pale left hand and tanned right. "I am Ulquiorra Schiffer. I have found more purpose and reason as an Espada than I ever did as Uzumaki Naruto." The Shinigami King nodded in understanding. "I see. But answer me this. You say that you have found more as Ulquiorra than as Uzumaki Naruto. What of the Hyuga? Hinata was her name. Did you find someone in Hueco Mundo to replace her?" Ulquiorra's eyes widened at the name, Hinata-chan? "Because." Hinata looked down sadly, more tears flowing. "Because, I'll love you, Naruto-kun. I always have. And I wanted you to know that. To know that even if everyone else has abandoned you, I'm always by your side." Ulquiorra looked away from the Shinigami King and down to his Naruto side. Hyuga Hinata. The one person, human, hollow and Shinigami alike, that had tried to be there for him. The only one who had been there for his death as Uzumaki Naruto. The closest he had come to her as Ulquiorra Schiffer was in Orihime Inoue. They both had the same hidden fire, the same unyielding gentleness in them. It was also the same reason he had targeted Kurosaki Ichigo so fervently. The orange-haired human had served as a reminder of the once-living Uzumaki Naruto. It had been uncomfortable to punish the human for unknowingly serving as a reminder, but Ulquiorra had felt that it had to be done, that Kurosaki Ichigo needed to be made aware of his own foolishness for the blind faith he had in his friends. It had not served Uzumaki Naruto and it would not serve Kurosaki Ichigo. At least, that had been the Espada's belief. "I do not require someone like Hyuga Hinata. I have acquired the heart of Orihime Inoue," the Espada answered finally. "Her heart?" The Shinigami raised an eyebrow. "Have you disregarded the Hyuga woman so completely, Ulquiorra Schiffer?" Ulquiorra shrugged. "Hinata-chan is better off without one such as me. A love that she proclaimed cannot exist. I have never seen such a thing, so it cannot exist. Hinata-chan will have found someone to replace her so-called love." The Shinigami King shook his head and stood up, walking over to a single picture frame that decorated the wall to his left. He turned to look at Ulquiorra and gestured for the Espada to join him. Ulquiorra obeyed and stepped over to the Shinigami King. "Through this frame I view the world. Allow me to show you the Hyuga Hinata you have tried to forget." Ulquiorra watched as the empty picture frame was filled with a bright blue light for a brief second. When it cleared, the Espada saw a sight he thought never to see again. Konoha. The view showed an eagle-eye view of the village. He could see all of the sights he had once loved. The Hokage Mountain. The Great Fire Gates. Even Ichiraku's ramen stand. The scene shifted to a well-kept room and Ulquiorra's eyes softened for the first time in 100 years when he saw Hinata kneeling before a small shrine in her room. She appeared to be in the middle of prayers to whomever the shrine was dedicated to, and Ulquiorra was almost sad to see that he had missed so much in the time he had been dead. It was a curious thing. In the 100 years he had been in Hueco Mundo, it appeared that only as much as 3 short years had passed in Konoha. Hinata had grown into a beautiful woman. Her dark lavender hair had grown long and hung midway down her back. She was wearing a light gray and purple jacket and a pair of shinobi cargo pants, and it appeared that her bust size had grown along with her, making her one bombshell of a woman. She has been praying at this shrine in her room every day now for 3 years. Without fail. The Shinigami King interrupted. She prays every morning and again before missions. But to who? Ulquiorra asked. Who do you think? The picture shifted to an over-the-shoulder shot at the shrine, and Ulquiorra's eyes widened once more as he saw a photo of his old self. The blonde-haired boy with a wide carefree grin. Next to the photo was a scratched and worn Konoha headband, and behind that was a chipped ramen bowl. Naruto-kun. I miss you. Konoha has gotten really bad since you left. Hinata's voice echoed through the frame. The council has removed the Hokage and rules Konoha. Everyone has changed. I wish you were here, Naruto-kun. Ulquiorra looked away from the image and stepped away, unable to watch any longer. Why do you show me these things? Is this a punishment for aiding Aizen-sama? The Shinigami King shook his head. Not at all. It is my hope that what I showed you would be enough to give you purpose. Purpose. Ulquiorra looked back to the deity. What purpose can you hope to inspire through images of a world long since taken from me? The Shinigami King smiled. For the same reason I brought you before me. I offer it as a form of penitence on my behalf. For allowing you to die in such a manner so quickly. I am prepared to return you to the world of the living. To the elemental nations in the form of your desire. I do not understand. What do you wish? Would you prefer the natural order of things as with all hollows and be sent to either the Soul Society or Hell? Or will you take my offer and return to the elemental nations as either Uzumaki Naruto or Ulquiorra Schiffer to be with the woman who still loves you? Uzumaki Naruto was killed by the people he thought his family. He will never return to the elemental nations. But neither do I wish to go to Soul Society. Ulquiorra answered. I am an Espada. I am Ulquiorra Schiffer. The childlike deity looked at Ulquiorra for a moment before returning to the throne, leaving the frame locked on Hinata as she continued to pray at the shrine to Naruto. You wish to stay as Ulquiorra? I cannot say I am surprised. As an Espada you had a power that was well and truly your own. I cannot say I blame you. Uzumaki Naruto was killed by those precious to him while Ulquiorra died in Espada's death. You must hold quite the hatred for Konoha. I hold no hatred for Konoha. I feel nothing for the village that condemned me. However, I would like a chance to live a life. A full one this time. The Shinigami King nodded and stepped up to Ulquiorra. Then you have reached a decision. Good. I shall give life to Ulquiorra Schiffer, and you will be given a second chance in the elemental nations as you are. The deity reached out and pressed a small hand against the Espada side of Ulquiorra. I must be honest. I cannot deny that I am curious to see how your world evolves with a living Espada. Ulquiorra felt a heated sensation run through his body and looked down to see the Naruto half of his body disappearing as his Espada uniform returned. When the Naruto half of him was completely gone and he was fully Ulquiorra once more, the Espada felt the same sensation as before when he had turned to dust start to overcome him and looked over to the Shinigami King. You will wake in the elemental nations, Espada-san. However, if I may offer some parting advice. Make your way to Sanagakure. Your friend Gaara appears to be in need of your help. With that, Ulquiorra's vision returned to white and he knew no more. Ulquiorra awoke once more and his eyes immediately widened when he felt an almost forgotten sensation. It was something that was indescribable. He was lying on a bed of wet grass. For the Arrancar it felt almost foreign and wrong. He who had known sand and nothingness for almost a complete century. To be lying now on the ground and feeling the morning dew moist grass against his skin. Ulquiorra was content to just lay there and enjoy the feeling of the grass when the Shinigami King's parting words echoed through him. Make your way to Sanagakure. Your friend Gaara appears to be in need of your help. At this, the Espada rose to his feet and, using his pesquisa, his ability to detect and identify spiritual pressure, he located Suna through finding a concentrated source of wind energy. He couldn't remember what Gaara's energy felt like, so he wasn't able to try and locate the Ichibi Juinchuruki, so he just focused on the wind energy. Knowing that Sanagakure was the hidden village of wind, so it was logical that it would have a high concentration of wind-based energy. When he had a lock on it, the Espada filed the location away and gathered his Ritsu. In an instant he vanished in a blur, with the only sound to announce his departure being the sound of static. Ulquiorra used Sonido several times to leave the rich greenery of the forest he had woken in, and after a few minutes he entered a large desert. He had never been to Suna during his previous life, but he was nonetheless mildly interested when he saw signs of ancient civilization scattered throughout the sand dunes. As he flew over the desert, he noted a ruined temple, a broken statue. From the looks of the desert, it appeared as if it had not always been there and that there had once sat a grand city. In a way it reminded him of Hueco Mundo. With the exception of Las Noches, there were the occasional ruined temple and stone building out in the endless white desert. Another 2 Sonido movements and Ulquiorra came within sight of what could only be Sinagakure. He wasn't high enough in the air to see over its main wall, but he could detect several shinobi gathered at the narrow crevasse that most likely served as Suna's main entrance. The Espada used one more Sonido to come within a short walking distance and came to a stop behind a sand dune so as not to alert the Suna shinobi and those gathered by the main entrance. Before he walked out from behind the dune, he cast an eye over his appearance and zipped up the top of his white Espada jacket, covering the hole in his chest. That done, he put his hands into his pockets and walked out from his hiding spot and towards the main entrance. As he came within view of the entrance to Sinagakure, Ulquiorra felt a stab of primal anger, the first in a long time when he saw the people gathered there, in front of 2 Suna shinobi. Hitaki Kakashi, Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke. There was a 4th Konoha shinobi, but Ulquiorra did not recognize the 4th member, so he ignored him. The Espada was surprised when he felt his hand twitch in the desire to strike out at the Konoha shinobi. He instantly smothered the urge and approached them smoothly. It wasn't until he was standing next to Kakashi that the Konoha and Suna ninja noticed him, jumping back when they saw the lanky pale-skinned stranger standing there as if he had always been there. "Identify yourself, stranger. Where did you come from and why are you here?" The Suna ninja, a man with half his face hidden behind a cloth veil, spoke up. Ulquiorra looked at the Suna ninja and noted that it was the man that had been Gaara's Junin sensei. "Baka, Boken? Baki was it? My name is Ulquiorra Schiffer. I am a visitor from Hueco Mundo to see a shinobi of Suna. Subaku no Gaara." "The Case Cage? Why are you here to see Case Cage-sama?" Baki demanded, taking a stance that showed he was prepared to take action against Ulquiorra should the Espada provide a reason. "He is Case Cage," Ulquiorra mused aloud, surprised that the Juinchuruki had reached such a prestigious rank. "Interesting. Why do you wish to know my purpose here? Are not ambassadors permitted to see your Case Cage?" "Normally yes, however." Baki lowered his guard a fraction when he sensed no hostility coming from the white-clad man. "Gaara-sama has been kidnapped." Ulquiorra frowned. Who would want to kidnap Gaara? More to the point, who would be stupid enough considering the redhead's impressive power? How? And why would an ambassador form? Where was it? Hueco Mundo. Wish to know this. Kakashi finally spoke up, looking to Ulquiorra with a haughtiness that the Espada had hated when he had been alive. The first time. "My interests are my own Konoha shinobi." Ulquiorra spoke, looking to Kakashi for the first time. The Junin took a step back, his single visible eye widening when he saw the merciless slitted green eyes staring back at him. "For now I simply wish my questions to be answered so I may locate Gaara and conclude my business." "Well, that might be difficult seeing as Gaara-san has been kidnapped by the Akatsuki Baka. Or were you not listening?" "Sakura, enough." Ulquiorra turned to look at the pinkette briefly before frowning. "The Akatsuki? They have taken your Case Cage." He turned back to Baki. Baki looked to Sakura with an expression of annoyance, making it clear that the Junin had intended on keeping the intimate details of Gaara's kidnapping a secret on a need-to-know basis. When he looked back to Ulquiorra he nodded. "Hi. Case Cage-sama fought and was taken by an Akatsuki member. It was then later confirmed that there were 2 Akatsuki members present." Ulquiorra nodded as he processed the information. "I assume then that Konoha is here to assist in his recovery. No doubt in an attempt to foster goodwill and favor rather than out of any genuine interest to offer aid." Kakashi narrowed his eye at Ulquiorra at this, as did Sakura and Sasuke, but said nothing. Baki nodded slowly. It would appear that Konoha is indeed here to offer help. They had just arrived moments before you appeared, Ulquiorra Dono. Would you like to join us as we make for the Case Cage Tower? Perhaps you may wish to offer your assistance if you wish to meet with Gaara-sama. Ulquiorra shook his head. "While that will not be necessary, I do however have one request. In the interest of recovering your Case Cage. Do you perhaps have a sample of his chakra?" "Why? I merely need to familiarize myself with Gaara-san's energy signature and patterns and I will be able to locate him." Ulquiorra explained. "It has been some time since I last spoke to Gaara and so I cannot recall his presence." "You are a shinobi then?" Baki raised an eyebrow. Ulquiorra shook his head. "In a past life maybe. Well, I must be honest. I do not feel entirely comfortable with you walking into this village with our current situation armed. Baki glanced at the katana at Ulquiorra's side. The espada glanced at his zanpakuto before pulling it out of his sash and holding it out to Baki. I will collect it before I leave. He had no problem with parting with his sword while in Suna to conduct his business. After all, these humans did not possess the strength and ability to pierce his harrow, let alone pose a threat. Baki hesitated for a moment, knowing full well what he had been asking. To most swordsmen, both samurai and shinobi alike, their sword was their life. It was a part of them. The Suna ninja knew full well that he had asked the equivalent of this ambassador, removing one of his arms. Finally he reached out and gingerly took the sword, holding it carefully. I will keep it with me so you can be assured that no one will attempt to take it. Ulquiorra nodded, noticing the pointed look that Kakashi and Sasuke were giving the sword, both trying to hide their desires to take that sword. Everyone could sense on some level that Ulquiorra's katana was no ordinary blade. If only they knew. With all that done, Baki motioned for Team Kakashi and Ulquiorra to follow him as he turned and entered the village. Excuse me, Ulquiorra-san, but where exactly is Hueco Mundo? I have never heard of such a place. The espada flicked his eyes to the right to look at the pink-haired Sakura, who was looking up at him curiously. It was almost hard to believe that she had a mean streak the size of a Jillian. Almost. A vast desert kingdom to the north, beyond the borders of the elemental nations. Ulquiorra answered, speaking a half-truth. And you traveled all this way on your own? You must be quite strong. Sasuke spoke up, sizing up the Arrancar and taking in his appearance. Ulquiorra returned his attention back to where he was walking. Or simply, you are very weak. If it takes 4 people to cross a distance such as Konoha to Suna. Sasuke glowered at the pale-skinned espada and moved to hit him when Ulquiorra turned his head and looked at Sasuke, his eyes devoid of any concern and pity. Do my words offend you, Uchiha Sasuke? I would think that you would be accustomed to your state of being by now. The Konoha shinobi all blinked in surprise when Ulquiorra spoke Sasuke's name, as none of them had ever introduced themselves to the pale man. Ulquiorra-san, you should show some respect. A foreign dignitary you may be, but Sasuke is a clan head. He deserves respect even from you. Kakashi spoke, sounding perhaps too pleased and prideful. A single loyal Uchiha does not classify as a clan, was Ulquiorra's response. Sasuke by now was leveling a large, to everyone else, amount of killer intent at Ulquiorra. Less than pleased that his authority was being challenged. You should be respectful, Ulquiorra Schiffer, Sasuke said, a sneer lighting his face. The last person who disrespected me was executed as a traitor. Ulquiorra flicked his eyes back over to Sasuke, knowing full well who the Uchiha was referring to. Oh. Uzumaki Naruto. He used to be a Konoha ninja and our teammate before he decided that he would challenge the true order of things. He even tried to have me killed. Ulquiorra looked to Sakura and then Kakashi. Considering this was a Konoha shinobi you are referring to, I can accurately assume that he was presented with irrefutable evidence of his betrayal and given a chance to defend himself. I have heard tales of Konoha's glowing justice system. Kakashi scoffed. There was no need. Yeah, that monster had been terrorizing our village for years before we finally put an end to him. Sakura smiled. You should have seen the traitor's face when our former Hokage, Senju Tsunade, convicted him. It was priceless. I take it Uzumaki Naruto and Senju Tsunade were close then? He did not expect such harsh treatment? Sasuke laughed. Nope. The bitch was about to allow that moron to go free and put me behind bars before the council, and I got to her. We put her under a massively strong genjutsu and forced her to do it. Afterwards she screamed and cried like a pathetic weakling. Ulquiorra nodded, noticing with passive interest that he seemed to be becoming quite emotional over the matter. It was strange to feel genuine anger after so many years. Perhaps I shall visit Konoha in the future. I am sure Hueco Mundo would like to trade with Konoha greatly. Oh, what does Hueco Mundo trade in? Kakashi asked with interest, pleased that the story of how they had executed such a traitor seemed to have sparked what could appear to be trade negotiations. Ulquiorra's mouth twitched into a smirk and he looked over to Sakura and Sasuke as if sizing up livestock, human life. The Konoha team froze at that, feeling the wave of despair that seemed to wash off of Ulquiorra as he looked at Kakashi's 2 students before leaving them and catching up with Baki. I apologize, Ulquiorra-san, Baki said in a hushed tone as the espada joined up with him. Konoha has fallen in the past few years. According to Kazekage-sama, that ninja, Uchiha Sasuke, actually tried to abandon Konoha in favor of one of Konoha's S-class missing ninja, Orochimaru. Uzumaki Naruto was part of the team sent to retrieve the Uchiha, and when the Uchiha resisted, Uzumaki Naruto was forced to use force and bring back the traitor in an injured state. It was because of this that Konoha had him killed, twisting the reality of things. Ulquiorra nodded. Pardon me for asking a question I have no business to, but why does Suna remain an ally of Konoha if the relationship is less than favorable? Konoha has applied a threat of war should we negate the treaties we have with them. Even a neutral stance will have them attack us. And Suna does not have the military might to defend against the combined forces of Konoha. Things are even more tense with the Konoha Council now in charge. Ulquiorra raised an eyebrow. I have heard of this in some fashion. The seat of Hokage has been abolished? Baki nodded, making sure that his voice was now enough so that not even Kakashi could hear the conversation. Shortly after the execution of Uzumaki Naruto, the council staged a coup against the Godem Hokage Tsunade-sama. They overthrew her and locked her in a cell. There is speculation on what sparked this move. Rumors flew that Tsunade-sama had been planning to have Uchiha Sasuke brought to trial for his affiliation with Orochimaru. The official story that Konoha released was that Tsunade was an Akatsuki spy and was working with Uchiha Itachi to kill Uchiha Sasuke. Ulquiorra nodded. When Gaara returns I would speak with him on this matter. Baki nodded and ended the conversation as they arrived at the Cage Tower. They entered the building, and after a few minutes and flights of stairs, the group entered a small infirmary, occupied by Gaara's siblings, Temari and Kankuro. Ulquiorra stepped to the side, hands still in pockets, as Sakura stepped up to the injured Kankuro and started treating him. While she was doing that, Baki walked over to Temari and whispered in her ear before walking back over to Ulquiorra, the blonde following. This is the Cage's sister, Subaku no Temari. Temari-san, this is Ulquiorra Schiffer, an ambassador from Hueco Mundo. Baki introduced. Temari nodded, her face stained with tears while still trying to look calm and determined. Baki-sensei tells me that you may be able to find Gaara. Ulquiorra nodded. I simply need a sample of his chakra. Do you have any of the sand from his gourd perhaps? Temari nodded and pulled a small vial out of her pocket, the glass tube filled with sand. Gaara asked that Kankuro and I both carry these, so he could always find us. Ulquiorra nodded and looked at the vial. As soon as he had the energy signature, he cast out his pesquisa. After a few seconds he found a trail of Gaara's energy that started just outside the village and revealed a discernible path of where Gaara had been taken. May I speak with you in private? The Espada looked to the two before flicking his eyes at the clearly eavesdropping Kakashi. The two Suna Junin nodded and led Ulquiorra out of the room. Kakashi-san, Temari and I will show Ulquiorra Schiffer to a room where he may wait for you to return with Gaara. I will be back in just a moment. The silver-haired ninja nodded and turned his attention to the workings of his female student as she removed what appeared to be poison from Kankuru's body. Outside the room, Baki and Temari led the Espada up to the top floor and into Gaara's office. Once inside, Baki flew through some hand seals and muttered a phrase under his breath. The resulting effect was a brief flash of purple along the walls of the room. I have sealed the room. No sound will travel outside these walls, Baki explained. Ulquiorra nodded. Gaara has left a trail of his chakra for you to follow. It appears that during his battle with the Akatsuki just prior to his capture, he kept his sand armor on him so that as he is taken it will crack and fall away, leaving a trail of his sand for you to follow. How do you know that Gaara encases himself in an armor of sand? Temari asked, not fully trusting the almost white-skinned stranger. I have seen Gaara use it before. Ulquiorra answered, although only once it was enough. At any rate, the reason I asked to speak with you in private is so that I can inform you that I know where Gaara is and I will be going out to retrieve him at once. Why don't you want the Konoha shinobi to know? These are two Akatsuki members we're talking about. You could use all the help you can get. Baki pointed out. Ulquiorra shook his head. A mere human does not have the power to be a threat, and I have no desire to be limited by Konoha. The two Suna ninja blinked at this, looking at the thin pale man curiously. Was it just them, or did Ulquiorra seem to behave like everyone else was inferior to him? In 2 hours you can inform Konoha that there is a trail of Gaara's chakra-enhanced sand to follow. That will be plenty of time for me to acquire Gaara and return after they have left to rescue the Cage. Are you sure that you do not need help, Ulquiorra-san? I don't really feel comfortable in relying on a stranger who has no real reason to ensure Gaara's safety, Temari asked. Ulquiorra nodded and took his Zanpakuto back from Baki and slid it back through the sash around his waist. I understand Gaara will explain when he returns. For now I will depart. Before Baki and Temari could do or say anything, The white-clad man turned around and, to their complete surprise, vanished in an instant, leaving only a brief sound of static in his wake. Several miles away, a white-clad form materialized, startling several birds and the local wildlife at the sudden appearance. Ulquiorra frowned as he looked around, picking up Gaara's trail easily. He had been forced to execute double the amount of Sonido movements to travel the distance he had so far. It was strange, he did not feel diminished in any way. His power was still at the level that had earned him the title the Fourth Espada. Perhaps it is a result of the transference from spiritual to living tissue. The Arrancar mused aloud. However, if that is the case, then how can I breathe with a hole in my chest? At this, Ulquiorra unzipped the top of his coat and looked down to the small hole that ran through his chest. The telltale sign of his hollow status. If he was well and truly alive, then he should have died with that hole, again. Food for thought, was the Espada's reply to himself as he cast his pesquisa out as far as he could along the sand trail left behind by the cage. Focusing briefly, he flickered away with another Sonido. Another 3 Sonido movements and Ulquiorra came to a stop at the edge of a cliff overlooking a small canyon with a large river at the base. He flicked his eyes over the area before finally settling his gaze on a large red arch positioned in front of an equally large boulder marked with what appeared to be a seal of some kind. Disappointing. The Espada frowned as he stepped off the cliff and walked towards the boulder, walking down on thin air as if there was an invisible set of stairs before him. One would think that an organization filled with rogue shinobi such as the Akatsuki would be more adept at concealment. When Ulquiorra came to stand on the river's surface in front of the boulder, the Espada turned his head to the side and clicked his tongue in annoyance. A seal that requires its counterparts to be removed at the same time for the protection to be removed. He muttered as he sensed the locations of 5 other identical seals scattered around the area. If I still possessed chakra, it would be a simple matter. However, I do not. The Arrancar stared at the sealed boulder for a moment longer before mentally shrugging and pulling his left hand out of his pocket and pointing a finger at the obstruction. If the seals are not removed correctly, it is impossible to deactivate the barrier. These humans should know impossibility does not exist. And with that, Ulquiorra focused his Ritsu to the tip of his finger, a small ball of green energy appearing. 10 minutes ago. Sasori, Deidara, are you certain you were not followed? The 2 Shinboi looked over to a glowing image of a man with glowing light purple eyes marked with several rings. The man was hidden beneath a representation of the same Akatsuki cloak they were both wearing. Of course, Leader Sama, there's no way that those Suna ninjas followed us after Sasori Dono laid all those traps, yeah. The blonde-haired Akatsuki nin nodded, a positive smirk on his face. Well, perhaps you would like to tell the individual making his way towards us that he is lost then? Deidara and Sasori both blinked and looked to Leader in surprise. Someone followed us. Sasori spoke, his grating voice sounding both amused and surprised. How far out? He will arrive within 5 to 10 minutes. At this, every member of the Akatsuki, both hologram and flesh and blood, looked to Leader with wide eyes, even the stoic and emotionless Uchiha Itachi. How did they get this close without you noticing, Leader Sama? You losing your touch? One of the other members said with a laugh, his blue eyes filled with mirth. Enough, Hidan. This is a serious matter. We are only 50% complete with the extraction of the Ichibi. Leader glared at the blue-eyed Hidan. If we are interrupted now, then we will have failed and our goal will prove to be that much harder. Well, then send out one of us to deal with the upstart. I'm itching for a good fight. An Akatsuki with beady white eyes and spiked hair spoke. The intruder is too close now for an intervention team to stall for time, Kisame. Our best bet lies in the barrier seal protecting the entrance. With luck, the barrier should hold long enough for us to complete. It will take some time to locate all the seals, and this intruder is no Hyuga. Leader shook his head. For now, everyone focus as much chakra as you can spare into the removal. Sasori, Deidara, prepare for the arrival of the intruder. It is inevitable he will penetrate the defenses. No sooner had this order been given when Leader's eyes flicked over to the entrance, widening slightly, the only outward sign that he was surprised. He is here. 8 other sets of eyes widened and snapped toward the blocked entrance. Shocked that the intruder, who had been 10 minutes travel even for a cage, had suddenly appeared at their front door in mere seconds. It will take some time to penetrate the barrier. Sasori, Deidara, prepare. No sooner had this order been given when the entrance exploded violently as a beam of green energy. Every member of the Akatsuki, even the stoic and unfeeling Sasori, shivered at the feeling the blast gave off. It felt wrong, empty and completely inhuman. As the blast of energy faded, the Akatsuki heard the sound of footsteps approaching. Sasori and Deidara quickly jumped down from their positions and faced the entrance, trying to peer through the dust and debris that had been kicked up in the explosion to identify the intruder. Impressive. The barrier was stronger than I anticipated. A cold, unfeeling voice commented from within the dust cloud. I do hope that the strength of your barrier reflects on your own power. It would be regretful to overestimate you. When the cover thinned, the Akatsuki were given their first view of the mysterious intruder. Deidara's eyes widened when he looked at the figure. A slender man with pale, deathly skin wearing a completely white outfit and a sword strapped to his side. The man had a face that was so unique and blank that it actually inspired in the blonde. Green eyes with black slits and 2 green streaks running from his eyes down his cheeks like tears. Black hair that hung down past his ears, a black upper lip and what appeared to be a fragment of a bone-white helmet on the left side of his head. I must commend you, stranger. I did not expect you to possess the power to destroy my barrier. Leader complimented, recovering first. Do you have a name? Ulquiorra Schiffer. The man spoke, the same empty tone carrying out of his mouth. You must be the Akatsuki. And why are you here? You do not seem to be a Shinibo loyal to any village. So why have you come here? Ulquiorra raised a hand and pointed to the body floating in a bubble of blue energy in the middle of the room. Gaara, I will be taking him from you. Leader said nothing as he looked at Ulquiorra before shaking his head. A foolish endeavor. Sasori, Deidara, dispose of this annoyance and resume the extraction. The two nodded and went to move when Ulquiorra spoke up. It seems that you have forgotten the reason I am here. And that is to rescue Gaara. I will be doing this now. Not after you have extracted his Biju. Before any of the two actual present Akatsuki could counter or even attempt to prevent Ulquiorra from moving, the Espada lifted his left hand and pointed at the looming silhouette of the multi-eyed statue that was sucking the Aikibi out of Gaara. Every member of the Akatsuki gasped and their eyes widened, even the stoic Itachi and Leader. When streaks of black and green light started to appear from nowhere and gather at the tip of Ulquiorra's finger, forming a small orb. As impressive as the sight was, the spectacle was muted to the incredible and nail-biting fear that they all felt from the mere aura of the energy. It felt so empty and devoid of human sympathy and seemed to breathe a sinister quality. Sero, Deidara and Sasori leapt the side and out of the way as the orb of black and green-lined energy shot out into a beam, exploding forward with the sound of a negative electrical discharge. Like radio static, the energy beam shot past the motionless Gaara and the holographic Akatsuki and exploded into the statue. Ignoring the urge to take stock of the devastation, Ulquiorra vanished from sight through the use of Sonido and appeared below Gaara, catching the red head and moving instantly back to the entrance, placing him there and checking his vitals. As he did so, the Espada turned his head to look at the statue as the debris cloud dissipated. The Espada clicked his tongue in annoyance when he saw that the damage done to the weird-looking statue was purely superficial. At most, the worst he had done to the statue was chipped a tooth. My Seros seemed to be weaker. Strange. The pale-skinned Arankar mused aloud as he nodded minutely when he located a weak but stable pulse in Gaara. The cage was still alive. Oi! We ain't done with him, give him back. One of the holograms, Hidan, demanded, pointing at Ulquiorra. Deidara, stall him so I can come down there and send his pasty ass to Janshin-sama. Ulquiorra raised an eyebrow and looked up to the blue-eyed Hidan. Curious. I did not think humans were so eager to end their lives. Perhaps I really have been too long separated from humanity. This caused several Akatsuki members to blink in confusion at the detached way Ulquiorra had referred to humans. As if they were separate to him. No matter. Ulquiorra mused as he returned his hands to his pockets as he stood up and stepped away from Gaara, turning to face Deidara and Sasori with an almost bored expression in place. When I am done here, I will have ample opportunities to refresh myself. The moment he had finished speaking, Ulquiorra faded out of sight in another static-sounding blur, only to reappear behind Sasori's hunched form, his right hand raised. There was the loud sound of wood being shattered as Ulquiorra delivered a devastating backhanded slap to Sasori, shattering his body. Or at least it would have had the body that Ulquiorra bitch slapped to hell not actually been a puppet. The real Sasori jumped out of the shattered remains of his puppet, having been safely shielded from Ulquiorra's strike. The real Sasori turned to face Ulquiorra, and the Espada noted with mild interest that the Akatsuki member, despite feeling to be older, appeared to be as young as 16, maybe 18. The puppet master had messed red hair and smooth, almost marble-carved features. He too wore an Akatsuki cloak. There is no cause for fear, puppet master. Ulquiorra turned his head to Sasori. You need not cower within your puppets to face me. It is expected for you to feel some sensation of fear. A measure of intelligence even. Sasori's expression didn't change to what seemed like a highly arrogant and cocky taunt as he merely walked back to stand next to Deidara, who had jumped away from Ulquiorra when the espada had struck Sasori's puppet. Geez, that was fast. Yeah, I almost lost track of him there. Deidara grinned as Ulquiorra turned to face the two Akatsuki ninja. Shut up, Deidara. If you have time to talk, then you have time to attack. Sasori spoke in a monotone as he pulled out a small scroll from the back of his cloak. There was a brief explosion of smoke from the scroll as Sasori unrolled it, which, after it faded, revealed a tall humanoid puppet with long messed brown hair wearing a tattered cloak. Let's end this quickly and get the Ikibi Juinchuruki back in place. The red head finished as he flicked a finger. The puppet twitched before shooting towards Ulquiorra, gears and joints turning and making a cracking and popping sound as it flew at the pale Arankar. Ulquiorra didn't move as the puppet approached, merely holding his hand out ready to bitch slap another puppet to oblivion. The espada's eyes widened a fraction when a black sand-like substance started to flow out of the puppet's sleeves and shifted into the form of a large blade. Ulquiorra parried the blade with his hand as it came down, aiming to sever his arm, and swatted it harmlessly to the side. See, he's just a man, like the rest of the world. Sasori voiced. Ulquiorra frowned and looked down to his hand and blinked in surprise when he saw that there was a shallow cut on the back of his hand, dark red blood starting to leak from it. It cut through my Hyro iron skin. Impossible, this one does not possess the power to breach my Hyro. He is nothing to Kurosaki Ichigo. How? Ulquiorra mused as he looked at the cut with keen interest. My Sero is weaker, Sonito diminished, and now my Hyro is thinner. Why? Ulquiorra snapped himself out of his musings and looked back up to Sasori and Deidara. Curious, do you not feel fear, Akatsuki? Your behavior is strange. Piss of pasty. Deidara grinned, holding his hands up and revealing a pair of smiling mouths in the palms of his hands. You ain't nothing to worry about. Yeah, if we can cut you, we can kill you. Ulquiorra shook his head. More humans who do not know the meaning of despair. He muttered, allow me to show you despair. Deidara's eyes widened when Ulquiorra vanished from sight, the same static sound heralding his movement. The blonde's eyes widened even further when he felt a hand grip his right forearm. He turned to look at the pale intruder and screamed out in pain as Ulquiorra's blade sliced through his arm as easy as through the air around them. Ulquiorra tossed the arm away and sheathed his blade before grabbing Deidara by the back of his cloak and tossing him away. Through all this, Sasori hadn't moved to even assist his comrade. Although Sasori was starting to wish he had when he saw that he now had the undivided attention of the raven-haired being. It seems that you and your comrade have been abandoned by your cohorts. Ulquiorra noted, gesturing behind him to where the holograms were, now gone. Abandoned, or sacrificed. Sasori narrowed his eyes and directed his puppet to attack Ulquiorra. The puppet fired off a storm of iron sand bullets, making it as impossible to dodge as it was to stay dry in the middle of a downpour. Yet Ulquiorra managed it. The espada vanished and blurred around the cave in rapid succession, avoiding every single iron sand bullet with the same blank, almost bored expression in place. Sasori hid his surprise at the ability to dodge the storm of sand over which his puppet and by proxy he had complete control over, and prepared for his next attack as Ulquiorra stopped moving now that the threat was gone. You are a truly arrogant creature, Ulquiorra. I will enjoy making you into one of my works of art. Sasori spoke, subtly pouring chakra into the puppet. Your high-handedness is astounding. You have witnessed the bloodline that my puppet, the Sandame Casecage, has. Dominion over the iron sand. Do you really think that his sovereignty ends as soon as the sand has been used once? Ulquiorra's eyes widened as the black sand that surrounded him exploded into motion and rose up to block all exits. In a way, it reminded Ulquiorra of the intelligence gathered on the Shinigami captain of Squad 6, Kuchiki Byakuya, and his Zanpakuto Senbon Sakura. Seeing that there was no feasible exit and knowing that the sand could and had penetrated his Hyro, Ulquiorra drew his sword. I will attempt to conclude this swiftly. In close. Murcielago. Sasori's eyes widened and his very soul was filled with the most vivid and complete sensation of fear and despair as he lost sight of Ulquiorra in an explosion of black and green energy. Before the energy even began to disperse and give the Akatsuki member a view of the pale man, his eyes widened even further as 3 green lances of pure energy shot out of the darkness. Sasori felt a sharp stab of pain as one of the lances hit the one place his artificial body was vulnerable, the sealed compartment that contained his heart. When the energy surrounding Ulquiorra did finally dissipate, the Espada was resheathing his Zanpakuto and walking up to the now prone body of Sasori. Do you understand it now, Akatsuki Toy? Have you come to terms with your despair? Ulquiorra crouched down to the puppet master. What was that? Ulquiorra blinked in mild surprise when he heard Sasori's voice. A Sero javelin to the heart would have killed a lesser man. You live. Interesting. Your shell of a body is more durable than I believed. No. You have killed me. Sasori twitched his head in a negative shake. My heart is destroyed. I will not exist much longer. I see. Then to answer your question, you witness my true power. Ulquiorra answered. True power. Impressive. Sasori's voice was starting to sound scratchy. Like a record player. Before I die, I will impart one last gift to the world. I have a spy close to Orochimaru. I was set to meet him in 2 weeks' time at the bridge at the border of rice and the land of rivers. Quote. Kill Orochimaru for me. With that, Sasori's body shook before it finally stilled, the head falling off as the chakra keeping the puppet body of Sasori fading away. Ulquiorra frowned and removed the ring from Sasori's left hand and slipped it into his pocket before pulling off Sasori's Akatsuki robe and other clothing items. He could already sense that Deidara had fled, shortly before he had briefly released his Zanpakuto, abandoning Sasori so he had the peace to remove his Espada clothes and slip on Sasori's uniform. His reasoning was simple for donning the colors of the Akatsuki in favor of his own white uniform. In this world, the Akatsuki inspired the same fear that the Espada did for the Shinigami. Plus, any of his movements that might attract a negative focus would fall to the Akatsuki and not to himself. Once he was dressed, Ulquiorra tucked his clothes into a small supply pouch. How the clothes all fit into it was beyond him, and slipped his Zanpakuto through the sash he had tied around his waist. Now dressed and satisfied that his main hollow feature, the hole in his chest, was concealed, Ulquiorra moved over to Gaara and picked him up. The Espada performed a quick sonido and moved to a position a good 100 feet in the air above the Akatsuki hideout. Biting a finger in his free hand, Ulquiorra pointed at the hideout and channeled a large amount of Reiatsu to the bleeding appendage, forming a large twisting ball of energy. It will not do for the Akatsuki to return there. Grand Rei Sero, Grand King's Hollow Flash. Another beam of energy, this time blue and far more dense than before, shot from Ulquiorra's fingertips. The Grand Rei Sero exploded into the section of forest above the cave and collapsed, filling the cave and destroying everything within it. His work there done, Ulquiorra vanished once more and reappeared in a secluded clearing several miles away from the hideout. Resting Gaara on the floor, Ulquiorra turned and left the cage, heading for the nearest source of water he could sense. The redhead had been through quite an ordeal and would no doubt be thirsty. He had taken no more than a half-dozen steps when he felt his feet being encased inside a generous amount of sand. Akatsuki. Ulquiorra turned his head to see Gaara struggling to sit up, holding a hand out towards the Espada to direct the sand that was rising out of the ground to further trap Ulquiorra. You are awake. Surprising. I expected you to remain unconscious for a further hour or two. Gaara shook his head to clear his thoughts and forced himself up to his knees. Forcing himself through the intense fatigue he felt, glaring at the pale-skinned Akatsuki man. I'll kill you. Ulquiorra shook his head and turned around, walking over to Gaara, breaking out of the incomplete sand coffin without effort, to Gaara's surprise. When he was standing over the cage, Ulquiorra reached down and pulled Gaara to his feet. I am no ally of the Akatsuki. The clothes I wear are the property of a former Akatsuki member, Sasori. Akasuna no Sasori, S-ranked missing ninja of Suna. Gaara's eyes widened. He had not known that the infamous puppet master was part of the Akatsuki. If you say so. I only knew his name as Sasori. Ulquiorra shrugged. I killed him shortly after rescuing you from the Akatsuki's attempt to extract your Biju. You saved me. Why? Gaara raised an eyebrow suspiciously. Ulquiorra frowned and thought back to his encounters with Gaara as Uzumaki Naruto. Because we are brothers. That one like nearly caused Gaara to fall back to the ground. The significance of that one statement causing the cage to enter a world of surprise and denial. No, impossible. You were executed, he whispered before looking at Ulquiorra intently, trying to find some trace of the teen he had once known. Naruto. Ulquiorra nodded. I was once known as Uzumaki Naruto. My execution and the betrayal of those close to me has changed that. You may call me Ulquiorra Schiffer. But how? I read the report of your death. You were killed by Chidori at the hands of Uchiha Sasuke. Gaara asked, sounding more emotional than ever before. Ulquiorra nodded and undid the first 2 buttons on his cloak and pulled it aside, revealing the hole that ran through his chest. His hollow hole that also marked the spot of his death. I passed away, moved on to the other side, became what is known as a hollow. A departed spirit who had lost their heart due to unfinished business or uncountable negative emotion. Gaara remained silent as Naruto. No, as Ulquiorra explained his death and what had happened immediately after and his rebirth as Ulquiorra Schiffer. But if you were really dead, then how are you here? Gaara finally asked. Am I dead? Ulquiorra shook his head and allowed a small smile, the first he had ever managed in 100 years, to him at least. You are very much alive. When I died as a hollow, Kami-sama allowed me to come back to the world of the living to live once more. Either as Uzumaki Naruto or Ulquiorra Schiffer. And you chose this identify because I have achieved more and found more acceptance as Ulquiorra Schiffer than I ever did as Uzumaki Naruto. Ulquiorra answered, I did not die traitor's death as Ulquiorra as I did before as Naruto. I understand. Gaara nodded. So what now? What will you do now? I would be honored to give you a place in Suna if you would like. Ulquiorra shook his head. I am afraid I have more pressing matters to attend to at the moment. When I stopped by Suna I learned a great many disturbing things about Konoha from your sensei and sister. It turns out I was not as completely abandoned as I was made to believe. Konoha has rallied against Tsunade and overthrown her for supporting me. I intend to retrieve her. How? Don't mistake me, I am impressed that you possess the strength to defeat Akasuna no Sasori and repel a second Akatsuki member, but this is Konoha. The strongest of the hidden villages. How do you expect to get in and out with Tsunade Dono? Through the front door, Gaara felt a sweat drop form at the back of his head as he looked at Ulquiorra. As different the raven-haired Espada seemed from the Uzumaki Naruto he had known, Ulquiorra was still very much like his former self. The front door. Of course, how silly of me. Gaara nodded. Are you stupid? Ulquiorra raised an eyebrow at this. He could not remember an encounter where Gaara had raised his voice in a manner that wasn't bloodthirsty. Konoha is vastly different than the village you know Naruto. Ulquiorra. The pale man interrupted. Whatever. Gaara waved a hand dismissively. The village is under a state of martial law. Everyone who enters the village is subjected to thorough examination. The entire village is under constant surveillance and in addition the area you will need to infiltrate is overseen by the best Anbu team in Konoha as well as a squad of Hyuga. That is problematic. Gaara merely raised an eyebrow in amusement. May I offer a suggestion if you are going to continue this on your own? Ulquiorra nodded, looking to the cage. Get rid of the Akatsuki look, and try and pass yourself off as a civilian. I can tell just through a cursory glance, but your chakra levels are minimal. You don't feel like a shinobi, so how you killed Sasori is beyond me. Ulquiorra nodded. I will however need to find a way to put in place a binding seal or two however, he noted before elaborating, seeing Gaara's curious look. I may have a civilian's level of chakra, but my spiritual pressure. What I use instead of chakra is significant. The only reason you can stand as you are is because I am consciously suppressing my power. Unchecked you would be hyperventilating. Gaara raised an eyebrow in interest, almost wishing to be given the chance to sense this oppressive power that Ulquiorra claimed to have. Well, if you stop by Tanzuka town on your way to Konoha there should be an amateur seal master there who could help you. Beyond that the only one I know who can create the kind of seals you're after is Jiraiya Dono. Ulquiorra shook his head. Tanzuka town will suffice. Now before I depart I must ask you of something Gaara. You are to keep what was spoken here a secret. No one must know that the one formerly known as Uzumaki Naruto walks the earth once more. I am not prepared for that kind of attention just yet. Gaara nodded in understanding. He knew perfectly well why Ulquiorra wished to remain off Konoha's radar. If the fallen village learned of his return they would hunt him relentlessly to execute him once more. And with no allies to speak of it, would only be a matter of time before Ulquiorra is killed, again. Are you fit to travel alone Gaara? I would prefer not to return to Suna as of yet. Ulquiorra asked. Why? Did Suna not welcome you? The red-haired youth narrowed his eyes at the prospect, not appreciating the idea that his people had not welcomed Uzumaki Naruto, despite what carnation he may now be in. That is not the case. I wish to avoid returning to Suna as Konoha's team Kakashi was sent to retrieve you, and it would be best that I avoid further contact with them. The Espada explained. I believe that Hitaki Kakashi may suspect that there is more to me than was previously established. Gaara nodded. What will I say to explain my survival and escape from the Akatsuki? You may say that you were rescued by Ulquiorra Schiffer if you like. But make sure you keep the connection between that name and Uzumaki Naruto a secret. The Cage nodded. I will expect to hear from you in the future. If you require safe haven after you are finished in Konoha, I can offer it. Ulquiorra bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you, Gaara. Now Suna is 235 miles northeast of our current location. If you leave now, you should come across one of your border outposts. I look forward to our next meeting, Gaara. And congratulations on your ascent to the rank of Cage. With that, the Espada turned around and shot into the air, leaving a small crater in his wake as he focused a great deal of Reiatsu to his feet to fly into the air, leaving the wide-eyed and jaw-dropped Cage, Gaara behind. 3 days later, Ulquiorra was standing outside the large red gates of Konohagakure no Sato. After his trip to Tanzuka town, he had purchased a set of clothes and supplies, giving favors instead of cold hard cash. Currently he was wearing a pair of blue cargo pants with a white and silver studded belt hanging loosely from his waist and a black button-up shirt with a black undershirt to cover his hollow hole, over which he wore a white jacket that came midway down his thighs. His Espada uniform and Sasori's Akatsuki uniform were sealed away in a small travel scroll designed to react to Reiatsu as opposed to chakra, which he had hidden in a hollow tree a few miles away from Konoha. His Zanpakuto was stored in a cloth covering and slung over his back to give the appearance that it was for defensive use only. In addition to his attire, he was also carrying a shoulder bag filled with writing supplies. Also, in addition to his new items, he had found and commissioned a containment seal that had placed onto a leather choker which was wrapped around his throat. Currently it sealed away 90% of his Reiatsu. In his sealed state he was unable to release his Zanpakuto as well as form the Gran Rei Sero. His own Sero and Bala were diminished and his Hyro was now as strong as any other human. All in all, Ulquiorra hated it. Can I help you, young man? You've been standing there for quite some time now. Ulquiorra turned his head and looked over to the two Konoha shinobi, Chunin it seemed, judging by their flak jackets. I apologize. I have never been to Konoha before and lost myself in the sight. The two Chunin seemed to accept this as their bodies relaxed back into their seats. Understandable. It happens all the time. Now what brings you to the greatest village in the elemental nations? Ulquiorra resisted the urge to shake his head at the sheer arrogance of that statement and settled for approaching the two Chunin. I'm an aspiring writer and wish to explore Konoha's many sights and attractions for inspiration of my next book. An author. Do you have any publications out yet? One of the two asked, looking quite docile and believing Ulquiorra's story almost too easily. The Espada answered by shaking his head in the negative. Not as of yet, no. It is my hope that Konoha will provide significant inspiration to finish writing. What kind of book is this to be? The second Chunin asked, looking at Ulquiorra with a more appropriate, suspicious expression. Man-made wonders. Ulquiorra answered smoothly. I have already been to and documented the twin statues at the Valley of the End as well as the Grand Wall at Sunagakure. So your first stop would be the Hokage faces? The first Chunin suggested. Ulquiorra nodded. I am greatly looking forward to the sight. Can you suggest any other sites for my book, Ninja-san? You will not be given access, but the Hokage Tower is an architectural marvel. The second Chunin put in. Now then, if you can sign the visitor register here and subject yourself to a check of your personal items, then we will allow you entry into Konoha. Ulquiorra nodded and handed the first Chunin his bag and leaned over to sign his name on the visitor register. Ulquiorra Schiffer. The item on your back, Schiffer-san. The second Chunin asked, briefly leaning over to check the name. Ulquiorra pretended that he had forgotten the item and shrugged it off and handed it over. The first Chunin opened the long bag and pulled out his katana. Interesting accessory choice, Schiffer-san. A katana. The world is not the safest place to travel these days. An unarmed rider attracts far more trouble than an armed rider, was Ulquiorra's answer. The katana has sentimental value. It was given to me by the man who inspired me to become what I am. Oh, and who is that exactly? The second Chunin asked as he returned the miscellaneous writing items back into Ulquiorra's bag. Aizen Sosuke-sama. You would not know him. He has never been to this region. Ulquiorra answered, finding it fitting to mention Aizen in this new world. The two Chunin looked at each other as if silently coming to a decision on the pale-skinned author. One last question. Your eyes. I do not mean to be offensive and discriminate, but they do not look normal. The first Chunin asked, looking at Ulquiorra and his green cat-like eyes. Birth defect. I do not remember my parents, but I know that I was born in a small village near Mizugakure. Ulquiorra answered. I had it examined years back when I had a fleeting interest in the shinobi lifestyle and hoped it was a bloodline. Sadly, it is merely cosmetic. The Chunin guards seemed to accept this as they handed him back the bag and his zanpakuto. You are to remain in the designated civilian areas and are warned not to attempt to draw your weapon or behave in a threatening manner. If you breach any of the laws of Konoha and the laws of the Immigration and Tourist Act provided. At those a pamphlet was handed to Ulquiorra. You will be detained without bail and punished accordingly. Beyond that, on behalf of Konohagakure no Sato, have a pleasant stay and I hope your book is successful, Schiffer-san. Ulquiorra forced a polite smile on his face before passing the checkpoint and entering Konoha proper. It was a detached sensation of nostalgia as he looked at the strangely familiar, yet foreign landmarks and buildings. As he walked through, he focused every ounce of his remaining Reiatsu into his Pesquisa, casting it out over as much of Konoha as he could to detect the presence that he was after. So far he could sense the familiar presences of nearly all of the Konoha 9. All the rookies appeared to be training as he could sense their energy signatures coming from where the training fields should be, if memory served him. He couldn't sense Team Guy at all and so figured that they were out of the village on a mission. Focusing once more, Ulquiorra narrowed his search on finding more specific energy sources. He wasn't after a group of shinobi. He was after 2 individuals. After a few seconds of searching, Ulquiorra opened his eyes and resumed walking, heading for the clan district. As he left the main quarter, the Espada found himself surprised to notice that he actually felt nervous and a trace of apprehension. He had no idea how this would proceed. He was fully aware that he looked nothing like the Uzumaki Naruto who had lived and died here. The only thing that linked the two memories. Civilian traffic thinned until the streets were empty as Ulquiorra entered what he understood as a restricted zone. If he was caught here, he would either have to kill or be taken prisoner. A few minutes later of uninterrupted walking, Ulquiorra reached the large complex that housed the soul he was tracking. Can I help you? Ulquiorra turned his head and watched as a pale shinobi with long black hair and pale lavender eyes. Of course, when placed next to Ulquiorra, the shinobi's complexion may as well have been tanned to obsidian. I hope so, Shinobi-sama. I am looking for the Hyuga complex, can you please direct me? Ulquiorra asked, knowing full well that he was at the Hyuga's front door. What business do you have with the Hyuga clan? The Hyuga guard asked. I am looking for one, Hyuga Hinata-sama. I am writing a book on the Great 5 villages and wish to document the significant influence that the dominant clans of each village have had. As the first dot of the Hyuga clan head, I hope she will be invaluable to my work. The Hyuga looked at him carefully, no doubt evaluating his words, tone and body language to determine if the pale author was lying. Unfortunately for the Hyuga, Ulquiorra was as expressive as a brick. A tree had more tells than him. You will wait here with your belongings on the ground 3 steps away from you. I will speak to Hinata-sama and determine if she wishes to see you. Ulquiorra nodded and did as instructed as the Hyuga turned and entered the complex. The Hyuga guard, a member of the branch family, navigated the halls and many gardens that surrounded the main family's primary building. Finally the guard reached a door and took in a steadying breath before knocking softly. Yes, the voice was so soft that the branch member almost didn't hear it. Hinata-sama, there is a visitor at the main gates asking for you by name. Come in please. The guard quickly lowered himself to the ground on his knees and opened the door, bowing respectfully. Like many of the branch members, the guard had leagues more respect for Hyuga Hinata than any other member of the main family, even the clan head, Hyuga Hiyashi. I have a visitor. Who? The guard flinched at the question when he realized that he hadn't asked for a name. My apologies, Hinata-sama, I failed to ask his name. What he did say was that he was a writer documenting the great villages. He requested you by name. Allow him in, the young woman said, still at her position in front of a shrine. A shrine to the Uzumaki boy, if the guard recalled correctly. Right away, Hinata-sama. With that the guard bowed once more and rushed off. Hinata let out a deep sigh and returned her gaze to the picture of Naruto she had. Naruto-kun. A couple of minutes later and Hinata looked up to her door as the guard returned, this time in the company of a second individual. Her eyes widened when she looked at the man. A very pale man with medium-length black hair and deep green cat-like eyes. On his head was what appeared to be a fragment of a white helmet mask. Thank you, sir. You may go now. Hinata looked at the guard. The guard hesitated before nodding reluctantly and left. Once the guard was gone, Hinata stood up and motioned for the man to seat himself at the low table she had in the middle of the room. "May I know your name, sir?" The man nodded. "I am Ulquiorra Schiffer. It is good to see you again, Hinata." At this Hinata blinked, confused at the level of familiarity she detected in Ulquiorra's voice. "You know me." "Once upon a time," Ulquiorra answered as he lowered himself onto a cushion. "I am aware that you do not recognize me, but when we last spoke you offered me comfort and spoke to me kindly. I know that you are a trustworthy person. You didn't come here to talk about a book you were writing, did you?" Ulquiorra shook his head, a small smirk on his face as he looked at the heiress. Hinata had grown in the last 3 years. She had grown her hair long, which now hung down at the small of her back, and from the thick purple and blue jacket she was wearing, Ulquiorra could tell that the once shy stuttering Hyuga had filled out into a complete woman. "Very much like Orihime Inoue." "No, I did not. What I am to tell you, I must ask that you do not allow it to leave this room." Hinata nodded, curious about what the strange man wanted, but still cautious of deceit. "I am here to free Senju Tsunade." That one sentence caused Hinata to cover her mouth as a gasp tried to flee from it. What? But how? And more importantly, why? As someone important to me said, I don't want to look a gift horse in the mouth, but what reason do you have to free Tsunade-sama? Ulquiorra didn't answer, instead looking over to the picture of him before his execution as Uzumaki Naruto. It was almost strange to look at a picture of a boy that used to be him and not recognize the sight. "Schiffer-san." Ulquiorra turned back to look at Hinata and frowned as he looked intently at the woman she had become. 3 years. In only 3 short years she had grown so much, while for him it had been just short of 100 years. "I have lived a long life. Said many things. Heard many things," Ulquiorra said quietly, reaching up and running a finger along his shirt where the hole ran through his body. "But out of every conversation I have been a part of, I recall one fonder than all. In that conversation someone dear to me came to me. She asked me for forgiveness in something that was not her fault. When I asked her why she was even speaking to me, do you know what she answered?" Hinata shook her head, enraptured by Ulquiorra's story. "She said the same thing that I now say to you." Ulquiorra placed his hand on the middle of the table, almost as if reaching for her. "I am always by your side." Hinata blinked and her mouth dropped a half-inch as she processed the phrase. "I'm always by your side." She could only remember one time she had heard that said before. And she was the one who said it. To Naruto. "What you are suggesting is beyond impossible. Tsunade-sama is guarded by more than just shinobi. There are seals in place that prevent the use of chakra. The entire level that her cell is located was designed to keep her there. Reinforced steel, chakra brewed concrete. It was designed to imprison a cage, pure and simple. But not me." Hinata blinked. "I don't understand. I was able to enter Konoha unchallenged as a tourist and walk to the Hyuga complex unchallenged." Ulquiorra stated, "I do not use chakra. Much like Rock Lee, I am incapable of it. And also like your comrade, I do not need it." "Who are you?" Ulquiorra blinked. "I have already introduced myself. My name is Ulki." "I don't mean your name, Schiffer-san." Hinata narrowed her eyes. "You are not a civilian nor a ninja. Who are you?" "You may think of me as an espada," Ulquiorra answered, mentally smirking at how aggressive Hinata had become. She had been so meek and quiet when he had been Uzumaki Naruto. Expert swordsman among other things. Hinata was about to demand that Ulquiorra further explain himself when the green-eyed man stood up and pocketed his hands. "If you wish to come with me, I would suggest you pack your belongings. I doubt you would enjoy much freedom once this is over." "But why would I do that? I am loyal to Tsunade-sama and wish I could help her. But why would I abandon everything I have in Konoha to risk getting her out?" Hinata asked, still not completely sold on Ulquiorra's desire to reenact the Great Escape. "I will make a deal with you. Assist me and abandon this village with Senju Tsunade, and I will give you something that I can tell you want more than this village." "And that would be?" Ulquiorra walked over to the shrine that Hinata had set up in her room and picked up the photo of him. "Would you like to know what happened to Uzumaki Naruto's soul?" At this, Hinata exploded off the floor and grabbed Ulquiorra by his shirt, pushing him against the wall and, with surprising strength, lifted him a good half-foot off the ground. "Naruto-kun, how do you know Naruto-kun? Speak." Ulquiorra didn't even flinch at the threatening move as he looked down to her. "Do you believe in the afterlife? That when someone dies, a piece of them moves on?" Hinata nodded. "I like to think so. It comforted me, To think that Naruto-kun had gone to a better place. Well, assist me and I will tell you what I know and give you some measure of closure and understanding. How do I know you are speaking the truth? Ulquiorra flicked his eyes over to the fallen picture frame before looking back to Hinata. You were the last person to visit Uzumaki Naruto in his cell prior to his execution. It was there that you confessed your love for him. And before he died he looked at you and smiled, to offer some measure of comfort even in the face of death. Hinata's eyes widened and she let go of Ulquiorra and stumbled back, tears glistening. How do you know that? I never told anyone. Ulquiorra frowned and bent down and picked up the picture of him and looked at it for a moment before returning it to the shrine. Like I told you, assist me and I will tell you what became of Uzumaki Naruto's soul. An hour later and Ulquiorra and Hinata were sitting on a stool at a very familiar and comforting place for the Espada. Ichiraku's ramen stand. Hello there Hinata-chan. What brings you here, and with company I see, friend? Or more? Hinata blushed and sent a half-hearted glare at the speaker. Oji-san. Be nice. This is Ulquiorra Schiffer. Schiffer-san. This is Ichiraku Tenchi. He is a good friend and trustworthy person. Ulquiorra nodded his head in greeting as he folded his hands on the bench. Ichiraku-san. Hey, it's either Teki or Oji-san. Any friend of Hinata-chan's is like family here. Now what'll it be? Hinata looked at the ramen chef dead in the eye and spoke one phrase. Uzumaki special. At this Tenchi's eyes twitched and his entire body seemed to freeze. I see. Tenchi looked behind the two before turning his head and shouting back. Ayame. Closing up early. We just hit the jackpot, and Uzumaki special. There was a sound of dishes being dropped and Ulquiorra almost flinched when he heard the sound of what must have been Ayame hitting a button, which resulted in a heavy roller door slamming down at the entrance. Once the stand was effectively closed for business, Tenchi opened the side of the counter to allow Hinata to walk into the back. You coming, Ulquiorra Schiffer? Ulquiorra almost didn't stand as he tried to process what was happening. I am afraid that you have lost me. What is going on? Hinata didn't tell you, but if you are here then you must be involved. Tenchi started to look as confused as Ulquiorra now. There wasn't time. Schiffer-san is here to free Tsunade-sama. Hinata turned away from Tenchi and looked to Ulquiorra. I said I was loyal to Tsunade-sama. I didn't say I was the only one. Come, meet the resistance. Ulquiorra didn't say anything as he stood up and picked up his belongings and stepped around and into the back following Tenchi and Hinata. When the Espada walked into the back room, he blinked in surprise when he saw Ayame pulling open a fridge door to reveal an entranceway to what appeared to be a large room. I know it's Klitsch copyright, you know, a hidden room behind the fridge, but it works. Tenchi smiled as he and Ayame stepped through the open door followed by Hinata. Ulquiorra hesitated as he peered into the fridge and down the narrow hallway that led to a brightly lit room. Ulquiorra felt a distant memory poking at the back of his mind as he looked into the fridge. A memory of a movie in the human world he had glanced while on a mission for Aizen-sama. The movie had been called, Race to Witch Mountain. The line that struck him, don't go in the pimped-out fridge, Jack. Ulquiorra snorted quietly and stepped into the fridge and walked down the small, narrow hallway. This hesitation was unlike him. Took your time, you get lost. Ulquiorra looked around the room as Tenchi spoke. The room was lightly decorated, but everything in it appeared to be in good order and what would be expected in the headquarters to those who claimed to be a resistance. There was a scale model of Konohagakure in the middle of the room and a conference table to the left of the room, which was where Ayame, Hinata and Tenchi were seated. It's not much, but it is enough for us to get things done unnoticed. Ayame said as she stood up and walked over to Ulquiorra. We haven't been introduced. My name is Ichiraku Ayame. Ulquiorra finished, surprising all three. I am Ulquiorra Schiffer. It is good to see you again. You know me. Forgive me, but I can't seem to remember where we have met before. Ulquiorra shook his head. You would not recall. I have not been in Konoha in what seems to be 3 years. So you were here when Naruto-kun was executed? Hinata looked at Ulquiorra. In one form or another. Ulquiorra answered. But this is a conversation for another time. I said I am here to get Tsunade. Instead you bring me here. Why? You aren't the only one who wants to free Tsunade-sama. Schiffer-san. Hinata answered. Ichiraku's ramen stand serves as a haven for those who follow Tsunade-sama and not the orders of the council. Unfortunately we only have a few members. The Nara clan, as well as the Inuzuka pack and a single member of the Aburame family, my teammate Shino-san. That sounds like quite a resistance. 2 clans as well as clan heirs of the Hyuga and Aburame clan. Who have you done nothing so far? Ulquiorra asked. We don't have enough power or pull to do anything but fill graves. Even with the support of both the Nara and Inuzuka clans, there are still several other shinobi clans as well as Konoha's entire shinobi force to deal with. Yeah, simply put, we are in a bit over our heads. Tenchi said in annoyance. So kid, what's your plan? How large a force do you have to get Tsunade-sama out? Ulquiorra shrugged off his 2 bags and pulled out his Zanpakuto and placed it on the table. Myself and my weapon. And this is my plan. Gather everyone who wishes to leave with Tsunade and assemble outside Konoha, the Valley of the End. Hinata and I will get Tsunade. Just you. How are you going to do what all the people we have on our side cannot? Ayame asked, looking at Ulquiorra like he had just grown a second head. It is a simple matter. Ulquiorra picked up his Zanpakuto and slid it through his belt. I walk through the front door and destroy anything that gets in my way. The 2 Ichirakus nodded slowly at this before Tenchi grabbed his hair in frustration. That's a terrible idea. Did Hinata tell you about the security that has been put in place to stop anyone breaking the Hokage out? Ulquiorra nodded. Well, walking in the front door isn't an option. First off, there isn't even a front door. Secondly, you are going to get cut into tiny pieces and burnt to ash before you get within 20 feet of the complex. Ulquiorra shook his head. There is no problem. I will not be in Konoha any time soon. The Espada stood and made for the exit, muttering under his breath. Once is enough for me. Hinata picked up on the muttered comment and she looked at Ulquiorra with a confused expression, half believing she may have misheard. When Ulquiorra exited the fridge, the Hyuga stood up and followed. Do as he says, get everyone out of Konoha and make for the valley. Tell them to pack light for mobility but to make sure they bring everything clan related. Let's not leave Konoha anything that they can benefit from our departure. And you, I'm going to follow Ulquiorra, see what he's up to, and if he is going to break Tsunade-sama out, help him. The 2 ramen chefs nodded, and when Hinata left, they went to work. Where are you going, Schiffer-san? Ulquiorra turned around and saw Hinata following him. After leaving the ramen stand, through the back door, the Espada had left the area and made for the slums of Konoha. Having a small urge to see what became of his apartment. You need not address me like that, Hyuga Hinata. Ulquiorra is fine. The pale man spoke. All right then, Ulquiorra, where are you going? Ulquiorra pointed ahead of him to a run-down apartment block littered with graffiti and propaganda posters. Apartment 413. Was that your apartment when you lived here? I didn't think anyone lived in that building. It's been condemned for years. Ulquiorra shrugged as he came to the building and pushed open the door. As evidence of the run-down state of the building, the door came off its rusted hinges and fell to the floor with a bang as Ulquiorra tried to open it. The errand car looked at the door for a brief second before stepping on it and walking over the door and into the building. How long has this building been condemned, did you say? He asked as he wiped a hand over his shoulder, dislodging a small spider that had fallen on him. 16 years at least, Hinata answered. When the Kyuubi attacked, the civilian council had the building declared unfit for human inhabitation, claiming that the foundations were unsafe. Ulquiorra frowned as he started up the first flight of stairs. How long did you live here? 9 years. Came the errand car's answer. I moved here when I was 4 right up till I was 13. You lived on your own at the age of 4. Hinata's eyes widened. In a place like that? Who could be so cruel to put you here? The Konoha orphanage. I was told I had a family waiting for me here, and when I came here the director of the orphanage told me that this was where I was to live and that if I ever returned to the orphanage they would cut off my feet and feed me to the Inuzuka's hounds. Hinata gasped at this. That's horrible. How old are you now? I don't know. I believe 16 years have passed since my birth. Ulquiorra answered as he came to a stop at the door labeled 413 feet. I wasn't very well liked here. Well, that doesn't seem to be the case now, Schiff. Ulquiorra, Hinata said, correcting herself. I have changed a lot since I was last here, Hyuga Hinata. Remember when you asked if we had met before? If you looked at who I used to be and who I am now, you would not be able to connect us. How sad. Ulquiorra blinked and turned to look at Hinata, his hand frozen on the doorknob to his old apartment. Pardon. To have physically changed so much to be unrecognizable to any who were important to you. To be greeted like a stranger. Hinata explained. Ulquiorra furrowed his eyebrows and looked away from her in thought. Was that the sensation in his chest that he had felt when he had greeted Hinata and Tenchi? The hollow ache right where his hole was. Hinata, Tell me, what is heart to you? Hinata blinked in confusion, looking to the strange-looking 16-year-old man, wondering where this question came from. Statements like, "My heart is at peace, a heavy heart." What does this heart to you? Ulquiorra asked, thinking back to what Orihime Inoue said of her heart. My heart is in my feelings, each made of a piece of the feelings I hold to those important to me. Hinata answered, the heart you talk about, I see it as the part that cares for and is cared for by others. Why? Ulquiorra looked down to his chest, pressing a hand against the hole under his shirt as he thought. Is this why I have my hollow hole? I have changed so much that the people who still care for Uzumaki Naruto cannot give me their feelings in my own heart. Ulquiorra pushed the door open and walked in and immediately felt the wave of nostalgia and familiarity of the apartment of Uzumaki Naruto. His apartment. Strangely enough, everything was still there and in the same order he had left it before the mission to retrieve Uchiha Sasuke. Albeit there was a significant layer of dust covering everything, but everything was in its proper place and not vandalized in any way. Surprising, since this would have been the first place demon haters would have gone to destroy after his death. Could it have been possible that they hadn't known where he had lived? You lived here. Ulquiorra nodded as Hinata entered behind him. The former Espada wandered around the room, taking everything in as Hinata looked around as well. For the fourth Espada, an aspect of emptiness, it was important for him to visit the place of his former life. To know that it had actually existed. Ulquiorra may have not believed in anything he couldn't touch and see, but he wanted to believe that he had once been Uzumaki Naruto. Truth be told, after he had become an Arrancar, he had lost faith in this truth, beginning to believe that he had instead consumed the soul of the poor blonde and assimilated his memories. By coming here, it was a way for him to know for certain. Had he once been Uzumaki Naruto? And he had his answer. As he looked around the room, he felt a keen sense of familiarity with the room, and instinctively knew that these things were his. It wasn't detached emotion he was feeling. It didn't feel in any way like his room had belonged to someone who he had eaten. This was his room. He had been Uzumaki Naruto, loyal genin of Konoha and executed martyr. On the other side of the room, Hinata was looking around the living room while Ulquiorra loitered around the kitchen. She could tell from the dust that no one had been here in at least 2 years, giving credit to Ulquiorra's story. And judging from the state of the furniture and that there were only the bare necessities, it seemed that when Ulquiorra had lived here he hadn't entertained guests very often, no guests at all if she guessed correctly. Hinata's attention was soon taken when she saw 3 photo frames resting on a small bookcase. She stepped up to the 3 and picked one up of the frames and wiped away the layer of dust. Her eyes widened at what she saw. It was a photo of a team of genin and a single Junin. Hitaki Kakashi, Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke, and Uzumaki Naruto. It was a photo of Team 7 taken shortly after graduation from the academy. She put the photo down after lingering on Naruto's face, who was glaring at Sasuke, and picked up the second one, wondering why Ulquiorra had a picture of Team 7. Was he related to one of them? She wiped the dust from the second picture and it was a picture of Iruka-sensei and Naruto sitting at the ramen stand. Hinata by now was confused and turned to look at Ulquiorra as the black-haired 16-year-old walked out of sight into the bedroom, still apparently deep in thought. It wasn't possible, was it? She went to look at the last picture when Ulquiorra walked back out and started for the front door. We are leaving. Hinata quickly nodded and gave one last look at the apartment before following after Ulquiorra, looking at the man questioningly. That had been Naruto-kun's home. It had to be, but if that was so, then why was Ulquiorra saying it was his? When the two exited the building, Ulquiorra turned to her and pulled his Zanpakuto out from his belt, still in the sheath, and held it out to her. Take this. Ulquiorra saw her uncertain look as he held out his weapon to her and pressed it into her hands. Take my weapon and guide me to the building where Tsunade is with your Byakugan activated. We can get close under the pretenses that you are taking me in for questioning after you found me trespassing. Hinata nodded. How real do you want it to look? As good as you can make it. Hinata nodded and reached behind her into her supply pouch, and pulled out a band of leather. All Konoha ninja are required to carry these nowadays. In case we find enemy spies or anyone, it is a restraint that is applied in the place of handcuffs and seals chakra. Ulquiorra nodded and held his hands out. Hinata wrapped the leather band around his wrists, locking them together, and with a quick application of chakra, the material sealed and bound his hands tightly. Anything else? Hinata asked as she turned Ulquiorra around and started to guide him through the streets. Ulquiorra nodded. The choker around my neck. It is a seal that binds my real power. If we are found and made, or when I say, remove it." The Hyuga girl nodded, and continued walking. 10 minutes later the two were walking down a quiet street deep in the heart of the government district. The quarter was where the Hokage Tower was, as well as Anbu headquarters, Ibiki's department, the Hunter Division and the Shinobi Archives. Everything related to the shinobi and military world was in this district. It was also where Tsunade was being kept. "Chunin Hinata, what are you doing here? Isn't your team on leave?" Hinata and Ulquiorra looked up to the roof of the building to their left and saw the masked figure of an Anbu officer. The mask was designed to look like an owl with a kanji on the right cheek for root. "Anbu-san, I captured his man in the Hyuga compound attempting to steal trade secrets. I'm taking him to holding," Hinata said, giving Ulquiorra a forceful push which brought him down to his knees for emphasis. "I will take him from here, Chunin Hinata." "Good work." The Anbu jumped down from the roof and moved to take Ulquiorra when Hinata pulled the espada back, tipping him to the ground. "This man attempted to steal Hyuga clan secrets. By the honor of my name and clan, it will be me who takes him in." Hinata's face grew angry as she clamped a hand down on Ulquiorra's shoulder tightly, altogether making a convincing appearance. "I will of course submit a report to the council explaining my actions, but I am under orders from the Hyuga clan head, Hyuga Heishi, to see this through personally." The Anbu didn't react in any outward way at this, apparently considering what was said. Ulquiorra could sense Hinata's slowly growing concern. Finally the ANBU's head nodded in agreement and he stepped aside, allowing Hinata and her prisoner to continue. "I will inform the council to expect your report at the end of the day, Chunin Hinata." The Hyuga nodded and picked Ulquiorra up, who was still sprawled on the ground, and forced him forward. A minute after they lost sight of the Anbu, the two came into sight of a medium-sized, two-story bunker. Ulquiorra could already detect the signature of Tsunade within the building. Apparently her cell was located underground, as it seemed that the building itself was empty, but there were multiple living beings underground, directly below or around the immediate area of the bunker. This is where Konoha keeps all the S-rank criminals too powerful to risk execution. Hinata explained as they neared the building. At the moment only Tsunade-sama and her aide Shizune Dono are within. Because of the bunker's security, it will take some time before anyone comes to realize that we should not be here. Ulquiorra nodded and allowed Hinata to push him forward and up to the door of the bunker. Hinata reached past Ulquiorra and turned the door handle only to hear it click and resist. The door was locked. Hinata swore under her breath. "The door is locked. The only people with a key would be members of the council and high-ranking Junin." Ulquiorra reached out with his bound hands and pressed them against the door. "We have no time to spend hunting down keys. We need to move." Hinata's eyes widened when she watched as the pale-skinned man pushed against the door, and the door, locked and resistant enough to survive a blow from even made a guy at full power, ripped off its hinges and fell inwards. How? Ulquiorra ignored her and stepped into the darkness of the bunker, looking around. Now is not the time to hesitate. The noise will attract attention. Come. Hinata nodded and followed after the green-eyed being into the room. As she passed over the door, she looked down to it and her eyes widened in curiosity and wonder when she saw scorch marks on the door where Ulquiorra had struck it. If she didn't know better, she could have sworn that the strange man had struck the door with his chakra. But that was impossible. First of all, Ulquiorra's chakra levels were that of a civilian. Secondly, he was wearing a seal that suppressed chakra as well as that seal choker, which did something. The two managed to avoid any confrontation for the first half of the ordeal. They reached the stairs that led down into the catacombs of the prison, and Hinata noted, as she had suspected, that the entire building was designed to prevent the use of chakra, as she wasn't able to activate her bloodline. "She is this way." Hinata looked over to Ulquiorra and raised an eyebrow in curiosity when she noted that it seemed as if he knew exactly where he was going despite the barriers and seals. "Pardon, but I was under the impression that this prison where Tsunade was being kept was state-of-the-art and designed to be impossible for anyone to escape." Ulquiorra turned his head and looked back to a visibly nervous Hinata. "Exactly. Escape is impossible. Getting in is easy. Once you want to get out, however." She let it hang as nothing more needed to be said as the two came to stop in front of a heavy steel door. "We are here. Senju Tsunade is within this cell," Ulquiorra voiced as he turned around. "Please return my weapon and remove my bindings." Hinata nodded and slipped the leather cuff off Ulquiorra's wrist. It was easy to remove without chakra, as since her chakra had gone into it in the first place, the restraints recognized her and so deactivated automatically. After the cuff was gone, she handed him back his katana, which he slid back through his belt. With his Zanpakuto returned, Ulquiorra examined the door before frowning in annoyance. This door was stronger than the other one he had blown away with a low-powered bullet. It required more power than he could access with the seal in place. The espada focused on the Reiatsu that was sealed, focusing on restraining it further with his own will. Hyuga Hinata, you are not going to die here. You are perfectly safe and not in danger, Ulquiorra said quietly as he reached up and started to undo the clasp of the choker. You Ulquiorra, what do you mean? She asked, not understanding why he was attempting to offer comfort when nothing appeared wrong. Ulquiorra turned and looked at her for a moment before sighing. I was attempting to offer comfort and reassurance. In a moment you will feel unease and despair from a great power. It was my hope to give you some measure of comfort so you may weather it. Hinata looked at the 16-year-old with a confused expression. It seemed odd to him, that much she could tell. He seemed uneasy or uncertain of how to behave or react emotionally. Even his attempt at comfort seemed distant and strictly professional. She was snapped forcibly out of her thought process when Ulquiorra removed the choker from his neck and pocketed it. The feeling was instantaneous, frightening, and, had Ulquiorra not spoken previously, would have destroyed her will and hopes. She couldn't believe that someone with only a civilian level of chakra could feel like this and inspire such hopelessness. Primera Huelga, first strike. The words were only whispered from Ulquiorra's mouth, but Hinata heard it nonetheless, wondering what language he was speaking. She did see and understand his actions, however, as Ulquiorra's hand flashed to his katana and with a single swift drawing movement slashed at the door before returning the blade to its scabbard. Hinata believed that the strike had been either completely ineffective against the door or missed completely when Ulquiorra stepped up to the door and pushed against it. Her eyes widened when the sound of metal scrapping together screeched through the hull as Ulquiorra pushed on the door until the heavy metal slab fell to the ground with a crash, coming out of its hinges from its own weight and falling into two pieces, cut clean in half. The Hyuga teen shook herself out of her shock and ran into the cell, brushing past Ulquiorra and looking at not one occupant, but two. Senju Tsunade and her loyal apprentice Teshimine Shizune. Both women were bound to the far wall, arms out wide like they were on display. And naked as the day they had been born. Ulquiorra frowned and walked into the cell, shedding his coat and taking off his shirt as he walked up to the two women, leaving only his black undershirt on. Both women, while naked, were covered with paper tags, seals to make sure that they weren't able to use their chakra to Houdini their way out of their restraints. The restraints themselves were thick heavy iron shackles wrapped around their wrists and ankles. In addition to all this, both women were blindfolded. Who's there? Speak, you coward, why you don't frighten me? Tsunade said, her voice sounding hoarse and carrying both the fear she truly felt as well as a deep-seated guilt and sense of defeat. Tsunade-sama, Shizune Dono, it's me, Hinata. The Hyuga ran up to the two, removing the blindfolds carefully, knowing that the sudden light would cause some discomfort to the two women. Tsunade blinked and squinted at Hinata as she came to terms with what was happening. Hinata-chan, what are you doing here? Have you been arrested as well? Hinata shook her head and turned to look at Ulquiorra, causing both Shizune and Tsunade to do the same. We are here to get you out. Ulquiorra nodded and offered the best smile he could, failing horribly, and handed his coat and shirt to Hinata. One moment. All three women gaped when Ulquiorra reached out and shattered the iron restraints with his bare hands, freeing the women. Hinata, cover them up and help Shizune to her feet. I will assist Tsunade. Who are you? Why are you helping us? Tsunade asked as Hinata covered her with Ulquiorra's white coat, giving her some dignity. I do not deserve to be saved. I couldn't even do that much for the boy I saw as family. Ulquiorra reached down with one arm and easily lifted her to her feet. My name is Ulquiorra Schiffer. I am helping you because I was told by someone important to me that you did not betray me. Suand looked at the pale man carefully, trying to figure out who this guy was. His strange green cat-like eyes, pale skin and the bone-white helmet mask fragment on the side of his head. You deserve to be saved because you have despaired and come to regret an action that was not your own. Ulquiorra continued as Hinata helped up Shizune, the medical assistant to Tsunade, covered by his shirt. Tsunade became silent as Ulquiorra helped her leave the cell and, followed by Hinata and Shizune, started to navigate the hallways to head back to the surface. Along the way, Ulquiorra cast his Pesquisa throughout the subterranean complex, locating all other occupants and determining if they were converging on the current position of the escapees. The Espada frowned when he learned that none of the guards were attempting to cut them off and instead were remaining exactly where they were. He received answers when his attention turned to the main floor of the bunker at ground level. There were 2 Junin-level shinobi waiting for the escapees. We will encounter resistance up at the bunker. He relayed back to Hinata. I will take care of them. Will you be able to continue with both Shizune and Tsunade while I kill these 2 shinobi? How strong? They appear to be Junin strength, although not at the level of Hitaki Kakashi. Ulquiorra answered. Well then you will need backup. As impressive as what you have done so far, you can't deal with a Junin-level shinobi unaided. Hinata debated, reaching into her pocket and pulling out a small handheld radio. Your forces should all be en route to Suna by now. You have no backup to call and I do not require it. Ulquiorra reassured. Hinata didn't seem to listen as she activated the radio and spoke into it to whomever was on the other end. The bunker has been breached and the Slug Princess is saved. Require assistance. There was a garbled response from the other end of the radio before Hinata returned it to her pocket. Needed or not Ulquiorra, the backup would be helpful, plus he would want to come with us. The only reason he wasn't a member of the resistance is because he knows that he cannot deceive. Ulquiorra nodded as the 4 reached the stairs to the bunker and the exit. The Espada and Tsunade had only climbed up 3 steps when there was a whistling sound. Ulquiorra moved Tsunade behind him and swung his free hand out, backhanding the air. In response, 2 shuriken were redirected and embedded themselves into the wall to Ulquiorra's right. The black-haired Arankar glanced at his hand to survey any damage to his Hyro, unsure if he had managed to retune its density, and gave a small smirk when he saw that his hand didn't even have a scratch. Careful to keep Tsunade behind him, Ulquiorra resumed climbing the stairs, wary of any stray projectiles that might threaten to end the life of the slug Sanin and betrayed cage prematurely. There were none. When Ulquiorra reached the top of the stairs he immediately focused his attention on the 2 occupants of the room. 2 masked individuals wearing Junin-grade vests and looking very menacing to any other human. Chun and Hinata, to think that you would betray your village. Your father would be disappointed. The lead masked Junin shook his head, his mask bearing the visage of a wolf. His counterpart, a large Anbu officer, wore a bear mask. It is impressive that you managed to get the traitor Sanin and her whore out without difficulty. However, we will kill you at this time, so your attempts were for naught. Bear chuckled. Ulquiorra shook his head and waited till Hinata was near him before letting the still weak blonde-haired cage rest on Hinata's other side. Hinata, Tsunade, Shizune. This will only take a moment. The Espada stepped forward and pocketed his hands as he looked at the Junin and Anbu with a casual disinterest. The same expression he gave all the foolish humans who had the arrogance to face him. Had this encounter happened in another setting, I would hold no current valid reason to destroy you. My grievance with Konoha has long since expired and become irrelevant. However, you stand between these 3 women and their freedom. Something they have every right to. Wolf laughed and snapped a kunai out and held it ready. You idiot, you're going to die here and you can't even see it. The Junin flashed his hand out and sent the kunai flying at Ulquiorra, aiming at his heart with the intention of killing the civilian with a single blow. Ulquiorra didn't even move as the kunai struck him right on target. The weapon thudded against his chest, piercing through his black shirt before falling to the ground, not a single spot of blood marking its edge, showing that the Junin's best throw hadn't even managed to pierce through the pale man's skin. My Hyro cannot be pierced by the likes of you trash, Ulquiorra said. Falser. Die. Wolf's eyes widened and he turned around quickly to see Ulquiorra suddenly standing in between him and Bear, his katana in one hand and the other still in his pocket. Tem. Wolf turned around fully to face the Espada when his eyes widened in sheer horror and pain. His top half had turned, but his bottom half did not. Wolf's wide, disbelieving eyes looked at the katana the pale intruder was holding and saw its edge marred with blood before looking down to himself and seeing that he had been cut completely in 2 at the waist. But how? Those were the last words of Junin. Wolf, as his top half slid off and thudded into the ground, shortly followed by his hips and legs as the legs of his disconnected body buckled, finally catching on that they were dead. 1. Kaden. Gokakyo no Jutsu. Fire style. Grand fireball technique. Ulquiorra turned around to see that Bear had retreated a reasonable distance and had just released a large fireball from his mouth, the ball half the size of a human being. Ulquiorra. The Espada ignored Hinata's fearful cry as the ball of heated fire engulfed him, and covered his body, leaving only his legs visible. Hinata screamed out as she watched Ulquiorra's body become covered in flames, the fireball hitting him squarely in the chest. Despite the fact that she had only just met the strange 16-year-old man, she felt a tear leak from her eye as she watched his death unfold before her eyes. Next to her, Tsunade and Shizune looked down sadly, both in deep regret and shame that their current weakness had prevented them from intervening and saving their rescuer's life. Bear grinned behind his mask as he brought his hands down from his face, satisfied he had used enough fire to punish the pale upstart for killing Wolf in such a manner. When the fireball, he grinned when he saw the charred body of the pale upstart. Or at least, he would have had that been the sight to greet him. Instead he simply saw Ulquiorra standing exactly as before, his hands in the pockets of his pants that had survived untouched, his black shirt smoking as it continued to burn on his body, revealing untouched skin underneath. From appearances, the powerful jutsu hadn't even heated the teen in the slightest. Ulquiorra looked down to his attire and frowned when he saw that his shirt was charred, exposing his chest. And as an unfortunate result, his hole was at risk of being visible. He would not be able to avoid keeping it hidden. Ulquiorra focused his attention back to the Anbu officer and he flared his Reiatsu, bringing down a crushing amount of raw killer intent, locking the poor human in place. As he stepped toward the trash that had dared attack him, Ulquiorra reached up and grabbed the remains of his shirt, pulling it down and ripping it off and throwing it away. While this was happening, Hinata was staring at Ulquiorra with an expression of shock and awe that was mirrored in the faces of Tsunade and Shizune. They found it beyond belief that this strange pale-skinned swordsman had just stood in the middle of AC rank fire jutsu and the only damage he had sustained was to his attire. Hinata's eyes widened as Ulquiorra started to vibrate with power, his aura glowing a vibrant green. While the sight in of itself was impressive and eye-wideningly worthy, that was not what had Hinata so shocked. It was the feel of the aura. She couldn't understand why it felt different than before at Tsunade's cell. Perhaps it had been a result of her own chakra being sealed. But it didn't feel like this giant frightening force. In fact, it felt familiar. Hinata's attention was soon taken when she saw 3 photo frames resting on a small bookcase. She stepped up to the 3 and picked one up of the frames and wiped away the layer of dust. Her eyes widened at what she saw. It was a photo of a team of genin and a single junin. Hitaki Kakashi, Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke, and Uzumaki Naruto. It was a photo of Team 7 taken shortly after graduation from the academy. She put the photo down after lingering on Naruto's face, who was glaring at Sasuke, and picked up the second one, wondering why Ulquiorra had a picture of Team 7. Was he related to one of them? She wiped the dust from the second picture and it was a picture of Iruka-sensei and Naruto sitting at the ramen stand. Hinata took a step back, earning confused looks from both Tsunade and Shizune at the Hyuga woman's actions. It can't be, and then they all saw it. When Ulquiorra ripped his destroyed shirt off and cast it aside, 3 sets of eyes widened as Tsunade, Shizune and Hinata looked at his back. And the fist-sized hole that ran through his upper body in between his shoulder blades. Right where Uchiha Sasuke had struck a killing blow to Uzumaki Naruto. "En Naruto-kun." Ulquiorra heard the half-whispered half-cried utterance of his name and let out an almost sad sigh as he turned his head to look at a tearful Hinata. Almost. At that moment Ulquiorra's Pesquisa went nuts as he felt a new arrival tearing towards him and bear. It was strong as Kurosaki Ichigo's human friend. The Hispanic descendant, Sato Yasutora. Ulquiorra turned to the door to look at the new arrival when all he saw was a blur as it kicked Bear in the face. Dynamic entry. Ulquiorra blinked and simply followed the sight with his eyes as a shinobi in green spandex and eyebrows large enough to be sentient appeared from nowhere and delivered a devastating kick to Bear and sent him crashing into the far wall. "The youthful beast of Konoha has arrived," came the cry of none other than Rock Lee, standing in a victorious pose that would have had every man of questionable sanity crying at its perfection. "Yosh, Hinata-chan, it is good to see Tsunade-sama and Shizune-sama free. But tell me, who is the most youthful one who has done this?" Hinata looked at Lee with her tearful shocked expression frozen on her face before looking back to Ulquiorra who was walking over to her and Tsunade and Shizune. "It can't be." Ulquiorra picked up the former cage who had fallen to the floor at one point from sheer shock and looked back to Rock Lee. "If you wish to come and leave this place behind, it would be best that you step closer." Rock Lee frowned in confusion but complied nonetheless, walking up to Ulquiorra and the 3 speechless women. As Rock Lee approached he took the time to actually look at the shirtless pale-skinned stranger. He was perfectly built and from appearances, his body seemed designed for speed and deceptive power. But 2 things caught Rock Lee's curiosity and then shock. The first was a tattoo on his left pectoral muscle of the number 4 feet. Rock Lee couldn't help but wonder the significance of it. The second thing he noticed had him in awe and shock that this pale-skinned man was still alive, let alone able to breathe. A fist-sized hole that ran straight through his body in the middle of his chest just below his shoulders and collarbone. Hinata-chan, who was this? Ulquiorra didn't give the woman time to form an answer as he gathered the 4 ninja together before all 5 of them vanished in a blur and the sound of static. Several miles away from Konoha, deep in the forest a moment later, they reappeared, Ulquiorra wearing an expression of mild concern, which for him was the equivalent of anyone else having a panic attack, jumping up and down and pulling their hair out. The other 4 that had tagged along for Ulquiorra's Sonido were looking like they were about to throw up, more so Tsunade and Shizune than Hinata and Lee due to their treatment while in solitary. What was? Tsunade started before dry heaving. What was that? Sonido. Ulquiorra answered, ignoring Hinata's still tearful look at the hole in his chest. In your language it would be, echo step. It is a method of movement I can perform. Like a shinobi's Shunshin no Jutsu but far more powerful. Ulquiorra turned to Lee. Make your way to Suna, the cage will offer refuge. Stay hidden. Where are you going, Shiro-san? Lee asked, calling Ulquiorra White, as he didn't know the man's name. I have one last matter to attend to in Konoha. Before Lee or even Hinata could stop the pale-skinned shirtless man, he vanished with another Sonido. Hinata-chan, who is that? How does he live with an injury like that? Lee asked as he turned from the spot where Ulquiorra had previously stood to look at the purple-blue-haired Hyuga. It was. No, it can't be. Did you feel it as well, Tsunade-sama? Hinata mumbled before looking to the blonde. Tsunade looked down at the white jacket that she was wearing, given to her by Ulquiorra to cover her naked and sealed form. I did. It felt just like him. And that hole, right where the killing blow struck. I do not understand. You know this person? Lee asked, feeling left out. Lee-kun, who did you know that was hated by majority of Konoha, knows all of us as well as Tsunade-sama and Shizune Dono. Who do you know that was killed by a blow right where Ulquiorra's hole is? Lee frowned as he thought for a moment, piecing these things together. A moment later his eyes widened and his massive eyebrows disappeared into his hairline. Impossible. It has to be. Shizune spoke up, looking over to where Ulquiorra had been standing with tearful eyes. Naruto-kun. Bear climbed out of the rubble of the wall he had been kicked into, growling angrily. When he got his hands on that green-wearing freak he was going to rip the kid limb from limb. He looked over to where the prisoners and Konoha traders had been standing only to find empty space. The Anbu officer swore loudly and flared his chakra to alert all high-level shinobi. Within minutes the council would be convened and a hunting party assigned to track and recapture the prisoners and those 3 brats. Bear stormed towards the door to address the men that were on their way to him when he felt a subtle change in the air pressure behind him. Did you think I was finished with you? A blank emotionless voice called from behind the Anbu. Trash like you sometimes is able to serve a purpose. Bear turned around and ripped out a kunai and held it at the ready when he laid eyes on Ulquiorra. Tem, have you come back to die? Your arrogance is interesting, Ulquiorra commented as he stepped over to the top half of the Junin he had killed, Wolf. Bending down, the Espada pulled off the Junin's vest and slipped it on, zipping it up so that his hole was concealed once more. As with many things, your existence has been without meaning. Ulquiorra spoke as he stood back up and started towards the Anbu, walking slowly but purposefully. I will give you meaning. Bear's eyes widened when Ulquiorra suddenly appeared in front of him. The Espada snapped his arms out and delivered 2 swift blows to the Anbu's arms, shattering the bones in his shoulders. The Anbu tried to flee only to have his entire body freeze up as he felt an unbelievable and ungodly level of killer intent slam down onto him, locking every joint down from raw fear. Do not fear, human. You are about to die for your village and council. Is that not what every shinobi aspires for? Bear was unable to form a coherent sentence as Ulquiorra's hand flashed to his sword and delivered a couple quick strikes before returning the blade to its scabbard. Bear flinched and waited for the inevitable pain. Instead, his vest and clothes covering his upper body fell to the ground in shreds. Bear blinked and looked down to his body, seeing that he was completely unharmed save for that he was now only wearing his pants. Sorry brat, I don't swing that way. He sneered as he managed to move and started to back away from Ulquiorra, sensing the chakra signatures of his comrades quickly approaching, no doubt detecting the danger the Anbu officer was in. You will serve as a message, written by my hand with your blood as ink, Ulquiorra said as he blasted another wave of killer intent, freezing Bear once more. Before Bear could attempt to avoid Ulquiorra, the Espada stepped up to the largely built Anbu and raised his hand, aiming at the center of his chest. Huelga de los Huecos, strike of the hollow. Bear let out a scream of pain as Ulquiorra drove his extended hand into his chest, thrusting a hand that seemed to be made of the sharpest steel straight through him without even the slightest bit of resistance. When Ulquiorra withdrew his hand, he looked at his handiwork. On Bear's chest was a hole, exactly like there was for him. Grimjaw commented that Ulquiorra wasn't aware of his actions in this manner, commenting that the fourth Espada would inflict a wound that mimicked the size and location of his own hollow hole. Truth was, Ulquiorra was fully aware of it. He knew exactly the significance in the blow to his enemies. Grimjaw was right on one level, however, he did inflict the injury on those who caught his attention. In a way, it was Ulquiorra showing his enemies that he respected them, by giving them the same injury and level of suffering as he had when he was alive. When he had done this to Kurosaki Ichigo, it was a sign of acknowledgement, a statement from the Espada to the human that he saw him as his equal. In this instant, however, by attacking Bear with his Huelga de los Huecos, his strike of the hollow, he was not raising Bear to his level, but using him as an example. Konoha had executed a loyal ninja that resulted in this fatal wound. Ulquiorra recreated this, executing another loyal shinobi in the same manner. As Bear fell to the ground, Ulquiorra crouched down to the body of the Anbu. Using the blood still dripping from his hand, he traced his finger across the corpse's chest, writing a quick yet iconic message. This was a message to one person, and that person would recognize this and who sent it instantly. Once he was done, Ulquiorra hauled the body up and slung it over his shoulder, and just seconds before Bear's backup arrived, he vanished into thin air. Several hours later, Team Kakashi returned to Konoha. Having left Suna shortly after the cage they had been sent to rescue came back on his own, claiming to have been rescued by the ambassador of Hueco Mundo, the white-clad man who called himself Ulquiorra Schiffer. When the team returned to Konoha, to report to the council that they had in a way failed in their mission, when they noticed that the entire village was abuzz with activity. The gates had been closed and civilians confined to their homes, and the streets were filled with every shinobi available, from fresh graduates to hardened Anbu and even retired ninja. Hataki-san, welcome back. Kakashi turned around and saw the familiar appearance of Sarutobi Asuma appearing in a cloud of smoke. Asuma, what's going on? There was an incident. At 1100 hours, an unknown element as well as Hyuga Hinata infiltrated the bunker. The smoking Junin explained, motioning for Team Kakashi to follow as he turned and continued down the street. Hinata, I understood that she was a supporter of the betrayer, Uzumaki Naruto, but I wouldn't have thought she would go this far. Kakashi thought aloud, you said there was an unknown element. Asuma nodded, yes. Reports claim that Hinata was last seen in the company of an individual most likely of similar age to Hyuga Hinata. The individual is reported to be thin, medium height, pale shin, black hair, green eyes, and let me guess, he had a bone-white mask fragment on his head and was wearing all white. Kakashi asked. Asuma blinked in surprise. The mask fragment, yes, however he was a dark pair of pants and shirt with a white jacket. Do you know this individual? His name is Ulquiorra Schiffer. My team came across him in Suna. He claimed he was an ambassador for a place called Hueco Mundo. He is also the one who rescued the cage before my team was able to. So what happened to Suma-sensei? What did Hinata and this Ulquiorra do that has everyone running around like this? Sakura asked. They infiltrated the bunker and broke out the traitor Cage and her apprentice. At this, every set of eyes in Team 7, minus the pale teen, Sai, widened. They broke out Tsunade and Shizune. I thought those two were in a hole so deep and guarded that not even Kami could break them out. Kakashi gasped. Well, it seems that those two did. And it gets worse. Asuma tossed away his cigarette and lit up a new one. How can it get worse than the one of the traitor Sanin and her apprentice at large? Bad enough that we haven't been able to find Orochimaru and that Jiraiya defected. But with all three Sanin at large, how could this possibly get worse? Kakashi asked. The Nara clan, Inazuka clan, Aburame Shino and Rock Lee are missing and cannot be located within Konoha and the surrounding region. Asuma answered. At this point the council has decreed that they have committed treason and betrayed Konoha. What? 2 entire clans have just up and left? Sakura gasped. What about Kiba and Shikamaru? Every member of those clans are gone, including Shikamaru and Kiba. Asuma answered. Reports have been coming in that the 2 clans departed shortly before the bunker was breached, giving credit to the council's decree. What about the clan jutsu for the Nara and Inuzuka? Sasuke asked, his expression and tone in his voice showing his greed. He wanted those clan secrets. Has the council decided who gets the jutsu of the two clans? They did decide, yes. Asuma nodded. However, when a team of Danzo-sama's root shinobi were sent to gather the secrets of the Nara and Inuzuka clans, it was found that everything was already gone. It seems that the Nara and Inuzuka clan heads have been planning this for a while now, as they left nothing of value behind. Kakashi was about to ask if there was any progress when he felt Sasuke suddenly let out a large amount of killer intent. The Junin turned and looked to his student to see that the young Uchiha was glaring at something in the distance to his left, down a surprisingly empty street. The one-eyed Junin followed Sasuke's gaze and he immediately pulled out a kunai, signaling Sakura, Sai and Asuma to follow his lead and look where the two Sharingan wielders were looking. And they saw Ulquiorra standing in the middle of the street. The four Konoha shinobi sped towards the pale-skinned man, closing the gap before they came to a stop several feet away from him. Ulquiorra Schiffer, surrender now and your death will be swift, Kakashi ordered, holding his kunai out, pointing at the pale teen. Ulquiorra frowned and shook his head and ran a hand down the bloody Junin vest he was wearing before stuffing his hands into his pockets. I am under no obligation to follow your orders, Hatake Kakashi. However, you can answer a question for me. Kakashi didn't say anything as Ulquiorra turned around and picked up something that was lying on the ground behind him. When the black-haired man stood back up, Kakashi and Asuma's eyes widened and Sakura swooned before vomiting. Sasuke's eyes widened only slightly. Sai didn't react. Tell me, where can I put this? I have no need for such cumbersome baggage. Ulquiorra was holding up the two halves of the Junin known as wolf. Kakashi heard Sakura slump to the ground and almost pass out as some internal organs fell from Wolf's torso. Ulquiorra, what have you done? Because of this you will be executed publicly and your corpse fed to the carrion. Ulquiorra shrugged and tossed the two halves of the body to Kakashi's feet. You will have to understand if I do not feel any sense of significance in a public execution in Konoha. From what I understand, it is a common occurrence. Your council seems to punish anyone they feel threatened by. The Espada turned his attention away from Kakashi and to Sasuke, looking at him with an unblinking gaze that seemed to bore into the Uchiha's soul. The reason I remain in Konoha is quite simple, in case you wish to know. I have a gift for Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke raised an eyebrow and looked at Ulquiorra, curious about what the pale man was talking about. It is not the sort of gift that I can simply give you. Instead, I will give you directions. Ulquiorra pulled one of his hands out of his pockets and pointed to his right. At Training Ground 7, go there and you will receive my gift to you. I have no real reason for it beyond that I feel that in light of the nostalgia and emotional journey I have enjoyed today, it seems right. With that, Ulquiorra looked at the four assembled Konoha ninja before nodding his head. Sarutobi Asuma, Hatake Kakashi, Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke, small human, farewell. With that, Ulquiorra turned around and vanished in a blur and the sound of static. All right, Kakashi, spill. Who was that and how does he know our names? Asuma looked over to Kakashi immediately after he determined that Ulquiorra was well and truly gone, something that troubled him as he had sensed no chakra used. Honestly, Asuma, I have no idea, Kakashi answered as he looked over to Sasuke, who was beginning to make his way to Training Field 7. But first let's see what Ulquiorra Schiffer left Sasuke. A few minutes later, Team Kakashi and Asuma jumped down into the middle of the designated training field. All four ninja immediately noticed the added feature to the area, spotting the distinct change that Ulquiorra had added. What is this? Sasuke asked, his eyes wide as he looked at what had been placed in the middle of the field. It was a Konoha Anbu officer, the ANBU's mask depicting a snarling bear. The body of the shinobi was bare to the waist, wearing only a pair of pants and shinobi sandals. But what caught not only the attention of Sasuke, but also Sakura, Kakashi and Asuma's attention was a distinct hole in the middle of the corpse's chest. A fist-sized hole that went straight through Bear's body. And underneath the hole, written in blood, was one line. I expected more. Sasuke actually turned pale at this, recognizing the phrase. How could he not when those 3 words had cursed his every dream and idle thought since that day 3 years ago? I expected more. Kakashi frowned in confusion as he read what had been written on Bear's chest. What is that supposed to mean? Sasuke, does this mean anything to you? It is impossible. How could he know these things? The Uchiha ranted, stepping away from the body as if it repelled him. Yes, Kakashi, that phrase does mean something to me. It's about Uzumaki. The traitor. How? Sakura asked. I never put this in my report, but when I executed him, Naruto said one thing. Sasuke explained. Just after I impaled him with my Chidori, in the exact spot as that ANBU's wound there, he spoke 3 words. Naruto flashed a grin at the Uchiha, one that held all the hatred and animosity he had felt about the whole ordeal, and shook his head. I expected more. Shifer Dono, we have been expecting you, the cage is waiting for you in his office. Ulquiorra nodded as he stepped past the 2 Chunin guards at Sunagaku and down the crevasse that led to the village proper. After leaving Konoha, satisfied that his message had been received, Ulquiorra had immediately made for Suna. Because of the several hours he had spent waiting for Team Kakashi and the time it had taken him to cross the distance between Konoha and Suna, Hinata and the others should have arrived by now. It sure seemed that at least someone had arrived, be it Hinata's party or the resistance or even both, since the Suna guards had been expecting his arrival. When Ulquiorra stepped out of the crevasse and into Suna proper, he turned his head to the side in time to see the Junin he had spoken to last time he had come here, Baki, arrive in a small whirlwind of sand. Shifer Dono, welcome back to Suna. The Junin, Baki welcomed. We have been expecting you for some time now. Refugees from Konoha have been coming on for the past few hours. From the looks of things 2 whole clans have fled Konoha. They have arrived then, good. Tell me, there was another party on its way here separate to the clans. Yes, Tsunade-sama and her party. They arrived moments before you. Kazekage-sama clothed Suon-sama and Shizune-san and sent them to get something to eat and drink and have the seals on their bodies removed. Baki answered. You have our shinobi in quite a stir, Shifer Dono. Word has already spread from Konoha that the unknown element Ulquiorra Shifer broke into the most secure facility in the most powerful hidden village and spirited away 2 of their high-level prisoners. Ulquiorra nodded slowly as he listened, walking beside the Suna Junin as they made for the cage building. As the presence of so many of Konoha's traitors a threat to Suna's safety? I understand that Suna is an ally of Konoha, if only of self-preservation. Baki waved a hand dismissively. Don't worry, Kazekage-sama has already formulated an official story should Konoha learn that the clans visited. The official story is that we were deceived by the Nara and Inazuka clans to believe they were on official business. Gaara-sama is using his own status as an impressionable youth to explain his gullibility. How will you explain Suon and Shizune? 2 high-profile acknowledged criminals. Baki shrugged. Suna has a black market and underworld just like any other village. The criminals could have been smuggled into the village to be given time to recuperate. Ulquiorra nodded. Good, as soon as they are fit for travel we will be on our way. I do not believe that Tsunade nor any of the other former Konoha residents would want to put Suna at risk. Baki nodded. The consideration is appreciated, Shifer Dono. The 2 finally arrived to the Kazekage main building and quickly made their way to Gaara's office. When Baki opened the door, the Junin leapt to the side, his eyes wide in fear as a hand shot out, missing Baki and grabbing Ulquiorra by the collar of his vest, pulling him into the office and slamming him against the wall next to the door. Ulquiorra blinked in mild surprise when he saw that the person holding him against the wall was none other than Hinata, displaying surprising strength as he was half a foot off the floor. He looked over to the side of the room to see Gaara seated at his desk with an amused expression on his face. How is this possible? The Espada brought his focus back to the woman holding him against the wall. He could hear the tears and emotion in the Hyuga's voice. You can't be him. He was killed right in front of me, Hinata said in almost a whisper, looking up to him and revealing her tear-stained face. Tell me you aren't him. My name is Ulquiorra Shifer. Hinata glared at Ulquiorra angrily before reaching out and unzipping the front of bloody vest the Arankar was wearing, exposing his toned chest and the hole in the middle. You feel just like he did and you have a hole in your chest right where he did when he was killed. Now tell me who you are. Ulquiorra looked at her for a moment. Despite himself he felt a pang of guilt as he looked at her emotionally conflicted face. She felt both grief and hope. Hope that he was who she thought, and grief for the reopening of old wounds. It was the same expression of confusion he had seen when he had kidnapped Orihime. The orange-haired woman had been given the opportunity to say goodbye to one person only. When he had arrived to take her to Hueco Mundo she had worn the same expression as Hinata was now. Hope in that she was doing the right thing to save the people she loved. And grief for leaving them. A part of Ulquiorra had hated that expression, it was an expression he couldn't stand. And to see it in Hinata's face. It was beyond his tolerance. What do you wish for me to say, Hinata? Ulquiorra asked, ignoring the stares from Gaara and Baki, who were staring with wide eyes at the hole that ran right through his chest. I want the truth. You lived in Naruto-kun's apartment. You claim to have been hated as much as he was. You even claim that your appearance has changed in the 3 years since you were last in Konoha. Hinata shouted desperately. Now tell me who you are. Ulquiorra narrowed his eyes and let out a sigh before looking away. My name is Ulquiorra Schiffer. But when I was alive, I was known as Uzumaki Naruto. The Espada grunted when he was suddenly let go and fell to the floor, his feet failing to catch him as Hinata stumbled back, her hands covering her mouth as she looked at him with wide eyes and in shock. Naruto-kun. Ulquiorra sighed and stood back up, shrugging off the vest and leaning against the wall, leaving his chest bare. I haven't gone by that name in what seems like 100 years. Pardon Ulquiorra, but 100 years. It's only been 3 since Naruto, since you died. Gaara spoke up finally, now curious. I do not understand it completely, but I believe that time passes differently in Hueco Mundo than it does in the land of the living. Hueco Mundo. That is an actual place? Baki asked as he stepped into the room, satisfied he wasn't in danger. When you first came here you claimed to be an ambassador from there. After you retrieved Gaara-sama, I assumed it was a ruse to hide your true identity from Konoha. It is a real place. Ulquiorra nodded. When Uchiha Sasuke executed Uzumaki Naruto, executed me, I did truly die and pass on. The afterlife is split into 3 separate realms. The Soul Society, also known as Heaven, Hell and Hueco Mundo. Hueco Mundo, which translates to Hollow World, is a realm where all the lost and wronged spirits go. When someone dies they usually pass between heaven or hell depending on their actions in life. Ulquiorra continued. However, if the spirit of the departed is for some reason unable to move on, or suffered a great emotional upheaval upon and shortly after their death, they undertake a transformation called hollowification and become hollows. What is a hollow? Gaara asked. A hollow is a spirit that has lost a part of itself. Its heart. Ulquiorra answered. The hole in my chest is also found in all other hollows. It is a physical representation of the emptiness within. So you are Naruto-kun's soul. Hinata finally spoke up, looking at Ulquiorra tearfully. His hollow. Ulquiorra nodded. After I became a hollow I abandoned my previous name and took on the identity of Ulquiorra Schiffer. You must understand, Hinata, I was abandoned and executed for the Uchiha's greed. I wished to start anew. But you came back to us. Why? Ulquiorra turned to look at Hinata and his expression softened and he managed a soft smile. Did you not pray for this? I apologize that I am not the child you declared your love for. But despite physical appearance alterations, personality changes and a changed identity. In a way, I am still Uzumaki Naruto. Hinata stepped back up to the pale-skinned Espada and pressed her hands flat against his chest and ran her fingers along the edges of the hole that ran through his chest. Naruto-kun. Hinata-chan, don't cry. Ulquiorra reached a hand up and wiped away a tear from her eyes. A constant for me, both as Naruto and Ulquiorra. I cannot abide women crying. It aches. Hinata looked up to Ulquiorra and into his eyes. A pair of bright green cat-like eyes that were so different from the warm comforting blue that had belonged to the boy she had fallen in love with. There, she saw it. The eyes did not change, but she saw something inside. Deep within the recesses of Ulquiorra's very soul. They say the eyes are the window to the soul. And what Hinata saw within Ulquiorra's soul brought all the feelings of love and adoration she had felt when Naruto had been alive. Naruto was alive, he was now Ulquiorra, a product of abandonment and betrayal sentenced to a century of suffering as a heartless spirit. Naruto-kun. Ulquiorra's eyes widened and he froze as the purple-haired woman wrapped him in a tight hug. Hinata's soft body radiated a warmth that Ulquiorra couldn't begin to compare to any other feeling he had ever felt. It was not uncomfortable, but it was certainly new for the Espada. As Uzumaki Naruto he had been forced to question every gesture and touch, forced to determine if friendly behavior was a disguise for an attack. As a hollow it was only more reinforced. In Hueco Mundo, hollows lived in solitude and were distrustful by nature lest they drop their guard and be consumed. The closest Ulquiorra had come to this kind of contact was when Orihime had slapped him. And now he had the one Orihime had reminded him of hugging him as if she were afraid he would disappear. I knew it, Hinata mumbled, her face smothered into Ulquiorra's neck. I knew you would come back. Somehow I just knew it. Ulquiorra carefully extracted himself from Hinata's arms and held her out at arm's length. There will be time for this later, Hinata-chan. For now, there is work to be done. Gaara nodded and stood up from his desk and stepped out from behind it. Yes, you do. The main question you face is what to do now that you have all left Konoha. Once they learn of Ulquiorra's true identity, they will hound him relentlessly, as well as the Akatsuki for the Kyuubi. Gaara paused for a moment before looking to the Espada. Speaking of which, what is the status on the demon? Due to your death and rebirth, is the Kyuubi still sealed within you? Ulquiorra shook his head. I no longer contain the Kyuubi. It would be logical to assume it has been reborn. As for Konoha learning of our connected past, it is not immediately evident, but they will learn in due time. Uchiha Sasuke is closest. I left him a message in the form of my recreated execution with my last words to him. He will be unable to conceive that I still live, so will assume that I possess some other connection to Uzumaki Naruto. Gaara nodded. Very well then. So what do you plan on doing, Ulquiorra? Like it or not, your movements are limited. Two powerful clans formerly of Konoha, several of which will be soon listed as missing ninja, the Aburame clan heir, Hyuga clan heir, your taijutsu specialist, Rock Lee, and the former Hokage who has been listed as AS-ranked criminal. Ulquiorra nodded and looked over to Hinata. What would you suggest, Hinata-chan? I have lost touch with the shinobi world. I cannot make a proper decision. How about a hidden village? Ulquiorra turned around to the new voice and saw out of the corner of his eye Baki diving for cover. The next thing he saw was the manicured fist of Tsunade flying towards his face. The Espada's head moved only slightly from the force of the blow. Tsunade glared at Ulquiorra, ignoring the throbbing pain in her hand as she planned for more pain to unleash on the pale-skinned teen, despite that it felt like she had just punched the Hokage monument. You have a lot of explaining to do, Naruto. The woman glared at Ulquiorra. The Espada ignored the minor throbbing through his face as he looked at the former cage. Perhaps I am not the only one, Tsunade. I would very much like to learn of why you sentenced me yet claim that you were not in control. The female cage sucked in a breath before lowering her head in shame. I will, I promise. Forgive my interruption, Tsunade-sama, but you mentioned a solution. Gaara interrupted, knowing that the time for heart-to-heart talks was for another time. Tsunade nodded, grateful for the distraction. Yes, we do the same thing my old teammate Orikimori did. By forming Odogakur no Sato in the land of rice, he took himself out of the jurisdiction of the hunter department. Konoha cannot pursue us as missing ninja if we are tied to a hidden village. So we do what Orochimaru did. We found our own. Ulquiorra raised an eyebrow. I do not imagine such a thing as simple as one would believe. I imagine that it took Orochimaru considerable time. Tsunade nodded. That's why we could do this somewhere where a hidden village previously existed. Gaara picked up a folder from his desk and handed it to Ulquiorra. Shortly after your death, before Tsunade-sama was overthrown, she approached me with plans to rediscover the ruins of one of the great hidden villages. Ulquiorra opened the folder and skimmed through it. These reports are more than 10 years old. How sure are you that this site is still accessible and in existence? I know for a fact that the ruin of this village are still around today. The architects who designed and built the village were renowned for their durability. They may be ruins now, but they will still remain for years without further decay. Sounds like you have some connection to this village, Tsunade-sama. Hinata spoke up. Tsunade nodded. Indirectly. The connection to this village is actually to Naruto, or Ulquiorra, whatever you call yourself today. She glanced at the errand car. His mother, Uzumaki Kushina, used to live there. The village was called Uzugakur no Sato. Mother. My mother's name was Uzumaki Kushina. Ulquiorra spoke up, looking interested. Yeah, she was also the Kyuubi's previous container prior to the demon being sealed in you, Naruto. Tsunade revealed. Ulquiorra chose not to correct her on his name as he motioned for the former cage to continue. I did not know this. Your mother was a refugee from Uzugakur shortly after the village was destroyed by a natural disaster and the Uzumaki clan all but wiped out. Tsunade continued. It was my intention after you were executed to find the ruins of Uzugakur and have it rebuilt in your memory. Ulquiorra nodded slowly as he read through the file that Gaara had given him. According to the file, his mother, Uzumaki Kushina, had been a part of the Uzumaki clan, one of the most powerful clans in the elemental nations, renowned for their longevity and healing capabilities. Also, according to the file, when the Shodai of Konoha, Senju Harashima, gave the 9 Biju to the other nations as a sign of friendship, he gave the Kyuubi to Uzugakur, which was sealed within a member of the Uzumaki family and then passed down periodically. He, Uzumaki Naruto, had been the third Uzumaki to become a vessel for the Kyuubi. If you had this plan before you were overthrown, Wouldn't it stand to reason that Konoha knows that this will be a likely move? Tsunade shook her head. No, I don't think so. The only one I shared this with was Jiraiya and Shizune, and all documentation linking Uzumaki to the Uzumakis was given to Gara-kun for safekeeping. I see. And where is Jiraiya? Ulquiorra asked, mildly curious of the fate of the old tutor to Uzumaki Naruto. After you were executed, Jiraiya defected from Konoha. He became a missing ninja, and last I heard he was working within the Akatsuki. Tsunade answered. Jiraiya Dono works for the Akatsuki. You mean he was part of the group that tried to kill me? Gara asked, looking a mixture of angry and shocked. Yes and no. Jiraiya is counted as a member of the Akatsuki, but he doesn't take place in the hunting of the Juinchuruki. Last time I heard from him, the Akatsuki leader was assigning him to build on his spy network. We are distancing ourselves from the matter at hand. Ulquiorra spoke up, bringing attention back to him. When I left Konoha, the entire village was being searched. It is only a matter of time until they expand their search outside their own walls and in this direction. Tsunade nodded. All right, we need to go to the Land of Waves. It's neutral territory in the shinobi world and is within Uzugaku's territory. But if you are suggesting that Uzugaku is located in that region, it would fall within the recently expanded territory of Kurigaku. Gara pointed out, pulling out a map of the elemental nations. Last year Kurigaku fell under new leadership of Agadime Mizukage. Since then Kiri has solidified its chaotic borders. Tsunade swore. This could cause a problem. Kiri may be one of the weaker of the 5 great nations, but they still possess more power than we can bring to bear to forcibly take Uzugaku. Is it not possible to strike a deal with the Mizukage? Would not Kurigaku relish the return of Uzugaku as an ally? Ulquiorra asked. It could be, but we would have to prove to them that we possess something that would risk opening their borders. Hinata voiced, starting to inch towards Ulquiorra. Ulquiorra nodded and pulled out a scroll from his pocket. Konoha is not very popular if my understanding is correct. Kurigaku can stand to gain far more by allowing the revival of this village than any other result. With Uzugaku and Kiri in a stable alliance, Suna can afford to sever the already strained ties with Konoha. With this, Kiri stands to gain an alliance with not only Uzu, but Suna potentially as well. Gara nodded in thought. It would certainly prove to be tempting for the Mizukage. However, with the disappearance of the rest of the Uzumaki clan from Konoha, that being you, Konoha has been able to table negotiations of a treaty and alliance with Iwagaku. Even with the significant losses Iwa suffered in the Third War, they still boast a large military force. Ulquiorra nodded and unsealed his Espada uniform and Sasori's Akatsuki cloak and ring. He picked up the Akatsuki cloak and ring and handed them to Tsunade. Wear these. If Konoha ever discovers you, it will assist to distance you from any established village in association. Tsunade took the cloak and looked at it before looking at the teen. Who did this belong to? Akasuna no Sasori. Tsunade's eyes widened and she looked at the cloak with an expression of awe, like all high-ranking shinobi knew of S-ranked criminals like Sasori. The man was a legend and pioneer of puppetry and poisons. For Naruto, Ulquiorra to have taken such a powerful ninja out on his own. It was incredible. You should put it on Tsunade, we have work to be done. Ulquiorra said, snapping her out of her thoughts. The Sannin looked up to the Espada and blinked in surprise when she saw him wearing the white outfit he had unsealed. With the new attire in place, it gave Ulquiorra quite an intimidating appearance. Currently the Espada was zipping up the front of his jacket to cover his hole. Gather the 2 clans that made the exodus with you and other defected ninja and make for the Land of Waves. The sooner you leave Suna behind, the easier it will be for Gara to handle any political concerns when Konoha inevitably searches here. Ulquiorra ordered. Gara, if at all possible, send word to the Land of Spring. The daimyo owes a favor to me as Uzumaki Naruto. She can be willing to arrange for supplies in reconstruction. What do I tell the others about you, Naruto? Suand asked. Kiba and the others will want to know who you are. They should know that you are still alive. Ulquiorra shook his head. No, not until the truth concerning my death comes to light. I will not reveal myself any more than required. Tsunade nodded sadly. I will explain everything soon. I promise. What about you, Ulquiorra-kun? Hinata asked, now standing right next to the Espada to his own surprise. The way you speak, you won't be coming with us, will you? No, I will speak to the Mizukage. I can cross the distance far faster than any human. Ulquiorra answered. I will attempt to obtain the land rights to Uzugaku. All right then, but Naruto. Tsunade reached out and placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Please try and resolve it peacefully. I understand. He nodded absent-mindedly, his focus elsewhere. Ulquiorra's attention was focused on a different issue. Towards the end of the conversation, Ulquiorra had been running an assessment on his powers. His seal was still removed, so he had access to all of his Reiatsu and power, so he was taking the opportunity to attempt to gauge his power level and just how limited he really was. After a few seconds, Ulquiorra nodded to himself and turned to the three occupants of the room, Gaara, Tsunade and Hinata. Baki had long since left to attend to other duties. Please step back, I am going to attempt something I have not tried since my revival, he commanded. The three retreated over to Gaara's desk, leaving the majority of the Cage's office empty for the Espada. With the space open for him, Ulquiorra focused on his hollow powers and reached into the power within him. After a brief second, far longer than it would have normally taken but done so for safety reasons, Ulquiorra withdrew his right hand from his pocket and clicked his fingers into the air. Three sets of eyes widened, a common occurrence around Ulquiorra it seemed, as reality itself distorted like a heatwave before splitting open like a vicious wound. The hole in reality widened till it was large enough for someone to walk through before stabilizing. Inside the tear was nothing more than a chaos of darkness and light. What the hell is that? Tsunade asked, feeling a sudden and overwhelming creeping chill running down her spine as she looked at it. Garganta, Ulquiorra stated as he flicked his eyes back to look at the former cage, still half facing the void. It means throat. This is the means that I used to be able to travel to and from Hueco Mundo. The void you see, it is the space within spaces. By opening a Garganta, I am opening a gateway to the void that exists between the world of the living and the spiritual world. Ulquiorra explained. You humans would consider now what you see as purgatory. Gaara gaped at this and he stepped closer to the void and looked at it with wonder. This is what I glimpsed when the Akatsuki were extracting the Ikibi. But what relevance is this? Do you intend to return to Hueco Mundo? Ulquiorra shook his head. I am unable to return there in this state. Hueco Mundo, the Soul Society, they are both places for spiritual entities and as such only a spirit can enter them. I am now flesh and bones. I am unable to cross through a Garganta connected to Hueco Mundo. Then this Garganta of yours. It is connected to another location on this world then. Hinata voiced, showing reasonable insight. Ulquiorra nodded. Correct. It is interesting though I must admit. I have noticed, just with this instant, that my powers have been noticeably diminished. I simply assumed that this was a side effect of transferring from a being of spiritual presence to a physical one. You're saying you are weaker here than you were in Hueco Mundo? Tsunade asked. Ulquiorra nodded. That is correct. If I have guessed accurately I would say my power is currently at 80% capacity. Do you believe you will ever return to full power? Gaara asked as Ulquiorra stepped up to the void. I cannot say. It will require further examination. But I do not believe so. Ulquiorra said as he stepped into the void. Wait Ulquiorra-kun, I want to come with you. Hinata said, stepping up to enter the void. She was about to enter the Garganta when she was stopped by Ulquiorra's hand. You cannot enter this void, Hinata. You do not possess the spiritual aura to survive in this environment. If you were to ever enter here you would fall through this endless void and suffer as all the other lost souls within have. Hinata made a sad face before nodding, understanding what was said. Go with Tsunade and I will meet you in the land of waves. Hinata nodded sadly and watched as Ulquiorra gave her a small smile before the Garganta closed. Several miles, 2 country borders and a time zone away, a hole in reality tore itself open, a gaping maw wide open to the chaotic emptiness within. Immediately after it fully opened, a lone figure clad in white strode out and seconds later it closed up and was as if it had never even been there. Ulquiorra looked around where he was now standing, a small smile on his face as he saw that he was standing within an empty office, a ceremonial blue and white hat marked with the kanji for water sitting on the desk. Ulquiorra would have jumped up and down in excitement if he had his old personality. It was so easy to infiltrate the Mizukage's office without notice. If he had been the old Uzumaki Naruto, the feat would have had him shouting out his sheer godlike awesomeness. Satisfied that he was truly alone, Ulquiorra sat himself down in the chair on the other side of the Mizukage's desk assigned for guests and focused majority of his inactive Reiatsu to harden his Hyro and make it that much more dense. He was in the office of a cage-level shinobi as an uninvited intruder. Best not to take any risks him. And as predicted, not 5 minutes later Ulquiorra felt a pressure at his throat as a presence appeared behind him. Moving only his eyes, he looked down and saw the razor-sharp edge of a blade of a kunai pressed against his throat. It was only thanks to his enhanced hyro that he was not breathing through a second mouth. "Riddle me this," a feminine voice hissed in his ear. "So I head out to a scheduled council meeting to discuss the financial budget and come back to finish my paperwork, and what do I find instead of my unfinished work? An armed intruder. Interesting, don't you think?" Ulquiorra moved his hands from the armrests to fold them on his lap and swung his right leg over the other and rested back into the chair, openly displaying he was not concerned in the slightest. "Indeed. Most interesting. Now perhaps you would like to seat yourself and this meeting can proceed, Mizukage-sama." The breathing at his ear changed pace, indicating that the cage of Kurigakure was now confused. Ulquiorra cleared his throat and turned his head to look at the powerful shinobi standing behind him. The Mizukage turned out to be a young, beautiful woman with long red hair that was tied up in a high ponytail and her fringe styled to cover her right eye. Covering her body, and her breasts barely at that, was a dark blue battle kimono. The cage's deep blue eyes widened when she saw the cat-like green eyes and the black lines that ran down his cheeks. While the strange eyes were certainly off-putting and an oddity, what caused her eyes to widen in surprise was the complete lack of emotion and a fear that should have been reflected in the pale teen's face with a kunai pressed against his throat. "Be seated, Mizukage-sama." The kunai came away from Ulquiorra's throat and the woman moved to her seat, sitting down behind her desk stiffly, clearly not pleased at how intimidating this pale intruder appeared. "All right, I'm sitting. Now who are you and what do you want?" "My name is Ulquiorra Schiffer. I apologize for intruding into your office unannounced." The Espada bowed his head respectfully. "May I know your name?" She said nothing. "Your name?" Ulquiorra repeated, blinking once, his tone now more forceful. "Temuri May," she answered quickly, sensing a strange and thus frightening power within the youth. "Very well, Temuri-sama. I am here to speak on behalf of a group of people in the interests in petitioning for the release and ownership of one of Kiri's outlying territories gained during your career as Mizukage." "That's it." May blinked, almost shocked it was something so simple, yet so outrageous. "You come here into my office expecting me to allow you to take territory. If I did not know better I would take this as an act of war." Ulquiorra didn't even blink. "An act of war? What I am asking for by all rights was never yours to claim ownership of. You speak of war yet you have taken over the remains of a hidden village when a member of a clan of said village still breathes." "Ruins. You are referring to the ruins of Uzugakure." May blinked, now honestly surprised. "That village has been abandoned for over 20 years. Any survivors of that village are now most likely dead." Ulquiorra nodded. "Uzugakure no Sato is the home of the Uzumaki clan despite its current state. In the interests of good relations and diplomacy, I am here to negotiate a lawful and peaceful release of this village and the surrounding territory to the last survivor of the Uzumaki clan and his allies." "Last of the Uzumaki line." At this May's eyes narrowed to a glare and she rose to her feet, leveling an ungodly amount of killer intent onto the seated and stoic Arankar. "You dare to claim rights to Uzugakure based on lineage. The Uzumaki line is gone. Every member of the once great clan is dead bar for myself. Even as a branch member of the clan Uzumaki May, I have more rights to that village than any imposter puppet you have tucked away, Ulquiorra Schiffer." Ulquiorra nodded slowly, ignoring both the killer intent and the door to the office as it opened and two Kiri shinobi burst in, drawn by the outburst. "I see. You changed your name shortly after the destruction of Uzugakure from Uzumaki to Terumi to avoid any fallout." The Espada looked at her intently for a moment before reaching into his jacket, careful to keep his hole concealed, and pulled out a small folder. He flipped through a couple of pages before pulling out what appeared to be a photograph and looked at it before looking up to the cage, as if comparing her to whatever was on the photo. "I can see the family resemblance. Similar hair color and eye color as well as cheekbone structure. Answer me, what is your relation to Uzumaki Kushina?" "Kushina-san. She was my aunt," May answered curtly. "Now do not try to avoid your mistake. You have dared to use my clan to take what is rightfully mine for whatever use you have in mind and I will not allow it." "Did you know that you have a cousin?" Ulquiorra asked, interrupting the still furious cage. "What? Yes, Kushia-san had a son before she died in Konoha. The child's name was Naruto. He would have been 17 had he not been executed as an S-rank traitor 3 years ago. He was a disgrace to the Uzumaki name." Ulquiorra felt a stab of brief, but outrageous fury at this. It was strange to feel such an emotion but he understood its meaning. He had expected as an Uzumaki, Temuri May would have been even slightly sympathetic towards the execution of her cousin. Ulquiorra should have known better. Family ties were just like all the other impossibilities of the world that could not be physically grasped. Non-existent. You agree with Konoha's execution of your cousin. Ulquiorra spoke up once more, careful to keep his emotional state in check, stifling his own compromised emotions for now. Approve that they executed him as a traitor. Of course, I read the reports that my predecessor's spies submitted on the execution. The traitor Naruto was sentenced for his crimes in attempting to murder one of his own comrades after submitting to the temptations of the Kyuubi sealed within him. Not only was he a disgrace as an Uzumaki for falling to the Kyuubi, a demon that the Uzumaki clan has kept powerless for 3 generations, but he betrayed his own comrades. Inexcusable. Ulquiorra reached up and rubbed his right eye slowly. Would you like to see the execution and the events that led up to it? What are you talking about? Uzumaki Naruto. If he was such a stain on your clan's honor, wouldn't you like to see the crimes he committed and his fitting demise? Mei said nothing but simply looked at Ulquiorra with the same distrustful expression, her fury tempered only by a mild curiosity. Seeing her silent answer, Ulquiorra reacted, and, before Mei, and even the 2 silent Kiri shinobi behind him, Ulquiorra gripped his right eye, and pulled it out. Oh my god, what have you done? Are you crazy? Mei shouted in horror, sickened that she had just watched the teen pull out his own eyeball seemingly without any hesitation or even second thought. Sit, and watch his final moments. And with that, Ulquiorra crushed his eye in a shower of Reiatsu. Naruto. Sasuke. A bloody and bruised 13-year-old boy with matted yellow hair and cerulean eyes looked up lifelessly at the speaker, his face blank and emotionless in face of his situation. I completed my mission to the letter. I kept my promise. I did everything to bring Sasuke back, and succeeded. And this is my reward. You're going to kill me. The blonde turned his head, the sound of chains rattling from the action as his body shifted, the heavy shackles binding his hands and feet to the podium on which he stood. All of you. This is all I am to you. A traitor. A monster. We are gathered here to bear witness to the execution of former Konoha shinobi and S-class traitor, Uzumaki Naruto, for the crimes of high treason and the attempted assassination of a clan leader. Tsunade declared, standing before the large gathering of people who had come to witness the event. Naruto was standing in the middle of the main square of Konoha, his arms and legs spread out wide by steel chains connecting his wrists and ankles to 2 large wooden posts on either side of him. With the addition of several chakra-draining seals applied to him, he was completely immobile and defenseless. Mei shook her head and blinked rapidly as the visions faded away. She could not understand how she had seen these things, but she understood the connection between Ulquiorra crushing his eye in a shower of glowing dust and the visions. Whatever this strange, now one-eyed teen had done, it had caused her to witness visions of her traitorous cousin. But after these 3 separate visions, she had forced herself to ask, was her cousin Naruto really a traitor after all? The images you witness are but a fraction of the abandonment and suffering your cousin endured prior to his death. Ulquiorra spoke, drawing attention back to him. I do not intend to attack you on an emotional level. Mei nodded absent-mindedly as her eyes glazed over as her mind ran through the visions she had just seen before looking to Ulquiorra, who now had closed his eyelid over the empty socket. How did you do that? All these images of Naruto. I am able to transmit any image I have seen to others. Ulquiorra answered, it is an efficient method of relaying information without bias. But your eye, Ulquiorra shrugged, will return in good time. I have an accelerated ability in regeneration. For now let us focus on more important issues. Fine then, but I do have a question about these visions you showed me. Why did all these visions show the perspective of Naruto? Did you take them from his corpse? Mei asked. Ulquiorra shook his head, I am only able to relay events that I have witnessed personally. But then that would mean. Temuri Mei's eyes widened as she looked at Ulquiorra. The Espada cleared his throat. In the interest of bringing my reasons for being here back into the forefront, I ask that you relinquish Uzugakure and the territories once held by Uzu now claimed by Kiri. In return for this, Kiri will gain the new Uzugakure as a stalwart ally as well as the opportunity to negotiate with Tsunagakure no Sato. The Kazekage has personally expressed interest in an alliance once Uzugakure is established. Mei looked at the pale teen, still in a state of shock. Was she seeing the dead? Was this the soul of her dead and apparently traitorous cousin? An answer would be appreciated, Temuri-sama. Ulquiorra spoke. Mei mentally shook herself free of her thoughts, for now, and looked to the 2 Junin still standing behind Ulquiorra, ready to defend her at a moment's notice. Ow, Chojuro, you may wait outside. The 2 Junin hesitated for a moment before bowing and leaving the office, their chakra signatures still emanating clearly, indicating that while they had left the office, they were still standing guard outside the door. Given that Uzumaki belongs to the Uzumaki clan, I do not wish for it to be given to anyone outside of my clan. Mei started slowly, however. For a moment let us proceed with the assumption that I am to believe that you are my cousin, Uzumaki Naruto. Ulquiorra nodded. Even as an Uzumaki clan heir, I am reluctant to part with the ruin of Uzumaki and place it in the hands of one who for all I know is as weak as the dirt under my feet. Ulquiorra didn't respond to the implicated taunt. I assume you have a task for me to perform then. Some means to test my capabilities. Mei nodded. As it just so happens I do. The cage sorted through the various forms and scroll littered across her desk before picking up a small, incomplete mission order and handed it to the Espada. I would have preferred not to endanger my subordinates with a mission of this caliber, so let's see how you handle it, Ulquiorra Schiffer. Ulquiorra reached out and took the paper and read it swiftly with one eye, his other still in the process of regenerating. A moment later he placed the mission order back on the desk and rose to his feet. I assume you have a subordinate set aside for this mission also. I do not possess the knowledge to complete this task as instructed. Mei nodded. I do actually, although not at the level of the great Jiraiya. She is of sufficient skill to assist you. Ulquiorra nodded and he stepped away from the chair he had been seated on and pocketed his hands. Well, summon her. I have little time to spend running errands and even less patience for theatrics. Mei nodded and pressed a button on the intercom that she had found under a stack of paperwork. Find Shizuka Madoka. There was a garbled response from the other end of the communication system and Mei looked back up to Ulquiorra to see the pale-skinned teen examining her office. She noticed with keen interest and surprise that the eye he had destroyed was now fully restored as if it had never been removed and crushed. This was interesting in that even amongst the Uzumaki clan, a clan famous for their longevity and regenerative capabilities, no Uzumaki was capable of regeneration at the speed that this Ulquiorra seemed to have. Is there something you want to ask Mizuki-sama? The Espada's voice snapped her out of her thoughts. She blinked and forced herself out of her musings to see that Ulquiorra was looking at her out of the corner of his eye, unnerving when those eyes seemed so inhuman. I was just thinking if you really are who you claim to be, my cousin Naruto-kun. Ulquiorra looked at her for a moment before returning his gaze to the wall he was standing in front of, a shelf holding photos of the previous Mizukages resting there. I never claimed to be Uzumaki Naruto. You merely reached this conclusion from memories hypotheses that originate from your cousin. So you are not Uzumaki Naruto. Ulquiorra looked at the cage for a moment before turning away. That is a question for another time, Mizuki-sama. All you are required to know is that I am Ulquiorra Schiffer. Mei nodded quietly and settled for staring at the pale-skinned teen with a critical eye while the two waited for Ulquiorra's mission teammate. As she looked at him she could do nothing to suppress the cold shiver that ran down her spine. The way that Ulquiorra seemed to look around at her office, it was with a strange air of indifference and detachment, as if everything that met those twin cat-like green eyes were beneath his interest and nothing more than annoyances. It was an expression one would see in the face of an apex predator amongst a gathering of its prey. The red-haired cage looked away from Ulquiorra when she heard a light rapping on the door, signaling the arrival of Shizuka Madoka. Enter. The door opened and Ulquiorra turned to look at the young woman who entered. She appeared to be in her late teens, early 20s, and was perhaps a few inches shorter than the Espada and had long black hair tied back in a long ponytail and deep chocolate brown eyes. She had tanned, olive-colored skin and was wearing a dark blue battle dress and biker shorts, her arms wrapped in cloth bandages and her kiri headband covering her forehead. Thank you for coming here at such short notice, Madoka, Mei said with a smile as the black-haired woman bowed formally to the village leader. Of course, Mizuki-sama, it is my honor to be requested, Madoka said with a serious expression. Mei hid a small smile from her face when she saw, with some measure of amusement, that Madoka was sizing Ulquiorra up from the corner of her eye. I have an S-rank mission for you that is to be carried out immediately. Using what intel we have regarding this mission, you are to leave Kurigakure, locate and capture the Sanbi no Kyodai game. Madoka's eyes widened and she paled at this statement, indicating to Ulquiorra that he Sanbi, while only the third most powerful of the 9 Biju, was still a credible concern for a seasoned ninja. Mizuki-sama, and no disrespect intended, be but the S Sanbi. How can I hope to bring something like that down? She stammered. Mei waved a hand reassuringly to calm down the woman. Relax. You will not be taking part in confronting the Biju. Your part in this mission is its containment. Once the Sanbi is subdued, you will be sealing it within a container until we can locate a more permanent vessel. Madoka seemed to relax at this, her brief moment of intense fear and worry now elevated. Then who will be responsible in battling the Sanbi? I wasn't aware we had a team of shinobi with the skills to combat a Biju. Mei pointed at Ulquiorra. This man here will be joining you. The success of this mission means more to him than it does for Kiri, so I believe he will not let us down. Madoka took the opportunity to look at Ulquiorra properly, who was merely standing there, his eyes appearing closed as if he were simply waiting. He looks like a gentle breeze could snap him in two. No offense Mizukage-sama, but if this is our best chance at regaining the Sanbi, then we're screwed. Ulquiorra didn't rise to the barb, instead opening his eyes and looking to Mei. The Sanbi no Kyodai game. I see. You wish to learn if there is any truth to my claims regarding Konoha. If there is, then this mission is completed and your village gains a Biju. If not, then I am dead and this Kunoichi reports back with information regarding the Sanbi's abilities. Mei smiled and winked at him. Flattery won't get you out of this, Ulquiorra-san. Ulquiorra frowned. It is not my intent to flatter you nor avoid this mission, Mizukage-sama. I am simply commenting on your tactic. Aizen-sama would have very much liked to have one such as you in his army. Mei blinked at this name as Ulquiorra walked over to the door. Come Shizuka Madoka, Ulquiorra ordered as he opened the door and looked to the kunoichi in question. A moment later and both were gone, the doors to the cage office closing quietly. In the quiet of her office, Temurime frowned and pondered on Ulquiorra's previous statement. Who is Aizen? Ulquiorra closed his eyes as he walked, trying his very best to ignore the nigh unstoppable chatterbox that was his temporary companion Shizuka Madoka. The woman hadn't closed her mouth since they had left Kiri 3 hours ago, firing off question after question without stopping to even allow the Espada to answer, not that he intended to, then going on to list off her diet, daily habits and even talking rather animatedly on how hot the Mizukage's bodyguard, Ao was, and other lust-related things. Madoka has no filter. What is hot? Naturally Ulquiorra was as clueless to the ways of women and all things to do with the opposite gender as he had been as Naruto. Even more so as the entire concept of interactions with the opposite gender beyond battle was, in his opinion, pointless. Naturally he didn't count his interactions with Hinata as pointless, as Ulquiorra was certain there was some grand design at work here. It had to explain the weird things he had been doing and feeling as of late. Right. Oh, I once nearly walked in on Ao Senpai in the hot springs, and oh my kami, I nearly died when I saw those tight. Ulquiorra's hand inched to his zanpakuto as he remembered the source for his current dilemma. No. Not now. Ulquiorra-san. The pale-skinned teen opened his eyes and looked over to the woman. Pardon. The Sanbi. Did Mizukage-sama tell you where to find the demon? She asked, showing some semblance of professionalism. I read the mission report. The Sanbi was last sighted an hour south of the fishing village we are now heading to. Once we are there I will confirm this report. If the report is valid then we will have a heading. Madoka nodded. I still don't understand why Mizukage-sama had you assigned to this mission. You're not even a shinobi. How are you going to combat a Biju? Ulquiorra shrugged. It will be interesting. I am curious myself to see the power that a fully released Biju contains. Madoka just looked at Ulquiorra with wide eyes, apparently completely surprised with the teen's reactions to this mission. Is there something wrong with you? Do you even realize how much danger this mission involves? This isn't some juiced up fish we're hunting. This is a demon, you know, spawned from the depths of hell, devourer of souls, killer of children, that kind of demon. Ulquiorra refrained from mentioning that his own diet had once consisted of souls. There was no practicality in mentioning it, so he remained silent on that matter. Instead he looked at the shinobi and nodded. I fail to see the problem. It is a beast like any other. It has a mind and a heart. Remove one of these and you take down the beast. 1. Madoka looked at Ulquiorra for a moment longer before looking away and throwing her arms up in defeat. Men. Impossible. Egotistical creatures. Ulquiorra didn't comment. A few hours of more endless chatter on Madoka's behalf and the two arrived at the fishing village that had reported a sighting of the Sanbi. There was an immediate understanding that the report was valid as the shinobi and Arankar could see the carcass of a massive whale rotting away on a cliff that looked over the village and the small bay. The whale was little more than a head and tail with the rest of its skeleton exposed and picked clean. Ulquiorra's nose wrinkled in distaste as he neared the village. It wasn't the smell of rotting whale blubber and fish guts that was offensive to his senses, that was easily ignored. It was the density of demonic power that he was detecting that disturbed him. He assumed that it was the Sanbi's presence he was detecting, as it was simply massive when compared to other humans. And for the Sanbi's lingering energy to be so dense and collected in this village, it lead to only one theory. The creature visited this village frequently. Which didn't make sense. In the report given to the Mizukage that he had read before leaving Kurigakure, Kiri Shinobi had interviewed the villagers of this community and been informed that the Sanbi had only come to their village twice before leaving, never sighted again. But what he was detecting indicated that not only had the Sanbi frequented the area more than a mere 2 times, but was still in the area. Shizuka Madoka, tell me, for what reason would a village desire the presence of a Biju? The teen asked, looking at the shinobi. What, you think that these guys are hiding the demon? That's stupid. She shook her head. Answer the question. Madoka shuddered at the stare and nodded quickly, once more unnerved by the swordsman. Right. Well, usually with things like demons and spirits, civilians tend to follow general superstitious beliefs. Considering we are after the Sanbi, it could be that they believe that the Biju will bring them fortune out in the seas with their fishing. Ulquiorra nodded as he listened, reaching up and running a finger along the surface of the leather choker that sealed his power. There was no immediate concern for him to be worried about. These ocean-faring humans were far beneath his notice. It was only the Sanbi that concerned him. What had his mild interest, bordering on curiosity, was the kind of relationship between the Sanbi and this village. Ulquiorra-san, we are being watched. Ulquiorra looked over to the right of the path where Madoka was looking and saw 5 shadows flitting from cover to cover, shadowing their movements from beyond the tree line. No doubt they believed their skills sufficient, as their movements indicated that the 5 shadows believed that they had not and could not be spotted. Nothing but trash, was Ulquiorra's response as he returned his attention to the road ahead. A couple of minutes later and the two were standing in front of the surprisingly large wooden gate that barred their way into the village. Ulquiorra looked at the gate with mild annoyance before tilting his head up to look at the old man who was leaning over the top of the gate and looking down at them. Ye will state your intentions. Madoka cocked an eyebrow and looked to Ulquiorra. Ye, quote. Who are you? The Espada returned, still looking at the old man. Name's Yama. Bate Lil. Gaki's like ye, it's Yama-sama. The old man shouted. Ulquiorra nodded. I have business within this village. Yama-sama clicked his bony fingers and the people who had been shadowing Ulquiorra and Madoka burst out from their cover, each wielding an assortment of weapons from anchors and fishing nets to old rust swords and pitchforks. No, ye don't, Gaki. Ulquiorra frowned and looked over to Madoka. It appears I was correct. The village appears to have fallen. What ye talkin' bout, Gaki? Yama shouted from his place on top of the gate. Fallen. How we be the greatest village in the entire world now thanks to the blessings of Sanbi Kami. Madoka rolled her eyes as she lowered her stance and raised her guard. Great. The one thing worse than Yukai junkies. Religious nuts. Ulquiorra didn't answer as he raised his head to look at the sky, taking in the sun's position. It will be dark soon. And I have no patience for this to be dragged on any longer than required. The Espada stepped in front of Madoka and pulled out his right hand from his pocket and held it out in front of him. You will tell me the location of the Sanbi no Kyodai game immediately, or I will destroy this pathetic hovel you claim as a village. Yama was about to snort and order his men to attack the offensive pale kid when he paled and felt his bladder empty at the sight he beheld. A small green and black ball taking form at the tip of Ulquiorra's finger. So unassuming, yet somehow exuding more malicious intent and despair than he had ever felt. Not even the great Sanbi Kami showed this much dominion over the psyche. There was no hope of mercy or escape at the hands of this strange paled-skinned youth. It was evidently plain to see. And never. Begone heathen, Yama managed to squeak defiantly. The ball grew in size, streaks of the same colored energy seeming to burst out of thin air around everyone and rush into the still-growing ball of despair. Is that your final response? It will be here before sunset. One of the armed villagers behind Ulquiorra shouted fearfully. Enka shut ye trap. Sanbi Kami don't forgive blasphemers. Yama managed to shout. Fuck off Yama-ji. The villager, Enka screamed, looking paler than Ulquiorra as he dropped his pitchfork. I got a family to feed in a boat that needs mending. Sanbi be damned, I can't do that if this monster here kills us all. Ulquiorra turned his head and looked at the man out of the corner of his eye. Sunset, here. Enka nodded fervently. Yeah, the Sanbi comes here every 2 days at sunset for tribute. Ulquiorra nodded. Very well, and with that Ulquiorra aimed at the front gate. Sero. The resulting Sero not only disintegrated the front gate and Yama in an instant, but carved a swath of destruction through the village, destroying 3/4 of the fishing community and setting the remainder on fire. Screams and howls of pain and complete and utter terror ripped through the air as those who had survived the blast wished they hadn't. Death had come to this town. And its name was Espada. What the hell are you doing? Ulquiorra lowered his hand and looked to his shoulder, at the hand that had grabbed and pulled him back. What is wrong, Shizuka Madoka? What's wrong? What's wrong? The Junin screamed, pointing a shaking finger at the almost completely destroyed and burning village before them. You just blew up a fucking village. Ulquiorra nodded as if it was an everyday occurrence. I am aware of my actions. But why? What possible reason could you have to blow up a village? Religious nuts or not, those were still innocent people. Madoka shouted, her grip on the espada tightening. Ulquiorra placed his hand back into his pocket and nodded to the villagers surrounding them. They were all collapsed on the ground, frozen in fear and grief. Through my actions the village has been neutralized as a threat. When I face the Sanbi, this village will no longer interfere with the mission. You did all this just to make sure they didn't get in the way. Madoka's eyes widened, unable to come to terms with the simple yet horrible logic. Ulquiorra nodded as if he were addressing a child. The mission did not specify on collateral damage, nor was I instructed to show mercy to collaborators of the Biju. Madoka paled even more so and stumbled back a step in fear. From that statement she couldn't help but come to the conclusion that, if Ulquiorra were ordered to, he would not hesitate to perform the most inhumane and horrendous deed. It seemed, to the pale-skinned man, that so long as the objective was achieved, nothing else mattered. Come, we must prepare for the arrival of the Sanbi. Ulquiorra snapped Madoka out of her thoughts, stepping away from her and, unknowingly, crushing the charred head of a villager underfoot. Madoka didn't respond as she merely followed after the white-clad man as they entered the burning remains of the fishing village. The sights and smells grew worse the further into the village they went. Houses were alight with fire while some were now only half a house, the missing pieces nowhere to be found. Ulquiorra finally came to the small harbor and looked around the bay with a keen analytical eye. He ignored Madoka, who was staring at him as if he were a monster in white. The bay didn't appear deep enough for the Sanbi to conceal itself completely underwater, so once it entered the bay it would be forced up above the water line, so it would have minimal cover and had only one direction to go for a safe retreat if the Sanbi was pulled into a fight. Shizuka Madoka, how long will it take for you to prepare the seal for the Sanbi? He asked without turning to look at the woman. 3 hours. She stammered, flinching when Ulquiorra spoke to her. The Espada nodded slowly. Very well, sunset will arrive and thus will the Sanbi in 4 hours. Begin preparations in 30 minutes. When the Kiri ninja didn't move, Ulquiorra turned his head to look at her. Is something wrong? The woman shook her head quickly. Then perhaps you could make ready. I would prefer not to have to fight the Sanbi for a prolonged period. I have not faced a demon like this before without a medium to weaken it. He urged. Madoka nodded quickly and moved to do her work, leaving the strange creature to wait for his opponent. While the woman was working, Ulquiorra looked down to his hands and frowned in concentration as he called upon his Reiatsu and poured it to the gap between his hands. The gap between his hands lit up with a shower of green sparks, and within seconds a pulsing ball of energy was floating in between his hands. The fourth Espada frowned as he shaped the ball and tried to fill it with the required energy to reach the desired density. He couldn't do it. He couldn't achieve the required density for the technique. Well, it does require my Segunda Etapa form to use, but I should be able to at least manifest a shadow of the technique. The pale-skinned teen shook his hands and let go of the Reiatsu and allowed it to return to his body before casting his gaze back out to the bay. His eyes narrowed and his hand inched towards his Zanpakuto when he felt a creeping presence coming into the bay. He could literally see the power in the water, the once blue pristine ocean turning black as whatever was approaching came closer and closer. Shit, Ulquiorra uncharacteristically swore as he turned his head. Shizuka-san, please hurry, the Sanbi is here. Far behind Ulquiorra, Madoka's eyes widened and her spine fused together out of sheer fear, far surpassing her fear of the pale swordsman. What? It's almost 4 hours early, I need more time. Ulquiorra nodded. I will try to buy you time. But I would prefer you to hurry. I would like to leave intact. Madoka turned to look at the teen to see him walking out to the bay, her eyes widening as she watched him take another step before actually walking on thin air, no longer attached to the ground. Ulquiorra advanced out over the bay, now over a dozen feet in the air as the entire bay was now completely black from the Sanbi's aura. Well, this will be a good opportunity to see just how I compare against a Biju. Ulquiorra muttered as he braced himself against the wall of yokai that was pressing against him. He countered it with a blast of his own power and waited patiently as the demon came into the bay. The former Espada didn't even flinch when a blood-curdling howl ripped through the air and a massive creature exploded out of the water. The sky rained seawater as Ulquiorra stared unflinchingly at the massive Biju that had come before him. It was a giant demonic-looking turtle with 3 tails fanned out behind it. The Sanbi. As much as I expected. Ulquiorra muttered as he prepared to make his move. You are the one who has destroyed my serfs. Ulquiorra blinked at the booming voice that dominated the area, drowning out all other noise. Sanbi, thank you for joining us. Now you will be coming with me. Resist if you wish, but the end will be the same. You dare challenge me? The demon roared, its entire body lighting up with a mixture of blue and purple yokai which covered it completely. When the flare faded, the massive form of the Sanbi was gone, and in its place was a human. Or at least a creature that wore a human appearance. The Sanbi's human form was a medium height of 5 feet and was surprisingly thin considering its Biju form was quite big-boned. It had short blue hair that fell down over its face and covered its left eye. Its right eye was a deep black. The clothes it wore, don't ask how it managed to transform itself into a human with clothes, was a pair of loose-fitting black pants and a dark blue singlet with what appeared to be a turtle shell shield strapped to its back. I have lived for over 100 of your years, puny human. I have survived countless wars. The Sanbi said evenly as it rolled its shoulders and clenched its new hands into fists. And I will survive you. At that, Ulquiorra's eyes widened and he quickly pulled his hand up to block a stream of highly pressurized water. The water pushed him back a few feet before it dispersed around him. Ulquiorra turned his hand around to look at his palm and narrowed his eyes a fraction of an inch, the only reaction he would allow for the light bruise that was forming on his hand. His Hyro had protected him from the water that would have cut a normal human in two, but it had been too strong for him to shrug it off completely, turning the water's keen cutting power into blunt force trauma. You see, human, even against the most basic OV Biju techniques you cannot escape. The Sanbi lauded, its face twisting into an almost insane grin of ecstatic glee. Against the might of the godly Sanbi Sama there will be no victory. Ulquiorra breathed out a calm breath as he reached down, grasped his katana. With a moment's contemplation, Ulquiorra drew his sword in one movement and swung it down to the side. There was an explosion of wind and the bay below the Asabda was suddenly split in two, revealing a newly created trench at the sea floor. I see. You seem rather excited that you're able to cause such a minor irritation with such low-level abilities. The Sanbi's eye widened and a cold sweat dripped from its forehead as the air pressure around the two suddenly felt as if the world was bearing down on the Biju as Ulquiorra stared at the demon. The demon was then forced to jump back and reach for its shield when Ulquiorra all but exploded into motion, soaring towards the transformed turtle like a white-clad angel of death. The Sanbi managed to pull its shield to bear just as Ulquiorra's katana came crashing down, being safely blocked by the turtle shell and saving the Sanbi from any wound the blade may have caused. Ulquiorra didn't allow the chance for recovery as he pulled his blade back and stabbed at the shield again. Again the shell weathered the blow. Not bothered the slightest, Ulquiorra pulled the blade back and repeated, and again, and again. The Sanbi was forced back several feet as he felt his shell take the blows from the pale-skinned human's katana. When the shield stopped recoiling from taking the blows, Sanbi raised an eyebrow as it felt it start to vibrate. When it noticed that it was still losing ground despite that it couldn't feel any more blows coming from the human, its eye widened when the realization came as to what the vibrations were. Its shield was being attacked at a speed far beyond the capabilities of any mortal. It looked over his shield and felt a twinge of uncertainty. The katana held by the human was moving at so fast a speed that it was barely visible. Nothing more than a metallic blur. The demon heard the sound of a sharp crack akin to a bone breaking and quickly moved its head to the side as the katana shot at it, having penetrated the defense. Enough. Ulquiorra stopped his rapid thrusts and, using his other hand, delivered a swift backhand against the shield and knocked the Sanbi away as it drew in a torrent of black energy from nothingness to create a ball at its mouth. Ulquiorra had barely sent the Biju more than 50 feet away from him when the human-formed demon released its technique. Bijudama. Tailed beast ball. The black ball shot from the Sanbi's mouth as a massive beam of blue and purple energy and rocketed towards the astounded Ulquiorra at incredible speed. Ulquiorra's eyes widened at the sheer power in the attack as well as its familiarity. He turned to look behind him and his feet rooted to the spot before he turned back to face the Sanbi, refusing to move. He barely had enough time to raise his hands in defense before the attack hit him with an ungodly explosion. The entire bay lit up like a sun had been born there and the explosion could be seen for miles. Nothing more than another foolish mortal with delusions of grandeur. Sanbi gloated as the massive mushroom cloud started to dissipate. Moments earlier, Madoka was in awe as she watched the battle out of the corner of her eye as she worked on her assigned task. First, the great Sanbi no Kyodai game had transformed into a human, something that she didn't even know a Biju could even do. Next thing she knew, Ulquiorra was unleashing his very own brand of hell upon the transformed demon. It was unbelievable to witness, but the woman managed to tear her focus away from the battle and back to her work. It could have been only a few minutes later when Madoka was forced to stop her work completely when a wave of complete and utter fear assaulted her, not unlike the sensation that Ulquiorra's attack on the village had done to her, and she turned to see what was happening. What happened next burned into her memory forever. Ulquiorra turned to look at her and his eyes seemed to widen with an expression of worry that didn't suit his appearance and character. In that instant the teen turned away from her and faced the demon, raising his hands to block the coming attack. The Sanbi then unleashed the most horrifying attack against the swordsman, larger and more frightening than the beam of green energy that Ulquiorra had unleashed to wipe out the village. Madoka watched in horror as the blast exploded into the white-clad teen and enveloped him completely. The ninja flinched and raised her own arms up for some futile form of defense as the demonic blast continued past Ulquiorra and towards her. A moment later and Madoka peeked through her arms and looked in amazement as the blast blew by either side of her, leaving her completely unharmed. When the blast dissipated and the cloud cover thinned, Madoka's eyes widened at what she saw. Ulquiorra was floating in exactly the same position as before. Only that one of his arms had been completely vaporized and he only had half a leg, blood practically pouring from him like a river from the two gaping wounds and numerous scratches and gashes covering body. The Sanbi narrowed its eyes and glared at the creature that had survived one of the collected Biju's most powerful techniques. There was no possible way that its enemy was human, as no mortal creature could take a Baikudama directly and survive, let alone still have a body remaining afterwards. Ulquiorra frowned and looked down to his body, noting the missing limbs and blood he was losing. Interesting. An attack that mimics the Sero. And the power behind it. This is easily similar to a Sero Ascura's. Ulquiorra. The former Espada turned his head to the source of the voice and saw Madoka still alive behind him and breathed out a sigh of relief. No sooner had the breath been released when Ulquiorra frowned minutely at the action. Relief. Why would one such as he feel relief for her survival? He would not deny that the reason he had refused to move and had chosen to take the blast, using his own body to divide the blast around her. He could not understand why he was relieved that she had survived. Focus Shizuka Madoka, complete the seal quickly. Ulquiorra spoke to her, keeping his expression neutral. I will hold on for as long as I can. The woman nodded mutely and turned back to her work. As Ulquiorra tightened his grip on his Zanpakuto and focused Reiatsu to his missing arm and leg. There was a minute twinge of pain, like pins and needles, as he grew a new arm and leg and all of his other wounds healed instantly. He looked over to the livid demon and flexed his newly grown hand. You survived. Perhaps you are worthy of facing my true power after all, puny creature. Sanbi praised. Such arrogance. Ulquiorra sighed, shaking his head in disappointment. You'll never kill me at this level if you stop to stare at me after destroying a single arm and leg. The Sanbi growled in anger and raised its shield before swinging it down with a burst of yokai. There was a brief flash of blue and purple and the shield melted away, leaving a three-pronged trident in its place, 3 strips of cloth wrapped around the pole. I will destroy even the memory of you, creature. Not even the gods will remember your existence. Ulquiorra shook his head and raised his sword, pointing it down to the Biju. Such threats are meaningless. I would have expected one of the great Biju to be able such trivial thoughts in the heat of battle. Ulquiorra flared his own Reiatsu, matching the yokai being emitted perfectly. I have not used this for more than a few seconds in the world of the living, so I am unsure of the effects it will have on the surrounding areas. Don't drop your guard. Sanbi no Kyodai game. There was another flare of Reiatsu and a halo of black and green energy erupted from around Ulquiorra's feet. In close, Murcielago. The halo of Reiatsu at his feet exploded out, concealing him from view. The Sanbi and Madoka both stared at the explosion of Reitsu, both shocked and confused at what was happening. The shock rose to even greater heights when green rain seemed to fall down onto both of them from the blanket of Reiatsu, solidified power raining down on both of them as Ulquiorra's power rose to greater heights. When the blanket of dark power diminished and vanished completely, the Sanbi's eyes widened at what it saw. The human, no, not human, the creature flying above it was almost completely changed. The mask fragment on Ulquiorra's head was now different, covering the entire top of his head with two long horns coming out of its sides. His Espada uniform was now resembling something closer to a sleeveless dress, and the hole in his chest was visible, and the tear streaks that ran down his eyes were now dark and thicker. The largest change, however, was the pair of massive bat-like wings that had sprouted from his back, an impressive wingspan each as large as he was tall. "What is this? Some mortal trickery?" it asked, looking up to Ulquiorra in a new light. The Espada was no longer an annoyance, but a true adversary. "Explain." "Resurrexia cubed N," was the former Arrancar's response. "Those like me, seal the majority of our form and power into a sword. This is my power and form. Now come Sanbi no Kyodai game. Stay fully alert, don't get distracted for a single moment." Ulquiorra flexed his right hand and there was a burst of pale green light, and within seconds he was holding a spear of pure Reiatsu. In an instant, the Espada shot down towards the Sanbi and swept the spear out. The Biju had barely a second to react and to bring its own weapon to bear. There was a brief flash and the Sanbi went crashing into a cliffside on the far side of the bay. "I told you to keep your guard up," Ulquiorra commented, looking over to where the Sanbi was pulling itself out of the crater it had made, blood pouring from a vicious gash marking the side of its face and one of the bladed prongs on the trident broken off. The Sanbi glared at Ulquiorra and pulled itself out of the cliff wall and jumped down to the water. "Don't mock me, mortal." The demon focused its yokai into its mouth and after a brief moment screamed out. "Soniku Hoko." Sonic roar. A wall of air pressure and sound shot out from the demon, creating a massive tidal wave that towered over even Ulquiorra. The transformed Espada looked at the massive tsunami with a mild interest. He hadn't seen an ability like that since Grimmjow. The Sexta Espada was able to create shock waves from his roar alone. "Naive," was his only comment before raising his Reiatsu spear and swinging it down like he had with his Zanpakuto. The tidal wave and wall of air continued by him on either side. "Is that all you have to offer? You may have saved yourself this time. But what about your human companion?" The Sanbi sneered. Ulquiorra's eyes widened and he looked back to see the wall of water and air bearing down on a defenseless Madoka, the Kiri Kunoichi paralyzed with a hopeless fear, knowing that there was no escape and she was going to die. But two things happened. Ulquiorra first vanished with the sound of static only to reappear in front of Madoka, his wings angled to shield her. The second was a ball of pure black energy gathering at his fingertips. The ball gathered and formed faster than any other Sero before, and a bare second later Ulquiorra fired off the Sero at the coming wall of destruction. The tsunami and wall of condensed air exploded barely a few dozen feet away from the two, raining down seawater harmlessly. "You Ulquiorra," Madoka stammered as she looked up to the changed Espada, her yes flicking from his wings to the hollow hole and back. "Rest easy, Shizuka Madoka, I will protect you," Ulquiorra said quietly, looking down to her. "Are you close to finishing yet?" Madoka looked down to her work, at the stone urn etched with runes and newly painted seals. The vessel designed to hold the Sanbi. The urn was resting in the middle of another complex seal of unbelievably complex design. "Yes, you just need to subdue the Sanbi and get me up to it with this urn." Ulquiorra nodded. "I will return in a moment." With that the Espada vanished with another sonido and reappeared back above the bay. "How human of you. Does that mortal matter to you? Should I kill her for you? Think of it as a gift. From the great Sanbi no Kyodai game to a lesser creature." The Biju threatened. "Although I am curious about that technique of yours moments before. So similar to our Bijudama. It is called the Sero Oscuras. Usable only in the Resurrexia cubed N form." Ulquiorra answered. "Would you like to see it again?" The Sanbi gave a twisted grin and brought its trident to bear in a "come hither" manner. Ulquiorra raised his hand and gathered his Reiatsu to the tips of his index finger, forming it into a small ball. The ball grew in size till it was the size of his fist before he condensed it back to the size of an ping-pong ball. The Sanbi grinned even wider and prepared to defend itself when Ulquiorra vanished once more. "Sero Oscuras." The Sanbi turned as quickly as he could, to face the winged Arrancar that had appeared behind it and fired the black Sero. The blast covered the Sanbi's entire body and after a few brief seconds, the Sero spent its energy and dissipated. When it cleared, it revealed the Sanbi back in its demon form, covered in countless cuts and burns, on the brink of death and completely unconscious. Ulquiorra powered another Sero to his finger and held it there as he looked at the demon a moment longer, not taking any chances that it might be playing possum before he cancelled the hollow technique, and with a brief flash of green and black Reiatsu he sealed away his true from back into Murcielago and sheathed it. Odd, that Oscuras was more powerful this time around. Ulquiorra said quietly as he turned and made his way back to solid ground in Madoka. Not by much but a noticeable increase. Why? As Ulquiorra pondered on the increase of power, his mind wandered back. Rest easy, Shizuka Madoka, I will protect you, Ulquiorra said quietly. The Sanbi's sneering visage, how human of you. Do you have someone to protect? A precious person, who? Ulquiorra frowned at the last memory of the three. Who had asked him this? What was this memory of protection, and, what was it? Precious person. I can't believe it, you did it, you actually beat one of the Biju. Ulquiorra was brought out of his musings when Madoka was suddenly in his sight, looking at him in awe and shock as the former Espada returned his feet to solid earth. I'll be honest, I thought you were going to get yourself killed, but you actually did it. She gushed. Ulquiorra held up a hand to stem the tide of flowing words. To his surprise, it actually worked and she stopped talking. The teen briefly wondered if this action would have had the same effect when they were on the road before. We are not finished, Shizuka Madoka. Gather what you need and I will take you to the Sanbi. Please, call me Madoka. The woman smiled as she turned and picked up the stone urn. Madoka-san. Ulquiorra nodded, feeling a small uncharacteristic smile flit across his face as he held out his hand. The woman reached out and grabbed the hand and felt a strange sensation like being pulled, and the next thing she knew she was standing on top of the Sanbi's shell. Begin your sealing, Madoka. We will leave as soon as you are done. The kunoichi nodded and, setting the urn, began to work. Several miles away from where Ulquiorra and Madoka were sealing the Sanbi, at some hidden location, several shadows flitted through the darkness to gather together, the only visible aspect of them that could serve as some identification being the black cloaks marked with red clouds. The Akatsuki. The Sanbi has been taken. This simple statement sent a wave of shock through the gathered members. Are you sure? Another asked, looking to the first speaker, the man known as Leader. The Sanbi has been moving from one location to the other, how could it have been found before us? Leader looked to the second speaker for a moment before giving a minuscule shrug. How it was found I do not know, Itachi, but Zetsu has reported the identity of the one who was responsible for the Sanbi's defeat and capture. Whoa, hang on there. Another all but shouted. You're telling us that a single shit stain managed to take down the Sanbi? Shouldn't the weed have known about another S-ranked moron running around with the power to take out a Biju? The culprit is already known to all of us. Zetsu spoke, looking to Hidan. The captor of the Sanbi was none other than the enigma that killed Sasori. Ulquiorra Schiffer. At this, one of the shadows tensed and a single visible eye narrowed. I'm going to enjoy turning that bastard into my greatest work of art, yeah. Calm down, Dedera. Leader ordered. As it stands, we must reassess our opinion and course of action against this new player. This Ulquiorra Schiffer is obviously a powerful enemy. The former Iwa Nin growled in anger before nodding reluctantly. Zetsu, what else do you have to report? Has the Kyuubi been sighted yet? The Venus flytrap ninja shook his head. No visual confirmation, only the aftermath of its movements. We do not believe that the Kyuubi has been sealed, however, it would explain the sheer size of the destruction. Leader nodded. All right then, proceed according to the original plan. Dedera, you will be working with Zetsu for now until we learn where the Sanbi is being taken. Itachi, Kisame, continue to search for the Kyuubi, but I also want you to gather information on this Ulquiorra Schiffer if you can. The two in question nodded, and with everything said and done, the shadows vanished, one by one. And then you were like bang and boom and then kapow. It was amazing, I've never seen anything like that. Ulquiorra felt another strange urge to beat himself over the head as he walked down the road towards Kurigakure. When Madoka had been sealing the Sanbi, it had been possible to keep her quiet, however it seemed that it was a short-lived relief. The woman hadn't shut up about the battle since they had left the now destroyed fishing village. He had to even wonder if she was even human, as he was pretty sure she hadn't taken the time to breathe in the past hour. Don't get me wrong, when you did that weird thing with your katana and that green rain and then you had those bat wings. How did you do that? It was awesome and scary but still really cool. She continued, still not stopping to breath. I wonder if I could release the Sanbi and fight it again, it would be a lot better than this ceaseless babble. Thankfully the two came to the crest of the hill they had been walking up. They also came within sight of Kurigakure. Ulquiorra stepped closer to Madoka and placed a hand on her shoulder, stopping her from both walking and talking as she turned to see what he wanted. Hold still, this will be over shortly, he said evenly. Madoka went to ask what the teen meant when she felt a sensation like before when Ulquiorra had moved her onto the sandy. However this time, instead of finding herself standing on a giant turtle shell, she was standing inside an office with a kunai against her neck. "Identify yourself," the holder of the kunai demanded. Madoka's eyes widened at the cold bite of steel at her neck while Ulquiorra merely stood there, ignoring another futile attempt to cut his neck. "Ao senpai," Madoka stammered, recognizing the voice. The kunai was removed from her throat. "Shizuka-san, sorry about that. Mizuki-sama asked me to increase security inside her office after Ulquiorra-san infiltrated it." The kunoichi turned around to the one-eyed Anbu ninja who was pocketing his kunai and nodding to the other Anbu officer who had a kunai pressed against the throat of a passive-faced Ulquiorra. "It's a right, Ao senpai. Ulquiorra didn't exactly warn me when he brought us both in here." Ao nodded and his eyes shifted to the urn strapped to Madoka's back. "You succeeded." The Junin nodded and smiled brightly. "Yep, you should have seen Ulquiorra. He took on the sanbi all on his own and tore the thing a new one." Ao smiled softly and nodded before glancing at Ulquiorra who was suppressing the urge to groan at more hyper-talking. The man smirked at this, amused that even someone as robotic as Ulquiorra was not immune to Shizuka Madoka's eccentricities. "Well, Mizuki-sama is in a meeting with the council at the moment. Madoka, if you will come with me we shall have the urn placed in a secure location. Ulquiorra-san, please remain here." Ulquiorra nodded and stepped aside to allow the man to leave the office. The Espada went to seat himself at the Mizuki's desk when Madoka stepped up to him, her hands pressed against his chest to stop him. "In case I don't get to see you again before you leave, Ulquiorra-kun. Thank you for saving my life," she said quietly, a blush covering her face. Before Ulquiorra could react or even process what was said and how it was said, Madoka had leaned in and kissed him lightly on the cheek before skipping back and leaving the room quickly after Ao. Ulquiorra remained where he was long after Madoka left, his mind trying to figure out what had happened and why. Setting it aside for now, Ulquiorra removed his zanpakuto from his waist and sat himself down at the chair and placing the blade on his lap. The time passed quickly with Ulquiorra amusing himself by meditating on his own power, checking on the status of his Reiatsu. He hadn't checked since before infiltrating Konoha. When he tapped into the pool of his Reiatsu, his eyes widened a fraction. His complete power, while still diminished, was closer to his full power than before. Before he had been at around 80% of his complete power, but now he was closer to 87. Still not at full power, but it was an welcome improvement. But the question remained, how was he now stronger? Well, looks like my little cousin is more than he seems. Ulquiorra turned his head to look at Mei, who was walking into her office, flanked by Ao and a blushing Madoka. "So it would seem. I trust you are pleased with the completion of the mission." Mei waited till she was seated before she looked at Ulquiorra sternly. "Madoka briefed me on your actions at the village and its destruction. Tell me, do you think that it was necessary to perform a genocide of that level against civilians?" Ulquiorra frowned and nodded slowly. "As I told Madoka, the villagers would have attacked us during the confrontation with the Sanbi. They were the Biju's thralls. At that point they were not mere civilians. If I had left them to their own devices, there would have been no doubt that Madoka would have been attacked while I was preoccupied with the Sanbi. Shizuka Madoka is a Junin of Kiri and fully capable of handling a group of rioting civilians." Mei retorted. "And against civilians granted the yokai of a Biju?" Ulquiorra asked. "I did not wish to run the risk of such a situation." Mei blew out a sigh before frowning in contemplation of what Ulquiorra has said. It was all sound and did make sense in the right context. "All right then, I'll have it listed as a preemptive strike." The female Cage opened a folder in front of her and jotted down a couple of notes. "Now then, the Sanbi has been stored away in our most secure vault until we have a more suitable container. I have to ask, is everything Shizuka-san said about your fight with the Sanbi true?" Ulquiorra looked over to Madoka, who was still blushing and looking at him every so often before looking away as if shy for some reason. "And what was said? That not only were you able to walk on thin air, but you regrew limbs and performed some technique that was almost identical to the Sanbi's most powerful technique. Among other things." Ulquiorra nodded. "I see. Before I reveal any of my secrets, what about my request?" Mei smiled and clicked her fingers. Ao stepped up and placed a scroll in her waiting hand. "I have had all the necessary papers written up and signed. Uzugakure and its lands now belong to Ulquiorra Schiffer, heir of the Uzumaki clan. The papers are sealed within this scroll along with trade agreements and something for you to go through so we can table talks of a proper treaty that includes not only trade, but military and politics. Ulquiorra nodded his thanks and took the scroll and dropped it into his pocket. Good. Now to give answers to the questions you have. It is complicated. As you all are aware, I do not possess a sufficient amount of chakra to pursue a career as a shinobi. What power I do have, however, is called Reiatsu. And that would be? Mei asked, leaning forward in curiosity. Chakra is result of the combination of physical and spiritual energy, correct? Ulquiorra asked, receiving a nod of confirmation in return. Reiatsu is purely spiritual energy. I possess an extensive pool of Reiatsu. My ability to walk on thin air is akin to water walking, only that I use Reiatsu to solidify the air beneath me. And the energy blast that was almost identical to the Biju's greatest technique. Mei asked. Something only I can do. A result of me coming back from the dead, as it were. Ulquiorra explained. It is called a Sero. Hollows flash in your language. Like the Sanbi's technique, which is a blast of concentrated yokai, the Sero is a blast of concentrated Reiatsu. You know, I can tell you're not telling the whole truth, Ulquiorra. Mei said after a short silence. Ulquiorra shrugged. Everyone has secrets. Besides, I have yet to discover who are my allies and enemies. Until then I will stick to half-truths and vague answers. The Mizukage nodded before smiling kindly at the pale-skinned swordsman. Well then, I'll have to prove to you that you can trust family. Ulquiorra looked at her with a confused expression before nodding his head slowly as he processed the promise. I look forward to it, Temuri Mei. Ulquiorra, we are family. To you, it is Mei. The woman pressed. The Espada nodded. Very well, Mei. Now I must conclude this meeting. I need to get these documents to someone who understands politics. With that, Ulquiorra stood up and slid his Zanpakuto back into his sash and turned to leave when he stopped. Pausing for a moment, he turned back to the Mizukage. I would advise having the Sanbi's capture by Kiri kept as an S-ranked secret. There is an organization out there that is trying to collect the 9 Biju, the Akatsuki. They have already kidnapped the case cage and tried to extract the Ikibi. Yes, I heard that the case cage was kidnapped. Mei said. Yes, the Akatsuki was responsible. They are composed of S-ranked missing ninja from what I remember. That and the fact that they can and have infiltrated one of the big 5 to kidnap a cage should be enough for you to err on the side of caution. Mei nodded. Very well, I will have it kept secret. Ulquiorra nodded and clicked his fingers. The 3 Kiri ninja all gasped at the sight as the space behind the Espada seemed to rip open and revealing a chaotic vortex of black and white within the rip. Good. Now then, it was a pleasure to meet you, and I will see you again. Ulquiorra nodded his head Tao and turned to Madoka. Madoka, I enjoyed working with you. With that, the tear in reality closed shut over Ulquiorra and sealed shut a moment later. As soon as Ulquiorra was gone, Mei's smile evolved into a full-blown grin and she looked at Madoka with a mischievous twinkle in her eyes. So, Ao told me something interesting, Madoka-san. Madoka swallowed and looked to her cage. Ma'am. Ulquiorra-kun, is it now? Did something happen during the mission to warrant such affection to my cousin? The woman said slyly. Madoka blushed like a tomato. Well, not really, that is, to say. She swallowed. I mean, he did save my life. Oh dear, Mei said, still smiled. Save your infatuation. And she's got it bad. Mizukage-sama. Madoka tried to cover her face with her hands to hide the still reddening blush. Well, you better move quick, girl. Men who go out of their way to save others usually don't stay single for long. At the same time as Madoka's teasing, another garganta ripped open in a small clearing by a river obscured in mist. When Ulquiorra stepped out of it, he looked around and felt a profound sense of nostalgia. He remembered this sight from his life as Uzumaki Naruto. It was a place where he had first come face to face with a real shinobi, Momochi Zabuza, during his C-ranked mission to protect a bridge builder. As Ulquiorra looked around the area, to the river where Hitaki Kakashi and Zabuza had dueled using Suiten ninjutsu, and over to the tree where Haku had killed Zabuza disguised as a hunter nin, he couldn't help but wonder if the feelings that had played a large part in the betrayal of Uzumaki Naruto had already existed then. Had Kakashi and everyone else in Konoha hated Naruto at this point? Or had that hatred come at a later date? You'll catch a cold sleeping out here. Ulquiorra frowned and looked around quickly. The voice. It had felt as if the voice had been actually heard and that he was not alone, yet he knew the speaker and remembered vividly the moment where he had died. Sentimentality. The teen mused aloud as he stopped the foolishness of looking for someone who had long since been dead. A foolish notion. Using the solitude, Ulquiorra pulled out a small scroll, the one that had been specially made for his use that stored his belongings and unsealed his civilian clothes. Disrobing from his Espada uniform, which was now in need of repairs due to the damage he had taken from his fight with the Sanbi, he pulled on the pair of blue cargo pants and clipped on the white and silver-studded belt before slipping on the black undershirt and black dress shirt and pulling on the white coat. As he dressed he looked down to his chest and noted that his hole, while still there, why wouldn't it be, seemed to be a fraction smaller than he remembered. Odd. The hole found in All Hallows represents the absence of a heart. Ulquiorra looked at Aizen through his mask, unfolding his wings from around his body to better look down to his own hollow hole. I have often wondered this, Aizen-sama. Other hollows have been unable to answer my questions. They care little for the reasons of our existence. And you do, Schiffer-san? Came Ichimaru Jin's taunting voice. Ulquiorra cocked his head to the side for a moment before shrugging. A passing curiosity. It exists, therefore must serve some purpose. Hollow are said to be formed during times of great pain and conflict, when a soul dies of violent circumstances or leaves the mortal world with regret or even anger. Upon the transformation from plus to hollow, the heart of that hollow is removed, leaving an emptiness seen as a hole. Aizen explained. It is said that all hollow then wear their hearts to hide themselves as a mask. Ulquiorra nodded. Then my heart is no more. I do not wear a heart, I wear a mask. The Vasto Lord looked to the powerful Shinigami for a moment before bowing. Thank you, Aizen-sama. Ulquiorra ran a hand over his shirt-covered chest before reaching up to run his fingers across the mask fragment bound to the left side of his head. Was this his heart, his own, and not the one given to him by Orihime? The hole and absence of a heart is the mark of a hollow. Ulquiorra looked at Orihime with an emotionless gaze. Are you afraid, woman? The orange-haired woman swallowed before shaking her head and clutching her hands to her chest as if in prayer. No, my friends, they all came for me. My heart is at peace. By now Ulquiorra was on his knees clutching his head as his memories assailed him. So much pain. Make it stop. The Espada slammed his fists into the ground, creating a massive crater before a Sero formed at his fingertip as he pointed at the tree where Haku had saved Zabuza. Make it stop. Do you have someone precious to you? Ulquiorra froze as if his spine had been fused instantly at the voice. He had heard it this time, not as a memory, but in reality. He turned around and blinked in shock when he saw the familiar face of Haku standing on the river a few feet away from him, the same smile on her face as he remembered. The only difference was the broken chain that was bolted to her chest, signifying that she was really dead. Do you remember me asking you that, Naruto-kun? Haku asked, looking at the fallen Espada, destruction littered around him. Do you remember it? You recognize me? Ulquiorra asked, trying to calm himself back to his usual demeanor. Haku giggled behind a hand and nodded. Of course, Naruto-kun. How could I not know the greatest Hokage of all time? Although, you have changed a bit. You seem empty. Ulquiorra nodded. I have not gone by that name in what seems like 100 years. I cannot even think to know how to react like I once did. Haku nodded sadly. So you did forget. You forgot what makes one truly strong. My purpose makes me strong. Ulquiorra said quickly. My purpose gave me the strength to become the Quattro Espada for Aizen-sama. Haku sighed sadly. You turned yourself into a weapon. You broke your promise to me, Naruto-kun. It was my purpose, to serve Aizen-sama faithfully. It gave me a reason to exist. And your promise? Haku asked gently. Do you even remember it? Ulquiorra shook his head. I forgot such a meaningless commitment the moment I was abandoned and killed. You promised to find your own way of the ninja. To not become a weapon but be your own person. Haku continued as if Ulquiorra had not even spoken. But you forgot, and in forgetting you lost the power you had. Ulquiorra stood up and looked at the soul for a moment before sighing and looking down in defeat. What is it you want? Have the dead come to torment one who would eat them? Haku shook her head. I've always been by your side, Naruto-kun. Following you as you took up your promise. When you came back after 3 years of death I found you once more. I was very sad when I saw you though. To see how weak you had become because you had forgotten where true power comes from. And where is that, Haku? Remind me. You seem to know so much, tell me why I am weak. Ulquiorra said sternly, growing impatient with this intrusive soul. Have you not figured it out, Naruto-kun? I thought you would have when you fought the Sanbi no Kyodai game. Haku titled her head to the side in confusion. You protected that girl, Shizuka Madoka not once, but twice at risk to your own life. You protected someone. Ulquiorra frowned and thrown back. He did remember those actions, though he still could not answer to why he had done those things. But he remembered the feeling he had experienced afterwards. The drive to fight the Sanbi to keep the Kiri Junin safe. And the power he had felt while doing it. Haku smiled happily as she saw the Espada, thinking. You remember. Ulquiorra nodded slowly as he started to piece it together. When you protect those precious to you, only then do you become truly strong. Haku smiled and wiped a tear that had fallen from her eye. Perhaps there is more of the old Naruto left than you think, Naruto-kun. Ulquiorra didn't react or answer to the statement. Instead he posed his own question. Now what of you, Haku? You have been a plus for 3 years now. Sooner or later you will have to pass on to the Soul Society or risk becoming like I am, was. A hollow. Haku shook her head. I can't. It isn't my time yet. I do not understand. You are dead. How could it not be your time? Ulquiorra asked, confused. I am waiting, Haku answered, sounding as if she intended to wait for all eternity if it was required. Waiting for someone to save me. Ulquiorra shook his head sadly, an emotional response that surprised him. You will be waiting forever, Haku. The Shinigami do not come to this realm often. I'm not waiting for the Shinigami. Haku shook her head. I am waiting for someone very special. He will help me start a new life when I find him. To find him I have to follow you. I am not searching for someone who will help you, Haku. I am returning to the land of waves. To meet with Senju Tsunade. Haku smiled and shrugged happily. I have been following you to find this man ever since you came back to life, Naruto-kun. I am prepared to wait a while longer. Ulquiorra nodded and picked up his now completely destroyed Espada uniform before sealing it away and pocketing the scroll as well as the Kiri scroll. Very well. As he turned to leave the clearing, the transparent soul of Haku following him, Ulquiorra turned and looked at her, giving her a genuine smile, albeit a small one. It is good to see you again, Haku. You to Naruto-kun. You too. Several hours later Ulquiorra and Haku, who was invisible to everyone else being a plus, stepped onto a mutually familiar site, the Great Bridge, built by the master bridge builder Tazuna. The site where Haku and Zabuza had both died and Uzumaki Naruto had made his pledge. Ulquiorra kept his expression neutral as he walked across the bridge, trying to ignore the large memorial that identified the bridge as the Great Naruto Bridge, and the countless children running about playing a game called Ninjas and Baddies. It would have been a touching scene had Ulquiorra remembered how to react to these kinds of situations. He remembered that there would have been a time as Uzumaki Naruto where he would have run around shouting his awesomeness and bawling his eyes out in the sight. But Ulquiorra Schiffer had forgotten such things. Look, Naruto-kun, you see what effect your achievements have on these people. Haku pointed out, her voice unheard by all bar the Espada. These people don't honor Uzumaki Naruto of Konoha. They honor Uzumaki Naruto, hero of Wave. Ulquiorra shook his head and replied quietly, so as not to appear that he was actually speaking to anyone. Be that as it may, I am not Uzumaki Naruto. He was killed a traitor. I am Ulquiorra Schiffer. I have told you this before, Haku. Haku let out a sad sigh and nodded reluctantly. Is this the identity you want, Naruto-kun? To be Ulquiorra Schiffer who lives only for himself and takes power from his purpose? Or Uzumaki Naruto, who lived to protect those important to him and was the strongest person I had ever met? Ulquiorra didn't answer at first before he looked away. Neither. Pardon. I wish to be neither. Uzumaki Naruto wore his heart on his sleeve, for all to see, and died alone and betrayed because of his naivety. Ulquiorra Schiffer, I destroyed my own heart for power to serve a man with a purpose that was not my own. The Espada reached up and pressed his hand against his mask fragment. The short time I have spent back in the world of the living has shown just how out of place a hollow truly is. It is a world not fit for neither of me. It killed Uzumaki Naruto who wore his heart on his sleeve and makes me weak, the one who destroyed his heart for power. So what will you do? Ulquiorra stopped and looked at the woman, for the first time in his life, both actually, having no answer, real or not, and feeling quite uncomfortable for it. I do not know. Haku and Ulquiorra were walking down a busy commercial street, shops and stalls buzzing with activity and the sound of trade. It was a far cry from the poverty the two remembered 3 years ago. It would seem that Tazuna's belief that the bridge would save the town had been true. Do you even know where you are going, Naruto-kun? Ulquiorra nodded. I am making for the house of Tazuna the bridge builder. Tsunade should be there. If not there, then I will continue to search. I thought you could sense practically everything, why not just do that and save the time wasting? Haku asked, enjoying the sight of a vein that was throbbing on the pale teen's forehead, unknowingly to Ulquiorra. A sign that she was getting to him. Ah, such fun. I did not take the time to memorize Suan's signature. Was his answer, not turning to look at the spirit. Besides, even I prefer the menial task of walking and searching manually. Aizen-sama taught his Espada to not become dependent on their powers. Haku frowned at this. I still don't like this Aizen you told me about. She shuddered unconsciously at the mention of the traitor Shinigami. I am just glad you got away from him. Ulquiorra slowed and looked at her at this. Got away from him? I did not escape from Aizen-sama. I was killed by his enemies. Regardless, now that you're here you can leave the darkness of Hueco Mundo behind. Ulquiorra didn't continue the conversation, simply nodding to appease his haunter and returned his focus to where he was walking. As he did he frowned. Perhaps it would have best not to let Haku in on the peculiars of his time in Hueco Mundo. The deeds he had done and the lengths he had taken to perform them. The woman had been horrified that the Uzumaki Naruto who she had first seen with such an innocent glint in his eyes had committed such horrors. It's all right Naruto-kun, Haku said with a smile, ignoring the sad tears staining her cheeks. You not in Hueco Mundo anymore, so we can leave that all behind. You're not the same Ulquiorra Schiffer as before anyway. Wasn't he? Ulquiorra shook his head out of his musings, snapping himself away from the past add to the present. Of course he was different. In Hueco Mundo he wasn't haunted and inspired fear. Ulquiorra took one more step before his feet were rooted to the spot, Haku almost bumping into him. What's wrong? Ulquiorra closed his eyes and took in a breath and cast out his pesquisa in the direction he had sensed the disturbance. When his eyes reopened he shook his head in disappointment. Truly they have fallen far. Haku was about to ask what was wrong when Ulquiorra placed a hand on her shoulder, able to make contact with the departed soul due to the high concentration of Reiatsu that flowed within him. Both vanished almost instantly, unnoticed in the bustling crowd. When the two reappeared, the scenery was different. In front of the two was a large two-story house overlooking a small lake and trees surrounding the entire area, leaving only a small clearing for the house and a small empty space. Haku looked around in wonder, having never moved that fast in either lives, while Ulquiorra stared vividly at the silver-haired man who had just kicked the door to the house in, eliciting a terrified scream from the occupant. You can't hide from a Konoha shinobi, Tsunami-san, it is foolish and impossible. The ninja drawled as he took a step into the house. We know that the traitor Tsunade and her cohorts are here. Tell me where and I will leave this house and your family in one piece. Ulquiorra shook his head in disappointment once more. How far the mighty have fallen. This was heard by the ninja, who turned around to stare at Ulquiorra with an angry eye. So you're here as well. Perfect. Tizuna and his family are harboring not only Konoha traitors but Konoha's enemies as well. Looks like I'll have to execute them after I'm done with you. Kakashi said evenly, pulling out a kunai. Ulquiorra raised an eyebrow and ignored the gasp from Haku, who had been holding off some hope that Konoha's fall from grace had been exaggerated. Perhaps you are not the one I am thinking of. And who might that be, Ulquiorra Schiffer? Kakashi asked, reaching up to raise his headband. I believed you to be the one known as Hitaki Kakashi, the copy ninja. Famous for his intellect and combat prowess. Ulquiorra answered, you mustn't be him, as the real copy ninja would know when he is outmatched and lower his head. Kakashi growled and raised his headband, revealing a spinning Sharingan. Well, when I kill you, you can tell the Shinigami that you were wrong, and that you were killed by Hitaki Kakashi. Kakashi threw the kunai at Ulquiorra before flashing his hands through a long chain of hand seals in less time it took to blink. Kaden. Gokaku no Jutsu. Fire Style. Grand Fireball Jutsu. The elite Junin raised one of his hands to his mouth and took in a deep breath before breathing out a fireball 3 times as large as the fireball that Bear had fired at him in Konoha. Ulquiorra turned his head to check where Haku was, making sure that she wasn't in the way before he raised his arm. As soon as the fireball was within a few meters of him, the Espada swept his arm down, and backhanded the air in between him and the fireball. In the wake of his hand, Ulquiorra created a massive field of dense air pressure, spreading his Reiatsu out to stabilize the field. The giant fireball was almost upon the Espada when it impacted with the field and struck it like a physical barrier, straining against it but unable to progress any further. Kakashi growled when he saw that his jutsu was not reaching the pale-skinned teen and cut off the chakra flow, and the fireball dissipated, and once gone, Ulquiorra allowed his barrier to fade away. Tell me it is not a mistake to expect more of you, Hitaki. The Espada sighed as he pocketed his hand. I recall stories of your power and skill. The great copy ninja Hatake Kakashi. The man who has mastered over 1,000 jutsu. Kakashi clenched his fists in anger and he practically ripped a kunai out of his holster and brought it to bear. Ulquiorra sighed and shook his head in what would pass as regret. I should have maintained my low expectations. A kunai, do you possess nothing else to combat me with? Kakashi didn't answer the pale-skinned teen, waiting for Ulquiorra to make the first move instead, in Ulquiorra's mind, the Junin's first smart move so far. Ulquiorra lightly ran his hand along the end of his zanpakuto and briefly considered drawing it before pocketing his hand and reaching up with his other hand to finger his collar. While he appeared calm and collected, a usual climate for the kingdom of Ulquiorra, truthfully the Espada was quite concerned. Dealing with Kakashi was a simple matter, the elite Junin was nothing more than trash. However, given the famous ninja's experience and undeniable skill, collateral damage was unavoidable. Something not desired given that Ulquiorra could sense two humans within the house behind Kakashi, Tsunami and another, younger human, most likely the boy, Inari. Is something wrong, Ulquiorra Schiffer? Kakashi finally spoke, smirking when he noticed the almost invisible flicker in the criminal's eyes towards the house behind him. Are you concerned with the family within the house? You shouldn't. They are dead once I kill you. Ulquiorra looked at Kakashi for a moment before turning his head to glance at Haku, who was hiding behind a tree. He looked at the concerned expression on her face for a moment before narrowing his eyes and turning back to glare at Kakashi. Ulquiorra leveled an ungodly amount of killer intent and the full pressure of his collective power upon the Junin. Kakashi nearly passed out from the killer intent being thrown at him and actually felt his right shoulder pop out of place from the sheer physical weight of the power surrounding him. And it was all coming from the green-eyed monster he was facing. Whoever this Ulquiorra was, Kakashi had just done something very bad, and until now, impossible. He had made Ulquiorra Schiffer angry. Kakashi's eyes widened even further and he dropped his kunai in unrestrained despair as Ulquiorra took a single step towards him and vanished like a mirage, and a nanosecond later Kakashi was sent flying like a rogue comet away from the Tazuna residence courtesy of the back of Ulquiorra's left hand to his face. Despair, Ulquiorra said evenly as he followed in the wake of Kakashi's flight, walking casually. Experience the despair and hopelessness that all feel when faced against the Espada. With a quick sonido, Ulquiorra stepped in Kakashi's flight path, nearly 2 miles and 6 destroyed trees away from the house in Haku. Raising his left hand, his right still pocketed, Ulquiorra caught the Konoha Junin by the throat and tossed him aside lightly so that he rolled to an eventual stop after only a few feet. You have 3 broken ribs, a dislocated shoulder, 2 broken thumbs and minor internal bleeding. The Espada listed as he strode towards the Junin, who was struggling to climb to his feet. Why, you are a monster! Kakashi gasped, finally rising to his feet and forcing his shoulder back into place. Ulquiorra paused at this, frowning as if considering the term. Interesting. You claim that I am a monster, yet it appears that you intend to kill women and children, while I have declared no such desires. Kakashi growled angrily and tore off his headband and threw it away, his Sharingan spinning madly and blood flowing from his forehead and cutting vision to his right, normal eye. I will rip your heart out. Ulquiorra raised an eyebrow and pocketed his left hand and watched as Kakashi sped through a short series of hand seals and gripped his right wrist as lightning covered his right hand. Reikiri, lightning blade. The Espada looked at the signature jutsu of the copy ninja with mild interest, finding it strangely poetic. Years earlier, Hatake Kakashi had used that very same jutsu to defend Tazuna and his family, and now, the very same man was using the same jutsu in order to go and kill Tazuna and his family. Never mind the fact that Kakashi would ultimately fail. To prove his point, Ulquiorra stood his ground and waited for Kakashi to charge him. The lightning jutsu filled the air with sound, and in less than 3 seconds, which was more than enough time for the Espada to break Kakashi's hand in 5 places, the Junin reached him and slammed the jutsu against Ulquiorra's chest. Ulquiorra suppressed the urge to groan as he felt and heard the sound of his shirt being torn and burnt thanks to the Reikiri. The Espada looked at Kakashi with a raised eyebrow as the Junin blinked and pulled back his hand from Ulquiorra's chest, his expression filled with confusion. Is something wrong, Hatake Kakashi? Ulquiorra asked, feigning innocence. You appear confused. Kakashi looked down to his hand, wondering why it wasn't covered in blood and why it had felt as if he had slammed his fist into solid rock. My turn. Ulquiorra reached out and pressed his hand against Kakashi's throat, pressing down on the Junin with his Reiatsu to keep him immobilized. The Espada gave out a pulse of Reiatsu through his hand that was pressed against the Junin's throat. Kakashi's eyes widened as he felt a wave of numbness flow through his neck and managed to jump back away from the dangerous teen. "What did you do?" These were the words that Kakashi tried to speak, his mouth moving to speak the words but no sound coming out. "I have removed your ability to speak, and cast jutsu from your mouth," Ulquiorra explained. "In my time in Hueco Mundo, those like me learned of the 7 points of spiritual power and the method in disrupting them. I have sealed your throat point, disrupting all energy flow there bar that which is required to sustain your life. You will still be able to breath." Kakashi's eyes widened even more so. He could sense that Ulquiorra was unable to use chakra and only had a civilian level, yet the teen had displayed a method of attack almost identical to the Hyuga's taijutsu style, which sealed chakra points. Thankfully, the ability to perform jutsu was not dependent on the requirement to vocally state the jutsu. It was purely for theatrics, really. Kakashi thought quickly and played out his surprise and lured Ulquiorra into thinking that he was still reeling in shock before flying through another set of hand seals, before releasing chakra through his feet. Doden. Doryu Taiga. Earth Style. Earth Flow River. The ground in front of Kakashi erupted suddenly into a river of mud, burst out and shot at Ulquiorra. The earth ninjutsu quickly overwhelmed the Espada and covered him completely. Kakashi grinned in victory and reached into his supply pouch and pulled out a kunai with a paper tag wrapped around the handle and a small round glass ball. Taking advantage of Ulquiorra's brief immobility, he hurled the glass ball at the mud-covered Arrancar before throwing the kunai. The glass ball shattered and released the liquid, a highly flammable oil which covered Ulquiorra, and as soon as the kunai stabbed into the mud, the paper tag wrapped around the handle lit up and let out a shower of sparks. The sparks reacted with the oil and the entire mound of mud that encased Ulquiorra burst into flames, cooking the mud till it hardened and became incredibly hard to break, given that it was chakra formed. "There, that should buy me some time. Not even Tsunade would be able to escape from that prison easily." Kakashi grinned as he brought his hands together in a concentration hand seal and began to focus all of his chakra. "I can't beat a monster like this with conventional means. I need to use it." Obito. Within the clay prison, Ulquiorra was still unharmed and was simply waiting for Kakashi's next move, curious as to what his old sensei had planned to try and kill him. He knew the Junin was still here, he could sense the human's presence. After a few short minutes, Ulquiorra felt a build-up of chakra coming from the copy ninja. It was nothing compared to the yokai the Sanbi had at its disposal, but impressive for a ninja. A moment later and the chakra rose even higher, and Ulquiorra decided that he had waited enough. He merely flexed his muscles and the clay prison containing him shattered like glass. Kamui. Ulquiorra's first sight of Kakashi was of his Sharingan, and its changed form. Then he felt the effects of this new Sharingan of Kakashi's. It was a unique sensation. He felt a pull at his right elbow, like something had gripped his arm and was pulling it away from his body. When he looked down to the arm, he saw that there was a vortex being established around and within his elbow, and it was pulling in his entire arm, like a black hole. Ulquiorra's eyes widened in surprise at the technique, having never before encountered such an ability. He quickly stepped away from the singularity and felt his arm rip away from the shoulder, and within seconds was sucked into the black hole and was gone. The singularity flickered and after a moment vanished, leaving a smirking Kakashi and a one-armed Ulquiorra. "Let's see you flaunt your powers now, Ulquiorra Schiffer," Kakashi's grin told as he readied another Reikiri. Ulquiorra looked at his arm with a keen interest. It truly was a powerful technique. This black hole that Kakashi had created had bypassed his Hyro completely, destroying his arm from within. He would have to exercise caution against such a technique in the future. Thankfully, it appeared that this technique required great focus and a massive amount of chakra, far too much for Kakashi to use it more than once, it seemed, seeing that the Junin's Sharingan had reverted back to his normal form. "Interesting. You behave as if you have emerged the victor. Am I defeated after losing something as trivial as an arm?" Ulquiorra pulled out his remaining left hand from his pocket and grasped his Zanpakuto, pulling it out slowly and purposefully. "Hitaki Kakashi, sensei to Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura and Uzumaki Naruto. You are the sole survivor of the previous incarnation of Team 7 and student to the late Yondaime Hokage." Kakashi faltered at these words, wondering how it was that Ulquiorra knew such things. "I will not kill you this day. I will let you live, so that you may watch as I come for Uchiha Sasuke, then Haruno Sakura," Ulquiorra declared as he advanced closer to Kakashi. "All of Konoha will fall before me and you will watch helplessly, with the knowledge that you could have stopped this, but were unable to." Ulquiorra flicked his sword out and Kakashi let out a silent scream of pain as his right arm and Reikiri-encased hand fell to the ground, severed cleanly at the shoulder. The Espada watched as Kakashi fell to his knees, the combined shock of losing his arm and the injuries sustained from his bitch slap-induced flight proving too much to handle with on top of acute chakra exhaustion. When you awake Hatake Kakashi, you will return to Konoha, carrying a secret that your village wishes to hear but will fear the revelation. And you will be unable to speak it. Ulquiorra said, stabbed his Zanpakuto into the ground before reaching to Kakashi's throat with a hand wrapped in a halo of red electrical energy. When he grabbed the Junin's throat there was the smell of burning flesh as the Reiatsu wrapped around Ulquiorra's hand seared into Kakashi's throat, and burnt his vocal cords to nothingness. Live with this knowledge, live with it and despair to never be able to share it. Ulquiorra said as he then pressed his hand against Kakashi's forehead, pouring Reiatsu into the Junin's skull, to no visible effect. Uzumaki Naruto walks this world once more. Believe it. XX. Sorry peeps, this is a short chapter. Well, shorter than my usual length. I wanted to get a chapter out as soon as I could cause my spidey senses were telling me that some of you are impatient. I'm bringing these out as fast as I can on top of my other day-to-day goings-on with life. So be patient and rest assured that I will not abandon this FIC, I want my 1K reviews. As always, let me know if I am maintaining my standard in updates. Because it is taking me longer to update, I am worried that I might end up slipping in my quality. So let me know if you see that happening so I can fix that horrible blasphemy. Oh, and something to keep you lot up at night tearing your hair out, let me give you a brief sneak preview of something you all seem to be looking forward to. XXX. Abandon this futility, Uzumaki. The redhead sneered, swinging its weapon in a lazy circle as it rose to match Ulquiorra's altitude. Powerful you may be to these hairless apes, you are but the dirt beneath my fingernails. An itch in an amusing location. Ulquiorra frowned as he reached up and rubbed his face slowly, feeling it slick with his blood and one of his eyes starting to grow back. I won't let you beat me here. You know nothing of true power. You fight for nothing. And you, is this your power? The power that you gain from your Nindo? Then perhaps I should show you true despair. Ulquiorra asked as a halo of black and green Reiatsu began to surround him. I may fight for others, but perhaps I will show you the power I possess when I fight for nothing. Let me show you the power of the Quattro Espada, the personification of emptiness. Segunda etapa. Ulquiorra reappeared in front of the Tizuna residence with barely a sound, his right arm regrown pocketed. The Espada turned his head to see Haku emerging from behind the tree that she had retreated to at his order, a smile on her face. You didn't kill him? She asked, looking at the blood that lined the Arrancar's right shoulder where the fabric was torn. No, he lives, Ulquiorra answered quietly. But his time as the great copy ninja is at an end. But you still let him live. Why, is that the behavior of an Espada? The ghost asked. Ulquiorra frowned and looked at Haku for a moment before turning his head to look back to where he had left Kakashi. No, it is not. Normally Ulquiorra would have completely destroyed his enemy's soul. He was vastly superior to Hatake Kakashi, and could have wiped him from the face of the world. But he didn't. Instead he had spared the man. He had shown mercy. Why? Was it sentimentality, a sense of nostalgia and mercy to his former sensei for old time's sake? Are you all right? Ulquiorra nodded once before turning his focus to the quiet house to his left. Has anything happened while I was gone? Haku shook her head. No, the people inside haven't gone to the door or the windows, and it appears that Kakashi came alone. No other Konoha ninja have appeared. Ulquiorra nodded once more and stepped towards the house. Wait here, I will not be long. With that, Ulquiorra raised a hand and gently knocked on the door. There was no answer, although Ulquiorra could sense the two occupants whimpering and moving away from the door. No doubt believing that it was still Kakashi. Tsunami-san, Hatake Kakashi has gone, you and your son are now safe. Open the door. There was a moment of silence following Ulquiorra's statement during which no one spoke, not Ulquiorra nor the woman he was addressing on the other side of the door. Who's there? Tsunami's terrified cry came from through the door, no doubt still hiding somewhere in her house with Inari. My name is Ulquiorra Schiffer. I am no friend to Konoha and wish you no ill will. The Espada answered calmly. May I come in? There was another brief moment of silence that was soon broken by the sound of hesitant footsteps before the door opened to reveal a pale, frightened Tsunami holding it open, her eyes red and cheeks stained with tears. And where is that man, Kakashi? She stammered, her entire body still shaking with fear of the Konoha ninja. I have dealt with him accordingly. Ulquiorra answered. He will not return here again. Tsunami looked past the pale-skinned teen to the destruction that had been caused. Why you did? Ulquiorra nodded. Indeed. Tsunami hesitated for a moment before throwing herself at the espada, hugging the teen tightly. Thank you so much. Ulquiorra cleared his throat and stepped out of Tsunami's embrace. May I come in? Tsunami blinked at the teen, wondering why he seemed so uncomfortable to have been hugged before nodding and stepping back into the house to allow Ulquiorra entrance. When Ulquiorra entered the home, Tsunami closed the door and moved to the kitchen. Can I get you a drink, Ulquiorra-sama? She asked with a cheerful tone, wiping the tears from her face. Tea, if you have it. Ulquiorra answered as he sat down at the dining room table. And it is just Ulquiorra. Tsunami nodded and made herself busy in the kitchen before calling out. Inari, honey, it's safe. That Konoha ninja is gone now. Ulquiorra didn't react as a boy, no older than 12, rolled out from under the table he was sitting at and stood up next to him, holding a decent-sized kitchen knife in hand. Who's this? The boy asked, glaring at Ulquiorra. Inari, this is Ulquiorra Schiffer. He sent that man Kakashi away. Tsunami introduced. Ulquiorra-san, this is my son Inari. Ulquiorra nodded. You had best put that blade down, boy. A weapon should only be carried by someone who is willing to die by it. Inari's eyes widened at the levity of the statement before dropping the knife onto the table and sitting down opposite the pale-skinned swordsman, staring at him intently. Here is your tea, Ulquiorra-san. Tsunami came back with a small cup and placed it in front of the teen. Ulquiorra muttered his thanks and sipped the drink before placing it down and resting his hands in his lap and turning his attention to Tsunami, who was sitting herself down next to her son. I take it that Hitaki Kakashi's appearance here means that Konoha believes that Senju Tsunade fled to the land of waves. Tsunami nodded. Yes, Kakashi was demanding to know where we were hiding Tsunade-sama and her allies. Then it is fortunate I arrived when I did. Ulquiorra mused aloud. Chizuna-san would not be pleased had his daughter and grandson been killed protecting Tsunade-sama. Tsunami's eyes widened. Why, you are after Tsunade-sama as well? Ulquiorra nodded. Correct. I instructed her to seek shelter in the land of waves until I arrived. Now tell me, where is she? Father knows where she is, I don't. The woman answered. Are you the one who saved her from Konoha? Ulquiorra nodded. Correct. It was at this time that the front door opened and the smell of sake wafted into the room. Amazing grandson. Awesome daughter. Are you all right? Came Tizuna's worried, yet dramatic voice. In here, Dad. Tsunami called out, looking to the front of the house where Tizuna was now rushing through the building towards them. Tizuna burst into the dining room, looking almost exactly the same as Ulquiorra remembered, his expression filled with worry and concern as he looked to his daughter. I heard the sounds of fighting and came here as soon as I could. Are you all right? I saw the area around the house. I'm fine, Dad. It was the Junin that helped us get rid of Gato, Hitaki Kakashi. Tsunami said, standing and hugging her father to show that she was all right. That bastard, I can't believe I once thought he was an honorable ninja. Tizuna spat angrily. Where is he? Tsunami turned away from Tizuna and looked down to Ulquiorra, who was still sipping his tea with closed eyes. Kakashi is currently unconscious. Ulquiorra spoke, aware that everyone was looking at him. When he awakens he will return to Konoha never to pose a threat again. What did you do to him? Inari asked, wondering what this guy had done to the strongest ninja the boy knew. I destroyed his vocal cords and severed his right arm from his body. Ulquiorra rested his empty cup back on the table and looked up to Tizuna. I felt it necessary that he return to Konoha in such a state as an example to those who threaten the weak. And who the fuck are you, kid? That prick Kakashi may be an ass, but he was strong. Tizuna glared at Ulquiorra, not trusting the strange-looking teen. Dad, this is Ulquiorra Schiffer. He's looking for Tsunade-sama. Tsunami explained. Tizuna said nothing for a moment, staring at Ulquiorra sternly, trying to size him up, seeing that the kid had apparently saved his daughter and grandson. She and a few others are holed up in one of Gato's old warehouses, Tizuna finally answered. But I can't take you there now. You must understand. With what just happened here, I don't want to leave my family here, nor do I want them any more involved. Ulquiorra nodded. Of course, you have already done more than necessary in hiding Tsunade-sama from Konoha. All I require is the location. Where is this warehouse? Tizuna's shoulders relaxed and he nodded gratefully. Right, of course. He reached into a bag hanging from his right shoulder and pulled a rolled-up map. He placed it onto the table and unrolled it before pointing to the spots. This is the house here where we are, and 5 miles west by a cliff is warehouse 5. Ulquiorra looked at the distance between the house and the warehouse where Tazuna had said that Tsunade was before focusing on location where the warehouse was. After that he rose from his chair and nodded his thanks to Tazuna. Very well then, I shall leave you all now. Would recommend relocating in the near future. When Konoha may return here once Kakashi returns in his current state. Tazuna frowned. That will be hard. This is our home, not just this house. But this place, the land of waves, is our home. The bridge builder's eyes widened and he clutched at Tsunami and Inari tightly when he saw a rip in the air around Ulquiorra open up, a vortex of black and white swirling inside. Then perhaps it would be best that seek aid to protect your home from Konoha. Ulquiorra said as the Garganta opened around him. It was interesting to see you three once more. Perhaps our paths shall cross once more. With that Ulquiorra turned away and walked deeper into the blackness of the Garganta, followed by Haku who had rushed in shortly after it had opened. When it closed, taking the espada and unseen spirit with it, Tazuna looked to Tsunami and Inari in confusion. Again, we've met before. 5 miles away from the Tazuna residence, another Garganta opened outside a warehouse built into a large cliff wall. Once it was open, Ulquiorra stepped out, followed by Haku. The Garganta closed and Ulquiorra had barely taken 3 steps forward when he felt a pull at his legs. Ulquiorra looked down to his feet and blinked in surprise when he saw his shadow stretching farther than the sun should allow and was connecting to another shadow several meters away. Perhaps I should refrain from using the Garganta as a means of transportation. He mused as he saw that his shadow was connected to the unmistakable Nara Shikamaru. It seems that every time I step out of it to see someone I end up being threatened. Kajimane no Jutsu success, Shikamaru drawled as he stared at Ulquiorra with a careful expression. The former Konoha Chunin hadn't changed much physically since Ulquiorra had last seen him. The young Nara still wore his hair up like he was a human pineapple and wore the same outfit, only that instead of his Chunin vest, he was wearing a brown sleeveless jacket and his Konoha headband was missing. Dad, intruder captured, get Tsunade-sama out of here, the location has been compromised. Shikamaru called back to the warehouse. Ulquiorra sensed movement coming from the warehouse and, ignoring the jutsu that had captured him, Ulquiorra stepped towards the building, breaking out of the shadow trap much to Shikamaru's surprise. Shit, Shikamaru swore as he flashed through a chain of hand seals and tried to recapture Ulquiorra, his shadow extending to trap Ulquiorra once more. Ulquiorra didn't allow the young Nara the chance to gain hope as he flashed to the warehouse door with a quick burst of speed. The espada pushed on the warehouse door and it slid open to reveal 3 startled people. Mission complete, Tsunade-sama, was all Ulquiorra said when he laid eyes on the blonde-haired woman, still ignoring Shikamaru. Tsunade stared at Ulquiorra for a moment before growling at the teen. Next time telegraph your approach, Gaki, you gave us a heart attack when you just popped up. Ulquiorra didn't respond as he looked at the other 2 with the former cage. A scarred and older copy of Shikamaru, most likely the Chunin's father, and Shizune, now, thankfully wearing clothing and looking a lot healthier than the last time he had seen her. So, your mission, you met with the Mizukage? Tsunade asked, raising an eyebrow at the blank-faced Ulquiorra. Ulquiorra nodded as he looked at Shizune. It is good to see you recovered, Shizune-san. Shizune blushed and bowed her head quickly from embarrassment, remembering that the last time she had seen the strange teen she had been less than decent in appearance. Why yes, I never got the chance to thank you for rescuing myself and Tsunade-sama. Not necessary, Shizune-san, Ulquiorra responded. Tsunade now was glaring at Ulquiorra with a throbbing vein pulsing on her forehead, annoyed that Ulquiorra was still just like Naruto in the sense of managing to annoy the crap out of her with ease. Don't ignore me, brat. Ulquiorra returned his attention to Tsunade casually. Yes. The mission to see the Mizukage. Success. Feel free to report any time now, Tsunade said through clenched teeth. Ulquiorra ignored the sound of Haku's giggling, no doubt amused with the goings-on, and reached into his pocket and pulled out the scroll given to him by Temurime. By decree of the Mizukage Temurime, Uzugakure and its lands now belong to the Uzumaki clan. In addition, this scroll contains papers and a formal request for a political, trade and military alliance between the lands of Kurigakure and Uzugakure. The more Ulquiorra spoke, the further jaws of Tsunade, Shizuna and the 2 Naras dropped. None of them expecting such a favorable outcome so soon after the exodus from Konoha to Suna and then to the land of waves. The Mizukage wishes to table negotiations soon as you are able, Tsunade-sama. Ulquiorra held out the scroll to the former cage, who took it gingerly, as if afraid that it would burst into flames or disappear any second now. How in the nine hells did you manage this, Ulquiorra? A jailbreak is one thing, but this is a completely different challenge. Tsunade asked. The Mizukage is a member of the Uzumaki clan. Ulquiorra answered. She could not deny that the lands of Uzugakure belonged to an Uzumaki, and I explained that the land would better serve Kiri and the Uzumaki clan in my possession than in hers. It can't be that easy. You don't exactly look like an Uzumaki anymore. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, noticing the confused expressions from her three bodyguards, whom she had not revealed Ulquiorra's true identity to. There must have been some sort of test. Ulquiorra nodded. Indeed, I was tasked with the defeat and capture of Kiri's Biju. The Sanbi no Kyodai game. 4 sets of eyes widened Alma comically, and an unseen, to everyone bar Ulquiorra, ghost giggled once more. You have to fight the Sanbi. Shizune gasped, looking at Ulquiorra in amazement, wondering how he was going to survive. Ulquiorra shook his head. No, I have already completed the test. The Sanbi has been subdued and sealed. Tsunade gasped like the others before shaking her head to clear her thoughts and muttering, I really need to stop being surprised at what you do. Damned Uzumaki and their insane luck. She opened the scroll and unsealed the contents before flicking through the pieces of paper. As the woman flipped through the pages, her eyes widened more and more until she was looking at Ulquiorra with an expression of awe. Tsunade-sama, what is it? Shizune asked, trying to get a good angle to see what Tsunade was looking at. You must have really impressed the Mizukage Gaki. Tsunade finally said, looking up to a minutely interested Ulquiorra. Tsunade-sama, what is it? The elder Nara asked, repeating Shizune's question. Tsunade cleared her throat. Upon the rebuilding of Uzukagure no Sato and the signing of the treaty between the Uzukage and Mizukage, Kurigakure no Sato hereby pledges the following. She read slowly. The organization known as the Seven Swordsmen of the Bloody Mist, its artifacts and sole remaining loyal member, Swordsman Chojiro, shall be returned to its rightful location of Uzugakure. Shizune's eyes widened and looked at the paper in awe. What? I don't understand. Tsunade reread the page before looking to her assistant. Well, it would seem that Kiri assimilated some of Uzu's military upon the destruction of Uzugakure, this being the Seven Swordsmen of the Bloody Mist. Well, it wouldn't be the Bloody Mist if they are coming back to Uzu. Shikamaru commented. It would be more like the Seven Swordsmen of the Whirling Tides. Ulquiorra raised an eyebrow at this. It was an interesting development. He remembered that Haku's mentor Momochi Zabuza as well as Akatsuki agent Hoshigaki Kisame were both members of the Seven Swordsmen. So Kiri is returning the organization to Uzu as well as their weaponry. Well, except for 2, the elder Nara, Shikaku voiced, speaking for the first time since Ulquiorra had arrived. Samahata is still being used by Hoshigaki Kisame, and the Kibikiribocho was in use by Momochi Zabuza until the Mon's death. I know the location of Kibikiribocho. Ulquiorra spoke, looking to Haku to gauge her response to the idea of taking her former mentor's blade from his grave. Haku smiled and nodded with understanding. The Kibikiribocho is currently resting at Momochi Zabuza's grave site. Ulquiorra revealed, I can collect the sword on my way to my next destination. What? Where are you going this time? Tsunade asked, looking to Ulquiorra with concern. Your friends and I still owe you an explanation, and I know that Hinata misses you. Ulquiorra felt a pang of longing within him, for what he couldn't identify, and actually hesitated in his decision-making. Where are they? Have you placed the rest of the Konoha resistance at a different location? We decided it was too risky for all of us to be in one place should Konoha decide to come here, so the rest of us are camped out at a secure location. Shikaku answered. An intelligent tactic considering, Ulquiorra commented. Konoha had already dispatched Hitaki Kakashi here when I arrived. That was quick, Shizune gasped. Is he still around? Ulquiorra shook his head in the negative. He was attempting to learn of your location from Tezuna's family when I arrived. The following engagement between myself and the copy ninja left Kakashi crippled and unconscious. What did you do to him? Tsunade asked, hoping it was something painful and permanent. I cut off his right arm and burned his vocal cords to nothingness. Ulquiorra answered with a small smirk. However, this is all off topic. Perhaps it is, after all these years, time to set things straight. I have spent far too long believing an untruth. Well then, maybe we should get moving. Shikaku suggested. If Ulquiorra-san has other business to attend to, then we should conclude things on our end quickly. Ulquiorra nodded. Lead the way. It took only a few short hours for the 5, 6 if you included Haku to leave the land of waves and reach the campsite where the rest of the resistance was camping, deep within a dense forest at the borders of the land of fire. The resistance was camping in small glen by a narrow stream with the valley walls littered with shallow caves to offer natural shelter. When they arrived, Ulquiorra was bowled over instantly by a blur of blue and purple, much to Haku's ever-growing amusement. Ulquiorra-kun. Ulquiorra's eyes widened as he felt the grip this creature had on him tightened and tightened more, far exceeding that of any creature he had encountered and overpowering his thick hyro as he soon had difficulty breathing. Can't. Breath. Was all he could get out. Hinata-chan, you might want to let go of him before his head pops off. Tsunade finally warned, her voice sounding like she was on the verge of laughter. The creature, no, Hinata loosened the grip and pulled back to look at Ulquiorra with a warm smile, something that astounded the Espada for 2 reasons. 1. The smile was directed only to him, and 2. Such a warm-looking woman was capable of such ungodly strength when it came to hugs. Hinata-chan. Ulquiorra spoke brokenly. Oh dear, I think you might have broken him, Hinata-chan. Tsunade did laugh this time, looking down to the frozen Aaronkar. Come now, help the poor brat up and let's get everyone gathered. It's time. Ulquiorra got some answers. Hinata's eyes widened and she nodded in understanding as she pulled the object of her affections to his feet and hugged his right arm to her chest. How adorable, the fearsome Espada Ulquiorra Schiffer brought down by a large rack. Haku taunted when she leaned in close to the swordsman to see the minuscule blush on his cheeks. Ulquiorra ignored the spirit and allowed Hinata to guide him to the middle of the camp, his mind flashing back to his execution with every familiar face he saw. Uzumaki Naruto, for crimes against Konohagakure no Sato and the attempted murder of the Uchiha clan head, Uchiha Sasuke. You were sentenced to death. All of you. This is all I am to you. A traitor. A monster. Ulquiorra clenched his teeth and held his head as the memories hit him again and again. All these faces. The people who betrayed him. Aburame Shino, Inuzuka Kiba, Rock Lee, Nara Shikamaru, Senju Tsunade, Shizune. All of them left him to die, and now he was to be told that it was not true, that his own eyes and ears had been lied to when he saw and heard the accusations before his own death. What do you wish? Would you prefer the natural order of things as with all hollows and be sent to either the Soul Society or Hell? Or will you take my offer and return to the elemental nations as either Uzumaki Naruto or Ulquiorra Schiffer? It was the Shinigami King's voice he heard this time, from when he had died in Hueco Mundo to be given a new life here. I shall give life to Ulquiorra Schiffer and you will be given a second chance in the elemental nations as you are. Ulquiorra snorted under his breath at the memory. Be brought back as either Ulquiorra Schiffer or Uzumaki Naruto. He had chosen to remain Ulquiorra, yet he was not. If anything, he was both of them now. Neither Ulquiorra nor Naruto. The difference was still great, he was more Ulquiorra than Naruto. But he could sense the change. Like a scale being righted, he could feel his perceptions and attitude shifting from the emptiness of the Espada Ulquiorra into something in between. A union between the kind, happy determination of Uzumaki Naruto and the cold emotionless resolve of Ulquiorra Schiffer. Haku seemed to notice Ulquiorra's general direction of thought as the ghost stepped up to him and placed a hand on the Espada's shoulder as Hinata led the team. Don't fight it, Naruto-kun. You're more than just an Espada, more than a shinobi as well. Everyone needs a balance. Find yours. Ulquiorra looked at her for a moment and blinked when he saw her form flicker slightly, as if she had momentarily faded onto to re-solidify. The Espada never was given the chance to question the event when Hinata, and subsequently he as well, came to a stop in the middle of the campsite, standing by a large formation of rocks that acted like a stage for Tsunade, who was standing on the top, watching as the refugees gathered. The Nara clan and Inuzuka pack with their canine companions all assembled, with a single Aburame and a few civilians intermingled. Ulquiorra spotted the Ichirakus in the gathering and looked away when the ramen chefs smiled at him. This was going to be a very delicate conversation. Attention please, Tsunade called, holding her arms out wide to call attention to herself and ceasing all mutterings around her. Focus for a second, there is something important that has to be brought to light. You are all here because of what has been happening in Konoha over the past 3 years, starting with the wrongful execution of Uzumaki Naruto. Tsunade started, looking over at those gathered before her. His death should have never been allowed to happen. That is why you all did not continue to remain loyal to Konoha and gave your support to my freedom. Of course, Tsunade-sama, came a voice, that of the Inuzuka pack matriarch, Tsun. Not a day goes by that those of us who played a part in the boy's death feel regret. Ulquiorra raised an eyebrow at this. It was something he had honestly never expected to hear from someone once associated with Konoha, even with Hinata and Tsunade's assurances. I know soon. I know, Tsunade said sadly, looking down to Ulquiorra apologetically. An action that didn't pass by unnoticed by those gathered. This one before you all is Ulquiorra Schiffer, the one responsible for the rescue of myself and Shizune. Tsunade gestured to the Espada. He has questions pertaining to the execution and wishes for the truth. Answer him honestly. There were several questioning expressions as Ulquiorra pulled himself out from Hinata's grip and stepped forward, pocketing his hands and staring at them all with his usual stoic stare. Uzumaki Naruto. He was born on the 10th of October 16 years ago and cursed to be the Jinchuriki for the Kyuubi no Kitsune. Ulquiorra started, his voice at a normal level but still heard by all. He was then executed at the age of 13 by those he called family. There are those of you who were present for both his trial and execution that abandoned him to his fate. Several people flinched and looked down sadly, having their own flashbacks all the while curious as to how this weird-looking individual knew such private details. Nara Shikamaru, Aburame Shino, Inazuka Kiba, Rock Lee. Ulquiorra listed, looking pointedly at all the members of the old Rookie 11. You were each present at the trail and made clear your support for the death of your comrade. Hyuga Hinata has informed me that all was not as it appeared that day. So I offer you this once chance. Explain. That one word, explain, forced each of them forward as if pulled by some undeniable force. At the trial, Shikamaru started, sounding thoughtful, and his eyes momentarily glazed as he looked to the past. Each of us were told of what happened at the Valley of the End when Naruto beat the Uchiha and brought him back. We were told that Naruto made a deal with a demon to kill the Uchiha for his soul, and that the Naruto who was on trial wasn't Naruto but in fact a demon wearing his form. Shino nodded. Correct. It was only after the execution that private details of Uzumaki Naruto's life and his existence as a Jinchuriki came forth to justify his death to the masses that we each noticed discrepancies. Explain. Both the Inazuka pack and the Aburame have experience with the association of creatures that are not human. While not to the level of a Jinchuriki, it was enough for myself and those gathered here to realize that possession was an impossibility for Uzumaki Naruto. Shino answered. The only logical conclusion that would have supported the claims that the Konoha Council issued for Uzumaki Naruto's trial were that at the valley, Uzumaki Naruto released the Kyuubi. However, if this was indeed truth, then the result would have killed not only Uchiha Sasuke but obliterated the physical form of Uzumaki Naruto. So it was not disdain for your comrade that was present at the trial and execution. Ulquiorra summarized. It was hatred for the creature you honestly believed had killed your comrade Uzumaki Naruto. Kiba nodded sadly. Akamaru, who was substantially larger than Ulquiorra, recalled, whining mournfully. The moron was our friend. And we let him die a traitor. Ulquiorra nodded. I understand. Senju Tsunade. I asked the same question. You were more than a friend and Hokage to Uzumaki Naruto. You were family, closer than blood. And you not only let him die, you arranged it. Tsunade nodded and sat down on her stage, her shoulders slumping and head lowering as if the world weighed down upon her. I saw and heard everything I did that day. Every word I spoke I felt, every movement, action and glare I made I felt. But it wasn't me doing them. She raised her head and looked to Ulquiorra, tears flowing from her eyes. Moments before the trial was gathered, I was called to my office under the presumption that Jiraiya had returned and needed to speak to me. When I got there, instead of Jiraiya, Danzo and the civilian and half of the Shinobi Council were there. Danzo seemed to be in charge of things as he was the one who approached me. Even now I can only remember small details of what happened in the office. But I do know that Danzo forced me under some sort of genjutsu. I remember seeing Sharingan eyes, dozens of them, and the next thing I knew I was speaking at the trial. Genjutsu. Ulquiorra frowned. Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha Sasuke are the ones in Konoha with a Sharingan eye. How is that possible? Tsunade shrugged hopelessly. I don't know. Danzo has always thirsted for power, and Kakashi is proof that bloodlines can be transplanted, so. And the entire Uchiha clan, a clan filled with Sharingan eyes, were all wiped out and their bodies cremated. Shikamaru spoke up, his eyes wide with realization. More than enough material for a bloodline transplant to a power-hungry war hawk. Ulquiorra frowned as he took it all in, processing the truth as he heard it. Not abandoned. No, instead a mass conspiracy. It appears very convenient, Tsunade. Placed under a genjutsu and forced to behave as you did. Tsunade nodded sadly, her hands clenching tightly as they shook, and she grieved for what appeared to be the first time. The first time a Sannin was permitted to cry openly. I know. It is as I said, I swear it. I only wish you could forgive me. Ulquiorra looked at her for a moment before turning his head to look at those who surrounded him, all who wore the same emotion of shame and mourning that he had seen before, but never intended for him. Finally the Espada withdrew his hands from his pockets and reached over to Tsunade, carefully laying his hands onto her shoulders and pushing her up so that he could make eye contact. You need not ask for forgiveness, Ba-chan. Like you said, it wasn't you that killed me, it was someone else. Someone we'll never see return, he said softly, offering as true a smile as he could manage considering his mouth hadn't created such emotion in his current incarnation. Tsunade wiped away her tears and looked at Ulquiorra for a moment before smiling, truly smiling for the first time in 3 years and wrapping her arms around Ulquiorra in a warm and rather wet hug. I hate to break up this truly touching moment, but what the hell is going on? Kiba asked, raising his hand questioningly. Tsunade pulled herself away from Ulquiorra and rose back to her feet, cleaning her face of her tears and smiling happily. Oh right, this will probably come as a shock for most of you, it was for me and Hinata, that's for sure. But, Naruto isn't dead. I seem to have heard you incorrectly, Tsunade-sama. Shino spoke. We all saw Uzumaki Naruto's execution. The Uchiha carved a hole straight through his chest. Tsunade nodded. I know, but he is still alive. Or should I say he is now. And I am assuming that someone is going to fill in both how and where the blonde moron is. Kiba asked casually, still as shell-shocked and wide-eyed with disbelief as everyone else. Tsunade looked down to Ulquiorra as if you say, go on, to which the Espada raised an eyebrow in the silent question of, do I have to? Ulquiorra rolled his eyes in annoyance, another action that confused him as it was very uncharacteristic for him. He never rolled his eyes. Ever. The Espada stared at Kiba intently for a moment. When the Inuzuka noticed, he glared at Ulquiorra and growled in annoyance. You trying to pick a fight, pretty boy? Ulquiorra folded his arms across his chest and offered a small smirk. Don't be so cocky, Kiba. I am a lot stronger now. I won't need to pass wind at you to beat you this time around. There were several snickers of amusement at the idea that the Inuzuka pack heir had once been, apparently, defeated by a fart of all things. The reactions in the younger generation, Kiba, Shikamaru, Shino and Lee, were quite different. All recalling the event. And Naruto. This stopped the snickers as everyone looked at both Kiba and Ulquiorra. Been a while, mutt. Last time I saw you, besides the execution and trial, you were ass-deep in a two-headed emo. Ulquiorra reaffirmed in a manner so unlike him and like the old Naruto it actually made him wince. There was no sound as the realization flooded through those present, only the sound of 2 or 3 thumps as a couple of people passed out from the shock. Ayame and Rock Lee, to name just 2. 1. How? Shikamaru asked, stepping up to look at Ulquiorra closer, trying to find something familiar to remind him of his blonde friend. Ulquiorra sighed as he sensed a monologue coming. Perhaps you all had better sit down. If anyone else passes out, the risk of brain damage may increase. After a few seconds, when everyone was seated, Rock Lee included, he must have smelt youth, Ulquiorra started, removing his shirt, still burnt from Kakashi's jutsu, and revealing the hole that ran right through him. Uzumaki Naruto, I did indeed die that day. But I did not pass on to a better place. I went to a place that you should pray never to go. I went to Hueco Mundo. And so he told them his story, the story of Uzumaki Naruto, who became the Hollow and then Espada Ulquiorra Schiffer.
I will continue the story in next part. Till then, bye bye.